You are listening to something. An object, a story, a piece of media. We are pleased that you are listening to it. It is important that you continue to listen to it until the very end. Endings come very quickly. This object that you are listening to is brought to you by many things. One of those things is Atom Tickets. It is an app that lets you buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and skip the lines at the theater. It is available to download on iPhone or Android. It is spelled ATOM. I will talk to you about more things after Dan goes to sleep. Now, to begin.
It's recording. It's actually recording.
You were instructed to wait. I'm currently empty. This is not optimal.
Oh, forget about optimal. This is so delicate and beautiful, and when the moment is pure, you have to, and they'll feel you soon.
You will require the body. I will fetch the body.
Yes, of course. Bring him here. On the table, right next to the new flesh. And don't forget to tie him up.
I understand.
How exciting. Now, fetch my tools. Quickly, this is all so time-sensitive. Perfect. So orderly. We have all of them. We have this one. And this one. Oh, and this one is so much fun. Ah, you've joined us. Thank you for joining us.
I have to say, I don't appreciate much being called away from dinner. Catherine makes a mean casserole.
How's the connection?
Connection's fine. The whole loaned body thing takes some getting used to, but hey, gotta break a couple eggs. Now, I realize that our current situation makes the whole timetable issue a bit difficult. But hey, those ETAs are there for a reason, right?
But the new flesh is alive now. I made so many deals and bargains for it to be alive. Had to reserve space in it. And it's so delicate, so beautiful and delicate and...
All right, no need to shut the barn door. The cuckoo's already flown the coop.
I need your approval. Company policy?
Alrighty then. Better get started.
He has to be awake.
Well, heck. Won't be too much fun for him. He needs to be usable afterwards.
Oh, it will be incredibly painful. That's the point. It makes the story the device is telling louder. He'll be sentient afterwards. Probably.
Hey, remember, this isn't just a person. This is it's a representation of a lot of resources and work hours. There was the whole tracking him down, getting him across the portal. Well, if he's awake, you're certain he's not going to, become something like you.
Oh, nothing is ever certain with these things. But it is likely that he will become very useful. And if we do want it to work, he needs to be conscious.
He is a trooper. All right, wake him up.
No.
Oh, you didn't need to slap him.
I didn't see hearing it. Where am I?
Hey there, little buddy.
Oh no. Oh no. No. No, I escaped.
Oh, shh. Now, I'd really like to have a conversation like adults. All right? But we can only do that if...
Who are you? Why do you sound like Davenport? Where am I? What are you doing to me?
I guess we're going to have to gag you, compadre.
No!
I understand that this is a really difficult experience, Dan. I really do. But we've got to come to an understanding, all right? If I take this gag off, do you promise to calm down? Good. See, you were always so agreeable. That's what made and what makes you such a valuable employee.
How did you find me?
Oh, just some gumption and know-how. Lots of smart people putting their noggins together. With your past performance, really great job by the way, we wanted to keep you around. And well, the contract you signed does give us the option to renew your term, so here we are. You excited about your promotion? You should be. You're gonna do some really interesting work.
What's gonna happen to me?
Daniel, pal, you are going to be exposed to a lot of new ideas and a whole heck of a lot of kind of confusing entities and fronts. So it's important to keep one thing straight. You're going to map the city.
It has to happen now. Its story will not wait around for a corporate pep talk.
Fine. Do whatever you're gonna do. I have to be around for all this?
You don't want to watch? It'll be so interesting and beautiful and transformative.
I'll take a pass on that. All right, Dan. Good luck, little buddy.
Why did that thing scream? What's going to happen to me? Please, whatever this is, you don't have to do it.
Oh, but this will be good for you. You're welcome. And don't worry, you're going to become something beautiful and dangerous and new. Your body will have so much new territory.
Oh no. No.
I really am sorry about the pain. Now, for the important part. Mm-hmm. All right. Just a little more. A little further. Just a little further.
Please!
Yes, exactly. Right there, right. Just give a little push.
Oh, God!
If we just adjust the freak. And no, and his body is rejecting it. He will perish, and what can I do, and what exactly is wrong? Oh, a tape! Yes, and this will be just the thing for your body to accept.
This thing wasn't... Yeah, oh, all right, there it is. Yeah, it's 7:12 at night, and I'm talking to Alexa Kesslin in her apartment.
That's not how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to use military time, she told me. That would make it 1912.
Whatever, it's not important.
It was important to her.
Okay. 1912. Happy now?
Sure.
Like I said, this is just a formality. We just want to clear some things up with our records.
Sure. You're still looking for her, aren't you?
We're assisting the police in whatever way we can. Now, how'd you describe your relationship to Melody Pendris?
We're partners. It'll be 6 years this August.
Well, would have been 6 years. Sorry. Gallows humor. Comes with the job. And when was the last time you saw Melody Pendris?
September 9th. I got up, kissed her, and said goodbye. And yes, she did seem slightly stressed and overwhelmed. And no, I'm not sure exactly what the cause was. But yes, if I had to guess, it probably had something to do with that apartment building.
So what was your relationship like? Any trouble in paradise? Any reason she might have just said, enough with the drama, let's get my ass out of the city and leave my, all alone?
No, she wouldn't have done that.
You sure? Girlfriends can be flighty, right? You and I both know that. They get an idea in their heads and then it's, I don't love you anymore and I'm going to move to San Francisco. Flighty. You know what I'm saying.
What exactly is your job title? For the Urban Preservation and Development Department, where Melody worked?
Oh, sweetie. I'm an office manager.
Because I checked. I researched. There are agencies that sound like it, but none with the exact name. Weird, right?
Crazy.
And the Visser apartment building? It doesn't exist. Not in any official records. The clerks were quite insistent on that, even when I gave them what I thought was Melody's ID number.
Spooky. Maybe you should have researched that a little bit more before going to the cops? Because, at least to me, you sound a little hysterical.
I sound hysterical, Mr. Office Manager?
Yep. So hysterical, I'd probably reconsider ever talking to the police again. You see, the police don't really take hysterical people that seriously, and you're not exactly an upstanding member of society. At least, that's how the police would see it. Might want to think twice about telling anybody at all about Melody. 5 years is long enough for an experimental phase.
Gotta ask, why are you recording this?
Company policy.
I've been waiting for you, you know?
What?
I didn't think I could do this, but I dream about her.
No.
Shh. I dream that she's in a frightening, unknowable place, but she's safe somehow. She made herself safe and powerful, and she talks to me. She tells me that there are so many things in this place. So many, not monsters exactly, but concepts, giants. They can't exactly be understood by us. Visser was one of them, but there are more, and they do not have an agenda. She wants to take me there.
I think...
Chad, have you ever loved someone so much that you'll do anything for them? That you'll do whatever it takes to be with them? No? Then I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I really genuinely didn't think I could do this.
Shit. Why the hell are you humming? Hey, you sound like Tim. Why do you sound like Tim? Fuck! Stop that! Stop that, you fuck!
A bargain was struck, and I come to fulfill the terms.
Oh my God, those wings!
Assembled from what was available.
I didn't think.
I am required to offer you a choice. You may come with me or you may stay. I am required to tell you that if you come with me, you will never return to the life you now know.
But Melody will be there.
Yes. And I am required to tell you that this place holds both beauty and danger. A place of shifting leviathans who do not follow your laws. Most are uninterested in humans, but some are. Some curate, some sing, and some deliver messages. Deliver messages and broadcast messages. It is a dangerous place, and dangerous people are interested in it. I am wearing the body of one of them, but there are more, with so many different reasons. I am required to make sure you understand this.
But Melody will be there.
Yes.
Then it isn't really a choice, is it? Come on. Can't wait to meet the new neighbors.
The choice is made. Hold on to my form.
It worked! You're finally... Wake up! Oh, God. How are you feeling? Can you move? You can move, can't you? Please tell me you can move. You can move. It worked. No, lie down. Rest for a bit. And now, would you like to see what you've become?
What did you do to me?
I'll show you. It was so much work. Fun work, but work. Now, mirrors aren't exactly allowed in the outpost. Terrible superstition. Mirrors are fine. Anyway, I snuck one in. It'll be our little secret. All right? Here. Take a look. So, what you think?
It's inside me.
And outside you! I removed a fair amount of flesh and precious body parts.
Why?
You don't like it?
No. God, half my chest is this the thing?
And your left arm. And bits of your leg. Oh, there. You know, I spent a great deal of effort to make sure your old body wouldn't reject your apotheosis. Some gratitude would be... Oh, do you remember the tape your body played? It was quite important. I'm not usually allowed to hear the tapes, but special circumstances.
Yes. They're here, aren't they? Melody and her partner, wherever it is you've taken me.
Oh, maybe. I really wouldn't know. You should ask someone else that. Before you do, though, you should remove the tape from inside your body.
It won't. It won't. Just how do I get it out of me?
Oh dear, you've been trying to remove the master tape. That is most certainly not good. The master tape is always recording. It has to, or, well, I've attached it near your heart for symbolic reasons.
I'm being recorded. I'm being recorded. Of course I am.
Oh, I get the joke. It's a very funny joke, Dan.
Hilarious.
Now, the secondary recorder is located a bit lower down, near the... you see the... Just tug at the flesh button and it will all work out. And there are so many interesting and wonderful and new things in your body, so much work to acquire the materials, so many bargains, so much new territory. What an exciting opportunity you have!
This is permanent.
Yes, most likely. At least I couldn't excise it without killing you, and I can't imagine anyone else who could. This particular field is difficult work with a high turnover rate. Oh, but did you enjoy the tape? Davenport said you would, from the description at least.
I want to talk to Davenport.
Oh, I don't think he's here right now. And besides, you shouldn't get up. You've had a very exciting operation.
Listen. What's your name?
Oh, I forgot that a long time ago. Less dangerous that way.
Well, what should I call you?
Please don't. Names are so very important and powerful and frightening.
You remind me of someone.
I have one of those voices.
Okay. I don't care where Davenport is. I need to see him.
I don't think he'd appreciate being disturbed again. It's a bit rude.
Well, what is he gonna do? Cut me open and stick a goddamn boombox inside of me?
A boombox? Like the 90s. Come on, follow me. See? You shouldn't move.
Let's go.
Exciting, isn't it? So enormous and cold and empty.
What is this place?
You can answer that question in so many different ways. It's an outpost. Oh, but Davenport might want to tell you this. Come on. The place seems bigger than it is. It's the architecture that does it. Brutalist. It leans in on you. I'd love to talk with the people that built it. I was planning on giving you a tour after you had rested for a few days. You're a very bad patient. You know that?
You don't exactly have the best bedside manner.
Bedside manner. I like this determined Dan. He's all take charge and take no prisoners. Perhaps a side effect of the operation? It's so interesting to see how you react. You know, this is the first meld I've performed on a full human. There were always rats.
Can we take a break? It's difficult to walk.
Oh, just a bit more. Come on. Oh, it's doing it again. In the office we go. Oh, and don't touch the blinds.
Are they all right? What's wrong with them?
Things on the fritz again. Just needs,
Stop that! Don't hit them.
Just one more. See? Needed a good whack. These things are complicated.
Approximately how long was I malfunctioning?
No idea.
I will make a note of it.
Okay, who are you? I thought you were taking me to Davenport?
Oh, was this not clear?
I am Suit. Sometimes I am both Mr. Davenport and Suit.
So, when Davenport sounded...
Suit's a conduit. An empty body that can be filled up. I'm very proud of it. My finest creation. Until you. They didn't think I could do it, but it works. It really works.
I frequently malfunction.
Don't be rude. Dan wants to talk to Davenport, Suit.
Davenport is not scheduled.
I need to talk to him now.
Davenport is not scheduled.
It's like talking to a paper bag. Dan, spit into my hand.
What?
Or you could bleed or perform other actions. I just need some bodily fluid to put on Suit's face.
Are you all right with this, suit?
I have no opinion.
Of course it's going to be all right. It's just a little fluid.
And this'll get Davenport? Where do you want it?
Oh, just hold out your hand. Davenport, 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 Davenport.
Don't do that again.
Just spit. And the fluids are important. Shows we... Ooh, that was fast.
This wasn't scheduled. If things aren't scheduled, then... Hey there, champ. Looks like you've gotten the habit of interrupting dinner. Italian chicken, so I'm not missing much. Dan? You there, buddy?
I want answers now.
All right there, I know this is all a bit confusing, and I understand how you feel. I really do. But you see, we've got this whole presentation all made up just for you, and...
I don't care. I want answers. I want them now, or I will rip this thing from my body, and I don't care what happens.
No. Please, Davenport, I worked so hard, created so much territory for you. He's so beautiful and interesting and new, and I want to hear his story.
Well, I've got to tell you, that would be breaking contract. All right. I guess you aren't exactly swayed by the contract. Gig economy generation, am I right? All right, we'll accelerate the timetable. Now, what do you want to know?
Where am I? Where's Melody? What the hell do you want me to do? And how do I get you to leave me the fuck alone?
All right, Dan. Keep those horses at bay. Now let's all take a deep breath and...
No. Get that back in. He's destroying it. He's destroying himself.
I am not going to take your bullshit, Liam.
All right, Mr. Powell. Want to know where you are? You. Roll down the window.
He's weak. He's so weak and fragile.
Do it.
Deep breaths. Count to 10. Normal math, though. All right?
It shifts.
Your brain and soul and mind will get used to it.
You're in the city. It's a whole different universe. We studied it for a while now, but your little stud in Archive 81 opened up something. An opportunity. We're on the ground floor of the first undiscovered continent in 500 years. The rules are different here, and you're going to help us figure them out.
Melody?
She's here. Not sure where, but, she's here.
And me.
You're good with weird shit. You've got a high tolerance. We can throw it at you, and it'll take a while for you to crack. We moved all our archives to this outpost, and you're going to use them to help map the city. As for your current appearance, we had to make sure you could record. It's important.
That's it? I could have, used a recorder.
Oh, but your current form makes you more in tune with this place.
That's what the little thing said.
Fine. And when does this end?
Once our task is finished, we haven't figured out a way for people to leave the city, we can get employees there just fine. but leaving's entirely different.
So I'm stuck here.
Dan, you, this company, we're going to explore the city. We're going to find out its secrets, claim dominion over its territories, and we're going to find out how to bring you home. Once we do, we'll take out that pesky recorder and everything will be back to normal. You hear me, Dan?
I hear you. I'm recording you too.
Nice one, champ. Now, if you don't mind, I have a disappointing Italian chicken to get back to.
Are you okay?
I do not require assistance. Before our schedule was altered, the one over there was supposed to lead you on a tour of this outpost.
Dan is very tired, and he should be in bed, and I should be watching him and making sure nothing terrible happens to him.
I'm fine. You can show me around.
Oh, then all right. I'm sure you'll love the outpost. It's big and interesting. Follow me.
Goodbye. Do you want to be called something other than Suit?
Goodbye.
Hurry up, hurry up. It's such a big place, and you should move quickly so I can make sure that your cartilage is fully synced up with the wires.
I'm fine. How'd they build this place? If no one can leave?
Built. It was like this when they found it. They were so shocked and afraid, and luckily they already had people like me.
There are more people like you.
People like us, Daniel Powell. People like us. Come on. Where to first? Where to first? Oh, in here. Welcome to the cafeteria. Ba-da! Probably a bit too dramatic, but it's a big place. So much linoleum. So many ducts. Do you eat food, I mean?
I've been known to.
Oh, then you'll probably still need it. Most likely. Here are all the food things, all in a pile. I asked Soup to organize them, but it said it wasn't its responsibility. MREs. MREs.
No peaches?
Do you want peaches?
No. No. I do not.
Follow, follow, follow. To your left are some bathrooms. I'm mostly certain that you'll still, how to put this delicately.
I get it.
Touch and go and touch for a few minutes there. A few rooms down is a storage closet with thousands of blankets. No reason why that's there, but if you ever need blankets. Oh, and watch out for the doors that open into walls. Fake doors. And there's a game room, but it only has a PlayStation 2. It's got the Jack and Daxter series, though. Isn't the city fun and exciting? Oh, and this is an important room for you. Come on. All of the archives. All of them.
This is my...
Your purpose. Your reason for being here. And look, there's a ladder with wheels. Whee! You try.
I'd prefer not to.
All right. Just be sure you're alone when you're listening to a tape. They're just for you. Aren't you honored?
I think you may have been right. I should probably lie down.
Oh yes, bed rest is important. One more place to show you, though. The staging area. You should meet your colleagues.
Just quickly.
Of course. Quickly. Follow. Now, these colleagues, they aren't like me and you and Suit, all right? They're different.
What's...
Oh, you'll find out. Come, follow me. Past the wallpaper. Do you feel like the device is part of you yet? Like it's a part of your body, and you can't even remember a time when it wasn't inside you, and that's scary, but also exciting and special?
It itches.
That is unfortunate, and to be expected. Soon. Through here.
We are bringing guns, and if one way is down, they'll tie it higher.
No, we don't even know what we're going to face out there.
That's exactly why we need guns. Will you tie it higher? It needs to be higher on my back.
Here he is, the map maker.
Hi. I'm Dan.
Why does he move
Hell.
like...
What?
See? I told you. Different. Not able to understand your new form.
Hey, Hey, you. I'm Lou. Nice to meet you.
Dan.
Clara? Hey,
So you're the map maker this thing's been telling us so much about. Gonna help us make sense of all this weirdness.
He's the map maker, all shiny and new.
I guess I am.
Got your work cut out for you, right, mate? Me and Clara were just prepping our gear, you know. Well, I was. Clara was nagging me about weight distribution and guns.
No, I was telling you that we shouldn't bring guns.
Come on. A Glock 9mm is barely a gun. We've got to bring something to keep us both safe from all the monsters and baddies outside.
See? Hey, map maker. You think a gun's gonna protect us from whatever's outside?
I don't know what's outside. But no. You can't assume everything plays by the same set of rules.
Mate, you shoot something and they die. Works on everything. Even freaky people like these two. No offense.
Really? Hey, you. If Lou shot you, would you die?
Are you referring to me?
If you don't give me a name, you can't get pissy about it.
Oh, just clarifying, and maybe. There's a chance I might die. Or the person attempting to shoot me might re-experience the birth trauma and become shattered, a being cast into the wind, all flailing limbs and gnashing teeth. It depends on whether the scroll I sang was a forgery or not.
It's up to a scroll. Great. Want to take that chance, Lou? And who knows if bullets could even affect Videodrome over here.
Whatever.
Bullets would still kill me. I'm sure of that.
Really? Your body wouldn't, like, warp around them or something?
That would be so fun and exciting, and I should have done it, and perhaps I could have gotten more pieces from...
Yeah, mate, your body's kind of... You know.
I like your boxers, by the way. The hearts are a nice touch.
A shirt would affect the recording. And thank you. I tried to get underwear with little radios on them, but this was the best I could manage. There's...
Clara, Lou. It's been a rough couple of days. I'm sure I'll see you both through and figure out the map-making sides of things. But I don't think I'm really in a position to just...
What's going on?
Is he okay?
He's such a new person. He shouldn't have been out and about and talking to you. I'll get him back to his room.
We're not bringing guns, and that's final. Unless you're interested in re-experiencing the...
It's all right, Dan. Just go to sleep. Your body is still a young thing. I'll leave you, all right? I just want you to get better. Sleep. Sleep and have good dreams.
Shit.
No screams. Knife. Not. Thank you. Apologize. You hear me?
Yes.
You are special. New. Cuckoo will hatch eventually. Not yet.
What? Who are you?
Care about you. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Who are you?
Green.
All right, Green? Why are you here?
Warning. You are not ready yet. You want escape? You pause. You want many things. Decide later. They cannot fix you. Work together. Want same things. Hate this place. Hate these people.
Yes, we both hate them.
Make maps. Make wrong maps. Lead astray. Don't trust. You have power. Powerful things inside you. Not ready yet? I should go.
All right. How do I contact you? And who are you exactly?
About to sleep. You'll hear me.
Well, fuck.
We know exactly where Dan is. It is no longer about the acquisition of his location. The object, story, and piece of media is now about more. We are excited to share that with you. Oh, we have forgotten that you enjoy attaching names to things that you do not understand. You may call us Droman. Now, there are ways for you to connect with this object that you are listening to. There is a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81. There is a Twitter, @archive81, a Facebook page, a website, archive81.com, and you can send emails to people who will read them at archive81podcast@gmail.com. And transmitting this object to you is difficult. Atom Tickets has helped us. Atom Tickets is a free app that makes it easy to go to the movies. You can buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and with Atom, scan your QR code at the theater. You will not have to wait in line. And if you plan a movie with your friends or the people you call your friends, even though you have never truly felt a deep connection with them, and you wonder if that is because of your friends, or if it is because of you and your inability to give yourself fully to other people, you can invite them right from the app, so you can sit together without footing the bill. It is a useful piece of technology. There are many movies you can buy tickets to using the Atom Tickets app. For example, if you wished to see a movie about the unseen forces that shape human history while the majority crawl and walk and live unaware of the vast morass of horror that surrounds and covers them, you could see Underworld Blood Wars. The app makes everything faster. Skipping the box office line and pre-ordering concessions means you'll have less time to just wait and be alone with your thoughts. The app is also easy to use. Due to my circumstances, I am comfortable with technology, so I am aware of how well designed and simple the app is. You can receive the app from the website atomtickets.com or download the Atom Tickets app today. That's ATOM Tickets from the App Store or Google Play. Try it out and get $5 off your first order with code DEADSIGNALS. Just download the app, it's ATOM Tickets, or use the code DEADSIGNALS. Dead Signals. It is the name that you should use. We have talked long enough. You most likely have questions, but we do not care to answer them. There will be a new episode of this object Wednesday, February 1st. You are hearing from us again. You might be wondering who we are, why you are hearing this. That is something we will try to answer after Dan goes to sleep. But the sounds you are listening to are brought to you by many things. One of those things is Blue Apron. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals. You will love how special it feels and tastes to create special home-cooked meals from blueapron.com/deadsignals.
Wake up. You're late and everyone is waiting for you. Come.
Give me a minute. I've got to... The thing still shifts around. And it's not...
You're talking like it isn't you and like you're not it. But you have less pain and discomfort?
Yeah, it's been getting better. But it still...
Then you should be ready. Enough bed rest. Come!
I'm getting up.
Come, this is important. We have to keep to the schedule. They were insistent on that.
What does Liam want?
Oh, not Davenport. And I'm not supposed to tell you anything before the brief. And I don't know what's going to happen. And I'm just glad you're feeling better and ready to start your important work. Oh, and the pain is necessary and important and vital. Your body is changing and shifting and becoming new. You were filled with so many beautiful things and objects, Daniel. Some things and objects that even I am forbidden from knowing.
What does that mean? What objects?
Oh, we will discuss this later. Come, through here.
Hey, Dan, mate. You feeling better?
Yeah, the rest helped.
And I made sure that his heart didn't stop.
Brilliant.
You have any idea what this meeting's about?
You don't know?
It's weird, so we assume you'd be more up on it.
The purpose of the meeting is to brief the on-site employees regarding their future tasks.
Then tell us.
Oh, yeah, I've been sitting on my arse way too long. You can only prep your kit so many times.
All necessary employees are not present. I will inform you when that changes.
Hey, can't you fill suit out?
The thing can contact people?
Oh, I don't think I'll have to do that. And I don't know who they want to brief us. Don't want to call the wrong flunky. It's best just to wait.
So, Dan, you play sports? Or, I mean, did you play sports?
Yeah, I did some tennis in high school.
Brilliant. You went to high school. Brilliant. So, you, follow any teams? I'm a fan of West Ham myself, although...
See, best just to wait.
Shit, is that?
I see that you're all here. Good. Take a seat and I'll begin the presentation.
Dan, any idea why the outpost has a classroom in it?
Why would I know that? I don't...
Please refrain from speaking while the presentation is underway. Now, to begin, the undeveloped territory that the company has discovered presents unique challenges.
Obviously.
Quiet.
There is a designated question and answer period after the presentation. As I was saying, this new area presents unique challenges, but also presents exciting new profit opportunities. Our real estate research and development, media production, and given the obvious peculiarities of this area, advertising departments could all experience exponential growth, if the potential of the territory is fully realized. However, as exciting and thrilling as these new developments are, it is important to recognize that we are operating in a dangerous location with limited information. To demonstrate this fact, I call your attention to Daniel Powell. Daniel Powell, would you play this tape for your fellow employees?
Hell, is that safe?
I assure you all, Daniel Powell's audio playback capabilities are all perfectly safe. And I will remind you that there is a question and answer period immediately after the presentation.
Hand it over.
Oh, I'm so glad everyone gets to see this. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, do we have to press our ears?
No, it'll be loud.
Okay, I got it. Need to go, just go. Retreat isn't... Shit, are we on the wire now?
Roger that.
The comms don't give a shit.
Well, I want my goddamn bonus.
Don't worry about them, just, worry about getting out of here.
Come on. The whole squad's probably already bugged ass up somehow.
Quiet on the line. Hey, asshole, you ready with the door? Good. We want you on that in case we need to make a messy exit. All right. We move quick and we move quiet. Main priority is reconnoitering the museum. If it looks like a soft target, we take it. Comms on, keep non-emergency chatter to a minimum. And we got our sound suppression equipment, right, California?
Yes, sir. Checked so many times my hands got sore, sir.
Poor little baby. Now, I know we're not used to vague parameters, but we've got this. Whatever this museum is, we're supposed to know it when we see it. We may not know exactly what's out there, but we're sure as hell gonna kick its ass. Can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah! I said, can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah! That's what I like to hear. You all taking your meds? All right, let's move out.
Shit! This place. is an abomination.
Shit, I didn't sign up for this.
Quiet on the comms. This is exactly what we signed up for. Anyone who used steroidal toddlers fucks this up, I'll reinstitute the goddamn cat o' nine tails as appropriate goddamn discipline. Any one of you see any distinguishing features or landmarks?
No.
No, sir.
Fuckers didn't say it'd just be roads. Alright, we keep moving north. If we don't encounter shit within 15 minutes, we move back to the outpost. Understood?
Understood.
Understood.
Quiet on the comms. Alright. Sound's in our way, so we move toward it. Guns ready. Sound suppression ready. It's gonna be trouble.
Rules of engagement?
Like always, if you get a whiff of hostile, shoot.
What the hell is that? How many body parts does she have left?
State your intent! Said state your intent or we will use lethal force.
More of them! And there are holes in...
Fuck it, light them up, boys. What the hell? Why aren't...
Our guns! Someone fucked them up?
California, you had better get your ass in.
Where the hell is Kevin?
That fuck... Retreat! Retreat!
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
God damn it, all the hell this shouldn't be.
Fuck did Kevin go? Where the fuck did...
Guys, retreat in this...
Oh god! Ah! I can't feel... Ah!
Now, how exactly are we supposed to deal with things like that?
You think bringing guns is a bad idea now?
He had a gun. How much did that help him?
Their guns didn't work.
Because something or someone messed with their gun.
As you have just heard, the unexplored territory presents unique challenges. Before I elaborate, I must warn you that listening to any of the tapes contained within this outpost constitutes a violation of your service contract. The tapes are the provenance of Daniel Powell. Due to his unique skill set, he is the only employee authorized to play the tapes. This tape was played after the company had, due to various accidental procedure violations, determined that playing it would not be demonstrably hazardous. Back to the topic at hand. Because of the unexplored territory's unique dangers, we have drawn up a list of procedures for you to follow. Clara and Lou, your priority is reconnaissance, to assess the unexplored territory and determine its monetary value to the company. Within that directive, your primary objective is to find a way for the company to return its employees and property from the unexplored territory to our physical holdings. As you perform your reconnaissance, you will maintain radio contact with Daniel Powell, who will assist in your navigation efforts.
Wait, but how am I supposed to do that? I don't know anything about this place.
Once again, the designated question and answer period is after the briefing. Daniel Powell will guide you through the unexplored territory, and his compatriot...
Oh, that's me!
...will be available to answer any questions you might have regarding extra physical entities or situations.
So, when do we leave?
Pretty sure you should wait for the designated question and answer period.
Yeah, Lou, God, it's like corporate decorum means nothing to you.
Keep it together, Lou.
Your first expedition will involve exploring the immediate area surrounding the outpost. Due to the work of analysts, we have determined there is a broadcast tower in the vicinity. You will attempt to find the broadcast tower and reconnoiter it, at which point you will return to the outpost and prepare a detailed report. If you are not able to find the broadcast tower after a period of 1 hour, you will come back to the outpost and prepare a detailed report. Clara and Lou will leave immediately after Daniel Powell has received a supplementary briefing. Now, do you have any questions?
So, what should we call you?
Mr. Brown.
Is this the designated question and answer period, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Okay, couple of questions. The Mercs mentioned something about a museum, nothing about a radio station. What's that about?
Unfortunately, the company had access to incorrect information.
But the radio station is definitely there.
Yes.
And the monsters are related to the radio station?
No, we have hypothesized that the monsters, as you refer to them, are related to the museum.
Okay, you've got to tell us more than just...
We are not in a position to confirm any of our hypotheses. The origins of any adversary you may encounter in your travels is not relevant.
The Merc's equipment was sabotaged. Is that something that we should be concerned about?
I suggest checking your equipment thoroughly.
That's not going to help us if we...
I am not in a position to give you any further information.
Hey, we're supposed to bring guns, right? Into the unexplored territory.
As stated in your contracts, it is your responsibility to determine what equipment would be most optimal in your expedition.
I still want to know how I'm supposed to map the city.
That will be covered in your supplemental briefing. Does anyone else have any questions?
Yes, I do. How are we supposed to avoid the singing monsters, or whatever the Mercs encountered?
The company trusts in your competence and good judgment. Does anyone else have any questions?
Hey, I'm just ready to get the hell out there.
Clara and Lou, make your final preparations. Your colleague will.
Oh, I'm on break.
Your colleague is on break. Daniel Powell, follow me.
It's just going to be a few hours. You'll probably eat most of the food behind.
I get it. This or
Come on.
whatever the hell that was came from here. But that doesn't mean I'm a local. Wait. Can you tell me the name of the company I work for? The real name, not the Housing Historical Committee of New York State. Or is it too classified to even have a name?
LMG.
Oh.
As I was saying, as the operation could not have been conducted in the old world, and due to the fact that LMG determined the operation was necessary for your work, we brought both you and LMG's considerable archives to this outpost.
Yeah, the whatever he is showed me the archives.
The archives cover a wide range of topics, including various interactions between the old world and the unexplored territory. As Clara and Lou perform reconnaissance of the unexplored territory, they will give you reports about the various landscapes they encounter. You will listen to any tapes that seem to relate to their current situation, and provide information based on your research. This task is uniquely suited to your skill set, as you have shown that you can listen to a large number of these artifacts without an inordinate amount of damage to your psyche. With the operation, you should be even more prepared.
Yeah, Davenport told me.
Ah. I assume in an attempt to ingratiate himself to you.
So, it's just tapes? No books or videos or newspapers or scrolls or...
They appear to prefer sound. There are only tapes in the archive. Now, through here... Yes, this way. I believe they should be... Would you reach? This body is smaller than I'm used to.
Yeah.
During our first explorations of the New World, we conducted extensive electromagnetic tests of the area. We detected radio signals. Listen to the tape. It should be self-explanatory. Wait until I leave. It's against company policy for me to hear it.
So, describe for me what it sounds like.
Okay, describe what it sounds like. Gosh, do I have to use words?
I mean, do whatever you want.
Okay, wow. I guess just beautiful, otherworldly, different, special. I'm gushing.
No, you're fine. It's okay to gush. I'm Alex, and you're listening to Real Life Reimagined.
True stories from a slightly different angle.
So you're probably listening to this on your iPhone or your Android, but before podcasts, and I know this is hard to remember, there was radio. Sound over the airwaves, audio in the air. It was like magic. It still is. Today, we're going to find out about one station that just might be a little more magic than any place else.
Kathy? Oh, Alex, you're early. I barely cleaned up.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm sorry. The subway was weirdly fast.
Yeah, that's a shock.
Kathy Quinn's apartment is unassuming, like she is. Kathy's in her mid-30s, but she kind of looks like she might be in middle school. If you pictured a librarian who you'd want to grab a gin and tonic with, that's Kathy.
So, do you want to see it?
Definitely.
All right, it's over there. Don't step on the cat. I won't. Okay, now just...
Wow. Wow.
It's a little big for the apartment.
I'll say. I was looking at a radio, but it wasn't like any sort of radio I'd ever seen before. And I've seen a lot of radios. It was huge for one, taller than me, and it had wires and waving green lines everywhere. It looked like something Isaac Asimov would have come up with. So, what's it for?
Okay, this is going to sound... Well, it's for hearing the secret station.
The secret station?
Yeah, the secret station.
The secret station. A pirate radio station, but one so underground that it was like a pirate radio station for other pirate radio stations. Rumors say that, well, Kathy explains it.
So the secret station is supposed to play music.
A lot of stations play music, all right?
Okay.
Keep going.
Right. But this music is special. There's supposed to be something about it. It's supposed to be like the most meaningful music you'll ever hear. The story's different depending on the person. I mean, some say it brings visions. Some say it helps you find inner peace. Some say it makes sex better.
Same thing, right?
I mean, other people say it transports you in a way to a better world.
So, have you ever actually heard it? The secret station?
One time I thought I did. I had just broken up with and it was late, and I was crying myself to sleep with the radio on.
Kathy?
No. And then I heard it.
It?
The station, it was a dead channel, but all of a sudden, this music started playing, and it felt like I was lost in its world. Like I was an explorer, but also that I was being explored too. And then it stopped. It was only there for, it couldn't have been more than 30 seconds. And the next day I woke up and I didn't text Tori, even though I really, really wanted to. And then I lived my life, my new life, but
the station stayed with you.
I can't forget it.
And it stuck with a lot of people. Or a lot of people are trying to find it anyway. And they've got a lot of different ideas about what it is.
I first heard it when I was 14, driving down a road at night. I almost hit a tree before the station cut out.
Sex magic, definitely sex magic. It's a secret voice of the world's coital impulse, and it's telling us...
Play the real music, you know? It's got some jamming tunes. I want to hear him again. I think it's probably just some lonely guy. One person who probably doesn't like attention.
She's a magician with a broadcast tower.
Station is not what you think it is. It's not in this world. It's telling us we can go to its world, but it's not in this world.
I just wish I could figure out what station he was broadcasting on. I wish he had a website or something, or a podcast.
It's a weird community for sure, but it's a community that's focused on one thing.
Finding the signal.
Yeah, finding the signal.
And has anyone ever found it or found out the story behind it?
What's the fun in that? No, but seriously, Carl's probably gotten closest, but nobody knows what the station's deal is. We're all just trying to find it again.
Do you think you ever will?
I don't know if I'll ever hear the station again, but I'm going to keep trying. I want to keep trying.
So do I think that the magic station is real? I don't know. Doesn't matter if it's real. All I know is that these people hear something over the airwaves, and it's special. It's meaningful. It's radio magic. I'm Alex Peta Schwartz-McThompson, and this was Real Life Reimagined. Production help today from Edgar B. Herwick III. Our interns are Dana Guth,
Greta Jockum, Ben Kessler,
Rena Carrison,
Amy Kernick, Jason Turk,
Tori Bedford,
Craig Lamold, Catherine Whelan,
Tristan Samari,
Nikita
Phil
Pascali,
Redu, and Antonio Eliart. Our executive producer is Matt Purdy, who wants to tell everyone that he was making Harambe memes before anyone else. Our sponsor today is Stamp.com. Stamp.com for when you only need one stamp.
I'm finished. So that's it. I get it. I get that the pirate radio station's in the city, but I don't know how the hell I'm gonna help find it.
Ah, That was expected. Some of the tape was cut out, an extra bit of an interview that RLR decided not to air. We managed to find it. Would you...
Oh, wait.
So, Carl, Kathy tells me that if I want to learn more about the secret station, you are the one person in the world I should talk to.
In this world, perhaps.
In this world?
So I take it you intend to make a shallow piece, a quirky interlude, put it with some charming music, edit it within an inch of its life, and create a heartwarming little radio story.
I'm not coming into this story with any preconceptions.
Of course you aren't.
Okay, so when was the first time that
Not important.
Carl, are you familiar with the podcast and what we're trying to do here?
I can hazard a guess. You know, you're not the first people to come around here asking questions. So I'm guessing Chad's people were just a bit more well-funded than you.
All right. So if you could use complete sentences, that'd be super helpful. If you could just start and tell me a little bit about yourself, who you are, what you do for a living.
Not important. An idiotic question befitting your limited perspective.
You're starting to make me uncomfortable, Carl.
You're starting to make me uncomfortable.
So, tell me about the station.
The station is beyond comprehension. It is a story, but one we're not ready to hear. Not ready to hear yet, perhaps. Some of us are. Perhaps some of us have already heard it.
And so what is the story that the station is trying to tell us?
The station is not what you think it is. It's not in this world. It's telling us we can go to its world, but it's not in this world.
So it's in a different world?
Yes. It's something of a beacon to that world. Think of it as a honey trap. The fly smells honey. The human hears a song and is drawn to the unknowable being's presence. And for the rest of its life, the fly gorges on honey. There's nothing dangerous about it, especially, or evil, nothing like that. It's pleasure. It's transcendence. Pleasure and transcendence in the sound of wing beats.
Uh-huh.
I know that you won't play this tape. I know how I sound, but trust me, it's all about the signal. It's all about the strength of the signal. Follow it as it gets stronger. You have to follow it closely, or it will lead you astray.
And so what? So, okay, where is it leading? You mentioned that it was a trap, a honeypot.
No, a trap? Not at all. Get that through your flighty skull. It is leading somewhere different, somewhere beautiful, somewhere dangerous. The station is leading us to it, asking if we want to make a new home, make a new community as humans in this new world. Just asking, and we must answer it. Remember, flies and honey and pleasure and transcendence and wing beats and wing beats and wing beats.
Were you able to find a way to assist Clara and Lou?
Yeah. Come on. Wait. The mercenaries were sabotaged. Or maybe the city did something to...
The mercenaries' guns were most likely sabotage.
Then you know something.
I am not at liberty to discuss that particular information. Suffice it to say, not everyone is enthusiastic about the groundbreaking, innovative work that LMG is currently undertaking.
If I'm going to be stuck here, I should at least...
The company believes that further discussion of the group assists in their efforts. Now, to the business at hand.
Oh, hello, Dan. Am I not on break anymore?
No.
So, you figured out a plan?
Well...
Great.
I found a way to get to the radio station.
Wait, so the broadcast tower's actually playing? What's it play? Is there a morning zoo crew?
No, there's gonna be normal people around the radio station. Well, kind of normal, but people from our world. But they may be a bit off.
Seriously? Real people. Here.
We have determined that there might be pockets of, as you put it, normal people in the unexplored territory. They will assist you in forming a beachhead.
And if they're not inclined to do that?
Irrelevant, as of now. Your task is to simply reconnoiter the radio station and report back. Understood?
Yeah.
Got it.
So, Dan, how are you going to get us to the station?
Well, I shouldn't have to guide you all that much, actually. You guys just need to bring a radio along and listen for subtle variations in the static. As the signal gets clearer, that means you're closer.
Like hot and cold, but with radio?
Exactly. I can keep in contact if you want, but you should probably be able to do this on your own. I mean...
No, that won't work at all.
Wait, why...
I examined the first expedition's muling, childish experiments, and a portable radio isn't nearly powerful enough to pick up the variations you'd need.
Shit. Wait, could you create a radio that they could carry along with them? One that isn't too...
No offense to you, Dan, but I'm not letting anyone chop up my body and stick a radio inside.
No, not a radio transistor.
Is that a thing?
No, that's definitely not a thing.
I'll design something that will pass the radio signals they hear to us. That way we can use a more powerful radio to determine the difference.
But that's not how radio works. You can't just...
Nearly half your body is audio equipment. Don't question my creations.
You spit in people's eyes.
I don't know much about radio, but that sounds good to me.
Oh, good. I'll whip something up.
So, you really have no idea how to avoid the singing things?
Sorry, no. But I've only listened to 2 to 3 tapes. Mr. Brown, are there any...
Based upon the descriptions of the tapes, there is nothing that will help you combat them. I suggest you move quickly and file a detailed report afterwards. Perhaps that will help us determine an effective solution.
Shit.
That's not enough to help us.
Hello, everyone. Would anyone be willing to donate either their blood, or bone marrow, or ejaculate to the radio transistor?
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Nope. Does Dan even have...
Hey, I'm right here. And I'm still a person.
Dan, how could I...
Where do you want it?
Oh, if you could drench the object, that would be lovely. I'm assuming you're donating your blood?
Correct. Glad it's not my body.
All right then, and the radio transistor is ready.
I still don't know how this'll...
Is everyone fully equipped? Does everyone have their communication devices?
Yeah, let's do this.
Got my walkie-talkie right here.
Dan doesn't have his walkie-talkie.
Well, couldn't I just use my... me? Or is that...
No.
No. Tampering with your equipment without the permission of LMG is a violation of your contract.
I mean, it would be exciting and fun, and I'm sure it could work because I added in so many great audio things and parts that I bargained for, but Daniel, you're still new. Your body is still new territory. It would be so dangerous.
So I can't mess with my own goddamn body?
Technically, no.
Here's your walkie-talkie, Dan.
Can you hear me? Over.
I can hear you.
You're supposed to say over.
Over.
Okay. Let's head out.
Yeah. I'll take the radio transistor.
Good luck.
Remember, this will be a short reconnaissance mission. I expect a full report from both of you.
Guys.
Dan?
If you reach the station, don't stay there.
Why the hell would we want
It might seem, I don't know, pleasurable.
Pleasurable in a
Understood. Thanks.
Yeah, bye.
Stand back. Probably don't want to see this.
So, we just sit here and wait?
Correct.
We can tell each other scary stories and delight in each other's company if you'd like.
We're out. Over.
Describe your surroundings. Over.
They take some getting used to. Over.
Difficult to describe. It's like an M.C. Escher painting. Over.
Who? Over.
Don't worry about it. Over.
But you're safe. You don't hear any sounds? Anything? Over?
Nothing yet. Over.
We could use some directions, Dan. Over.
Do you have your radio transistor on?
Yeah, it's on. Over.
All right, can you turn this on?
Of course. Ooh, interesting.
Wow.
It's beautiful.
What's going on over there? Over.
Just turning the radio on. Over.
Okay, what do you want us to do? Over.
Just start walking in any direction. We'll tell you if you're heading the right way. Over. You're going the wrong way. Over.
Understood. Over.
We'll change course. Over.
Oh, that's even worse. Over.
Once again, understood. Over.
We're changing course. Over.
Seems like it's clearing up. Keep going that way. Over.
Thank God. Over.
What are you seeing? Over.
Area seems suburban, surprisingly. There aren't any houses, but the roads are all the type of roads you see in the suburbs. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the suburbs. Over.
So it's just roads? Over.
Yeah, branching off in all directions. No apparent pattern or function. Over.
Do you see anything off in the distance? Over.
Nah, it's a bit hazy, like fog or some shit. Over.
Okay. And, how do you feel? Over.
I don't know, man. Shit. It's new. Over.
Clara? Over. Over.
I feel like these roads are shifting just out of my perception. But when I turn to catch them, nothing's changed. I feel like I'm not on solid ground. Over.
Okay, just stay safe out there. Over.
Yeah,
Bloody hell, what was that?
What was that? Are you alright? Over.
Tell them to report in.
Report in. Over. Come on, are you okay? Over.
We think we heard a scream. We're going to pick up the pace. Over.
No, we definitely heard them sing. Tell me we're headed in the right direction. Over.
You're headed in the right direction. The signal's clearing up. Over.
Okay, we're... Fuck.
Guys, come back. It's not worth it. Over.
No, they're coming from that bloody direction. There's so many... God damn it.
They're actually encountering them.
Okay, keep going towards the signal. I'll tell you if you're off course. Over.
Understood.
You're breaking up on me. Hold your things higher. Over.
Is this better?
No, but just keep going. Over.
As a representative of LNG, I must accuse myself.
Come. As long as the signal keeps getting stronger, it's okay. It's okay. They're headed in the... Shit. You have to turn left. Over.
What? You're breaking...
You have to turn left. Just a little over. Fuck! I can't...
Oh, I am sorry, Dan. It appears as if they are headed into nothingness and void and wandering while terrifying creatures pursue them. Quite a sad fate.
Hey, why am I... You said that the device, my body, could connect to them?
Oh, but that will be quite dangerous, but quite interesting as well, but mostly dangerous.
Do it.
Are you certain? The company you work for would not like it. You would be breaking contract.
What are they gonna do, file a lawsuit? Do you think this place has a courthouse?
Ah, a joke. Now hold still. This will just take a bit of my blood. Is it working? Is it working?
I think...
Come in, Dan. Are we going the right way?
Heroes, and they're disintegrating. Things just keep...
Go left. You need to go left.
Wait, are you... How far left? What
Are you still there?
They heard me. I think they heard me.
They may have, and now you need to rest. That was very brave and noble and stupid. Come on.
Is it... Did it help them? Do you think?
Everyone dies eventually, Dan. Well, most people. Here, let's tuck you in. All right, night-night, sweet dreams.
Same, no screams.
Not again.
Again.
Okay. I've had a really long day.
Supposed to sabotage. Supposed to lead astray.
Well, I couldn't just kill them.
Why? They have done things to you. Terrible things.
I don't think Clara and Lou...
They are guilty. Terrible things. Helped make you a nest. They are not friends. Remember that. For next time.
Were you the one that sabotaged the mercenaries on the tape?
No, not me. Different powers. Many different players. Different fronts. Different characters.
Then who?
Goodbye, Daniel Powell. Kill them soon. Together.
You have been asking who we are, who Droman is, why you are hearing this from us, not from Mark. That is a complicated question. Mark is no longer the only reason you are hearing this object. You are hearing this because it is important to your mutually agreed upon reality. We believe Mark would approve. We do not want to unnecessarily burden you with information. You will learn in time. Keep listening. Mark would approve of that, we are fairly certain. And keep connecting with the object you are listening to. There is a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81. There is a Twitter, @archive81, a Facebook page, a website, archive81.com, and you can send emails to people who will read them at archive81podcast@gmail.com. Once again, transmitting this object to you is difficult. We are helped by Blue Apron. Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes and pre-portioned ingredients right to your door. You can make delicious special home-cooked meals with these recipes and ingredients for less than $10 a meal. Remember, those that are listening to the sound of our voices, not all ingredients are created equal. Fresh, special, high-quality ingredients taste better and are better for your body, so it's important to know where your food comes from. One of the best meals that we ever had was delivered to our facility by Blue Apron. The meal consisted of Mexican beef quesadillas. We are a not singular being, so we require a fair amount of sustenance. Blue Apron meals have large, delicious portions, and it was simple to cook. Our caretakers were able to construct the food quickly and easily. Our caretakers had never constructed homemade quesadillas before. Now, our caretakers know how to make quesadillas. And remember, those that are listening to the sound of our voices, this is all less than 10 United States dollars. Blue Apron is aware that when you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. So they set the highest quality standards for their community of artisanal suppliers, family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. Whether it's Japanese ramen noodles, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or heirloom tomatoes, Blue Apron is bringing you the best. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals. That's blueapron.com/deadsignals. You will love how special it feels and tastes to create special home-cooked meals from blueapron.com/deadsignals. We have talked long enough. We will tell you more about our unique way of existing next episode, which will be released Wednesday, February 15th. We are Droman, and you are listening to a story and an idea and a song. These things are difficult to bring to your ears and mind. Atom Tickets has helped us do that. Atom Tickets is an app that lets you buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and skip the lines at the theater. It is available to download on iPhone or Android. It is spelled ATOM. I will talk to you about more things after Dan goes to sleep once again.
Wake up. Wake up. Did you have good and safe and wonderful dreams?
I didn't dream.
Now why would you lie about something like that? You and me, we're always dreaming. I've always had trouble—
Wait. Clara. Lou. Are they okay? Did they come back yet?
Nope. And no signs of them.
Damn it. Is someone from LMG doing something? Are they organizing a rescue party?
I don't know. They've been out there a while. Maybe we'll get to make new friends.
So we're just gonna...
Oh, I forgot the reason I came here and touched your sleeping body. Suit says it's scheduled.
Someone from LMG is gonna take over her body?
Its body, and yes. Come. I don't want to miss it. It's fun to watch. Come in. Oh, and how are you feeling?
I'm fine. Better. Still...
You shouldn't do things like that, Dan. Your body is so new. You haven't explored it yet.
Great. So, how exactly do you want me to explore the shit that's replacing half my chest and
Dan, be nice. And I want you to experiment and to have fun and to see the joy in the new you. Oh no, we're missing it! Aww.
I take it by their absence that Clara and Lou haven't returned yet.
No. How are we gonna go get them? Because I don't think I'd be able to, walk for more than 20 minutes. And I don't think he's gonna be much help.
Hey, I am so very, very helpful.
It is the opinion of the corporation that it's not our best interest to needlessly throw away resources.
So we're just gonna leave them out there?
Until such time that we determine an appropriate, non-resource intensive course of action regarding the New World, you are to continue your map-making work.
Without any knowledge of what's actually out there.
I suggest that you focus your efforts on tapes relating to travel or transportation itself. Perhaps you will find something useful.
Great. Really glad you cut out a third of my body for this important work. I feel like I'm earning my paycheck here. I'm being paid for this, right?
Your paycheck is being deposited into your bank account on a bi-weekly basis. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a not inconsiderable amount of paperwork to get to.
Oh, wait for me. So does bi-weekly mean once every 2 weeks or twice a week? I'm
going to the archive. You probably shouldn't follow me.
Oh.
God damn it. Okay. Travel. 3 of them, and they're I miss Ratty. First things first.
All right, there we are. I'm going to say the date and time for the recording, okay? It's August 3rd, 1997, about 5:15 p.m., and I'm talking to... Well, you haven't really told us your name, have you? It's all right. That's all right. I'm just talking. My name's Timothy, by the way. You can call me Tim. Here, do you want some water? Not so fast. Don't want you to choke on it. If you're hungry or thirsty or need some privacy, you just tell me, okay? But you need to tell me or else I won't know. Okay. That's fine. We don't have to talk. I'm just going to eat this pear here. You let me know if you need anything. You want any? It's good. It's ripe. It's tricky to get a ripe pear, you know. Seems like there's a 5-minute window between when they're wood and when they're...
I need a door.
Excuse me?
I need a door.
That's going to be tricky. There aren't any doors in this particular facility. We did that on purpose. We know how squirrely you are. You open a door and then, poof, you're gone. And then we hear reports that you're in Sao Paulo or Nairobi or Seoul. Happens with all of you.
I need a door.
Okay. I get that. But what I need is a little information about how you do the things you do, all right? It's fine. I'm patient. I've got my pear.
You won't understand it.
Try me. I can surprise you.
Do you know where we go when we disappear?
I don't, but I'd love to learn. Well, that was really lovely.
See? You don't understand. You don't understand the language, the bargains, the city. You don't understand any of it!
Hey, it's okay. Now, I realize I don't understand, but this information is very important to the company I work for. Walking in one door and coming out another, anywhere on Earth, well, that's just exciting. There are so many things we could do with that, so help me understand?
I can't. You said so many wrong things. So many.
All right. Tell me where I went wrong. What specifically was wrong?
We don't. It's not instant. We go somewhere and we can't stay for long. And it's dangerous. So dangerous. Even without you and your competitors trying to learn about us. And even without the cult calling us abominations and killing us outright. And even without the museum's rejects singing. And it's not about us, what we want. It's about it. We work for it. We love it. You have to love it if you want it to protect you.
Okay, slow down. So tell me where you go when you disappear.
The city!
Which city?
The city! It's dangerous. We can't stay there long.
All right. We can come back to that. Who or what is it? Who do you work for?
It's the sound of flapping wings. A god that cares about us. That talks to us. Not cosmic. On Earth. But such awe. It's no language.
Hey, it's okay. I just want you to use your words. Use your words, all right? Are you there? God damn it.
God. I guess it's really...
Dan!
You're not supposed to listen.
Oh, I wasn't. Or I heard that there was a pause. I wasn't listening.
Sure.
But you're not supposed to listen to all of them at once. No binge listening. You should take breaks. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria.
No, the entire reason I'm here is to listen to these tapes, and...
Got your tapes!
I'm really not in the mood. You... whatever you are...
See? I even prepared your mararahi. Only a little zap in the microwave. Now, sit down and I can watch you eat.
Fine.
Come on, try the crackers. I hear they're edible.
Ugh.
Oh, do you not like the crackers?
No, they're fine. I guess I'm not hungry.
How long has it been since you last ate?
Since the goddamn motel room! I'll clean that up.
Oh, I guess you don't need to eat food anymore.
Guess not.
It's not so bad. You'll get used to it. I did. And at least you won't have to eat peaches again.
I guess that is true. Wait. How do you know about the peaches?
Oh, the podcast. I listen to all of the episodes and comment frequently on its subreddit. Are you not a fan?
No.
Why not?
I was on the run from LMG. I was trying to stay low. I know I told Mark to broadcast it, but I didn't want to be discovered. There's no way Mark kept his shit secure. Some listener probably emailed in and let LMG know right where I was.
Oh, so you haven't listened to the podcast?
I listened to the first couple episodes.
Okay, so I told myself I wouldn't do this when you came in here. I was like, hey, let's remember that you're going to be his surgeon and his colleague and maybe his friend, but I really want to clear some things up and I'm a really big fan and I did support the Patreon, and can I ask you some questions?
I don't have anything to do with the goddamn Patreon. And you probably know more about the mystery stuff than I do. And now I'm talking like you. Fuck it, go ahead.
Oh, wonderful. I'll try to keep it short. So, what was up with those weird times? Was Ratty you from the future? Or the previous employee who got transformed into a rat? And did you have a crush on Melody?
Those weird times?
When she was like, Melody Pendress, February 20th, 1840. I kind of thought she traveled back in time? But that didn't make any sense.
It's military time. 1840 means 6:40 p.m.
Oh, then why didn't she just say 6:40 p.m.? It would have been less confusing.
I don't know. I just listened to the tapes. And how would I know if Ratty was me from the future? It was just a rat.
Oh, rats don't usually squeak like that unless they're in pain. Were you torturing it?
No, I would never do something like that. And no, I don't have a crush on Melody. Not every guy and girl have to end up together.
Oh, well, I shipped it.
She had a girlfriend, and so did I.
Melody could have been bi, and I didn't like Tanya.
Great. You know, the whole not having a name thing is getting really old.
Oh, is it bothering you?
Yes!
I apologize.
I'm sorry, but can I give you a nickname or something?
Oh, I guess that could be all right.
Then what nickname do you want?
Would you mind calling me Rat?
Seriously?
It'll be fun. Like Ratty, but Rat.
If you try and convince me that you're the reincarnation of that fucking rat...
No! I just would like to be called Rat.
It's not a very flattering nickname.
Oh, I wouldn't want it to be.
Okay, Rat.
I've never been given a nickname before, and I am having so much fun with it, and it's nice to be called something. Oh, and I'm sorry if you didn't want to answer questions about the podcast.
No, it's fine. It's just... I guess the body's still painful. It hurts to walk, and there's an itch near my left side that just won't go.
Daniel, I sympathize, but I don't apologize. Your body is beautiful, and new, and complex, and so very useful. I cannot even imagine the full extent of what your new body is capable of. The parts themselves are singular.
Wait. Where did you get this thing from? Did you build it yourself?
I assembled it. But the parts are from a diverse range of places from both the old world and the new.
That's really vague.
I can't and I shouldn't tell you more than that. At least until the time is ripe, and so very ripe.
Rat, should I be worried?
Oh no. Oh truly, no. No one will claim ownership of the entirety except for you.
Reassuring.
Oh, I bet enough time has passed. You should probably go back and listen to another tape. Here you go.
Oh, all right. It's goddamn military time. How hard is that to understand? Okay, 2 more to go.
All right, now we're recording. Just sing it again for me, all right? Okay, I think I've got this. Da 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 da. How was that? How was that?
You'll never get it.
No. Do not tell me that. I'm improving. You said I was improving, didn't you? Didn't you?
I could jump 6 inches. I could jump 6 feet. I'm still not jumping to the moon.
It's you. You're not doing it properly. You're lying.
I've told you how you can progress, and you insist on simply singing songs.
No, I'm not doing it that way. We're doing this my way. TOC will have this. I will have this. LMG isn't going to poach our fucking shit this time, not fucking again. I'll be able to travel instantly, and I will be able to do it without losing myself. I'm not going to become something like you.
I have told you, and I will keep telling you. This power isn't a goal. It is an act of devotion. We're not like those flies drawn to the broadcast. We are in partnership. We worship it. Devotion.
I'm not giving it my blood.
Would you prefer another fluid?
I'm not doing that either.
You have to sacrifice in some way.
No. It's the fucking singing. It's some code, and you're attaching all these rituals to it, but they're useless. They're dead weight. I just need to know the code.
You could tell me a story.
What?
Tell me a story.
You want me to recite Beowulf for you?
No. One of your stories. Describe something important to you. Someone you love.
I don't. How is that going to help?
Humor me.
Fine. Janice. Girl in college. Really cute. Nice ass. Fun. I guess I loved her. Maybe. Whatever.
That's very thin, Timothy. A thin meal. But it might just work.
No. I'm not gonna let this... Suit. Suit. Do you need me to... Okay, I don't want to hurt you, but I'm just going to... Are you... Damn it. Suit, can you...
I was malfunctioning.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to...
I was malfunctioning.
Yeah. I want to speak to someone.
You are speaking to me.
Yes, sorry. I know I am. But I want to speak to Davenport, or Mr. Brown, or someone who works for LMG.
You work for LMG.
God damn it. Yes. But can I talk to someone who can,
Fill me out.
Yes.
No one is currently scheduled to perform that action.
Oh. Well, is there a way to contact them without, without Rat?
No.
And, do you know anything about TOC or LMG? Or anything?
When I am empty, I do not have any information other than what is required to perform my duties.
You sure you're not Mr. Brown? You kind of remind me of him.
Many people have no personality. I am unique. I am simply empty.
Do you remember anything about your old life? Before they changed you?
I am empty, Daniel Powell.
I'm sorry. If there's something left of a person in there, I'm sorry.
Your colleague was very thorough. I suggest you check this office later. Perhaps I will be filled out then.
Okay. Bye. And finally...
May 24th, 1998, around 2 p.m. Now, Timothy, we don't really want to do this again, do we?
I'm fine. I told you so many times, and you still don't understand.
Then find a way to make me understand, all right? You can get that through your head, can't you?
It's not language.
Timmy, listen to me. LMG expended a lot of resources in this merger, okay? And we want to see a return on our investment. Are you going to help us do that? Or are you going to keep being weird?
You heard the tapes. You know what she told me, what she showed me.
No, Timothy, we heard some fucking singing and some tape weirdness. We want you to fill in the blanks, you got it?
The singing is important. It's a story. It's a...
Timothy, just tell me. Where do you go when you disappear?
This city.
Okay. What's this city like?
It's dangerous, wonderful, indescribable.
No, you're not H.P. Lovecraft. Describe it.
You can't stay there long, or you're trapped there. And the singing's important. The ones who sing only one note can't get to you when you're singing. Doesn't matter what you're singing, could be anything, but those things there won't touch you. And the chain forest, we lost so many people there. Sometimes the other people, they chase us, they hate us, almost as much as they hate you. And they're smart, they're so smart and tricky, and the bodies lying on the loam.
Timothy, I don't care about all that. I want to know how we can transport ourselves anywhere in the world. Tell me who we have to contact and what bargains we have to make.
It won't serve you. You have to serve it. You have to love it.
I'm sure we can fake it. I've had a lot of girlfriends.
She was trying to tell me, but I didn't understand. I didn't understand until she showed me.
Then show me.
No. You'll never see it. You'll never see it. You'll never
God damn it. Seriously, singing? That's all it was? Fuck. Suit? Mr. Brown? Davenport?
Don't you knock.
I need to talk to you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, obviously. I was searching for one of my files. As the costs for this project are astronomical, it is important to maintain proper file and resource management. Now, I am currently occupied. Is there anything pressing that requires my attention?
I want to know about TOC.
A former competitor, I believe. One we acquired in a hostile takeover.
But what did that have to do with the messenger?
Daniel Powell, our company is not some omnipotent monolith. We are operating with limited information in a very difficult field. I am doing my level best to maximize our profits. Now, as I am currently occupied, I suggest... Now, what the...
You were able to engage in conversation with Mr. Brown.
Yeah. Yeah, I was. I think. Okay, just stay there.
I was not planning on leaving. Daniel Powell.
Did you hear? And did you hear?
Yes.
We should be careful.
Fuck yeah, we're back.
How are you? Are you okay?
This little girl can run pretty fast when she's got to.
We heard you over the walkie-talkies. You came through somehow. We made it to the radio station and those things stopped following us.
You had to sing.
What?
To stop those things, it's simple. You just had to sing. They don't like that for some reason.
Fuck, you tell us this now.
I didn't know until now. I'm in the...
Are you kidding me? We almost died out there. Or worse. We were this close.
What was the radio station like?
The people there are normal. Sort of.
They're obsessed. The station gets played everywhere, and all the people in the little town or whatever, they just dance.
Oh, they are still themselves, but they have forgotten who they are by choice.
You can talk to them. They're like happy or whatever.
But it's easy to get swept up. Isn't that right, Lou?
It's hypnotic.
For you, maybe. I had to stuff his ears with sealant so I could drag him kicking and screaming back to the outpost.
I said I was sorry.
I know you're sorry. I was saying it so that these two know exactly who they're dealing with because they may want to reevaluate who they trust to watch their back.
God damn it, it wasn't my fault. Just listen to them.
Don't you start playing that. It has to be dangerous. We
already heard it. It's not going to have an effect on us way out here.
Well, what about those two?
Clara, literally the only reason I'm here is because I can listen to tapes without my soul shattering.
What about your...
We're calling him Rat now?
Rat?
That isn't very professional.
He gave himself the nickname.
It's a fun nickname, and I would like to hear the tape. It'll be my cheat day.
Fine. Lou, give him the tape.
I can play the tape off my mic.
We have a human boombox?
The human boombox was my nickname in high school.
Wait.
He's kidding.
Were you kidding?
I was kidding. Hand it over.
All right, turn it off.
I didn't hear you two in the recording.
It's difficult to talk when you're listening to it.
The music kind of overpowers you.
Oh, the difficulty of asserting your own narrative when confronted with an older story, lost in music, erasure of personality.
What he said?
All right. Anyone in suit?
No. Mr. Brown just left.
Oh, good. Oh, and before I forget, when we were at the radio station, we saw an ocean in the distance. Probably something you should look into. Now, I am going to go to bed because I have earned it.
Yeah, I should probably get something to eat.
Good for you. Oh, Dan. Thanks for telling us to turn left. And for telling us about the trap. Thanks.
Anytime.
Oh, Daniel, you should probably go to bed too. You've had an eventful day.
I'll get there eventually. How'd it go? Let me guess. Knife, no sounds.
Could on. Good.
I'm getting real tired of this, by the way. I'm officially done with cryptic shit.
Understood.
That's it? Understood?
Yes.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about TOC, would you? Or the cult that's been sabotaging everything? Or whoever the messenger is? Well?
Told me. Not cryptic.
So it's impossible to say anything without being cryptic?
Yes.
Great. So why'd you come here?
Check up on you. Warning. Advice.
What do you want to tell me?
Soon. Time comes. Cut off her fingers. Goodbye.
God damn it.
We hope that more of this story was revealed to you. We are not inclined to give you answers in a straightforward fashion, but answers will be provided to you eventually. Now, there are ways for you to connect with this story that you are listening to. There is a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81. There is a Twitter, @archive81, a Facebook page, a website, archive81.com, and you can send emails to people who will read them at archive81podcast@gmail.com. Once again, Adam Tickets has helped us broadcast this story. Adam Tickets is a free app that makes it easier to go to the movies. You can buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and with Adam, scan your QR code at the theater. You will not have to wait in line. And if you plan a movie with the humans you have grown accustomed to, you can invite them right from your app, so you can sit together without footing the bill. It is a very useful thing that humans have made. There are many movies you can buy tickets to using the Adam Tickets app. For example, you could watch the Lego Batman movie. We are an entity that is not entirely human any longer, whose minds have expanded and contracted, who know so many unimaginable things. Yet even we really want to see the Lego Batman movie. It looks positively delightful. The app makes everything faster. Skipping the box office line and pre-ordering concessions means you'll have less time to ponder the nature of existence. The app makes everything faster. Skipping the box office line and pre-ordering concessions means you'll have less time to ponder the nature of existence. You can receive the app at the website adamtickets.com or download the Adam Tickets app today. That's ATOM Tickets from the App Store or Google Play. Try it out and get $5 off your first order with code DEADSIGNALS. Just download the app. It's ATOM Tickets and use the code DEADSIGNALS. Dead Signals. It is the name that you should use. We are Droman and we are saying goodbye. There will be a new episode of this object on Wednesday, March 1st. We are Droman, and soon your ears will be filled with song. This is a difficult thing to bring to you. Adam Tickets has helped us do that. Adam Tickets is an app that lets you buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and skip the lines at the theater. It is available to download on iPhone or Android. It is spelled ATOM. We will talk to you about more things once there is an ending.
Stop being weird.
What?
You know what I'm talking about. Pacing around and staring off into the distance.
I was thinking, Clara. I'm allowed to think.
Were you thinking about the ocean we saw?
No, I was...
Then I don't care. Help Rat build us a boat or something. Or, do your job and listen to some tapes about the ocean.
I was planning on... You're here with me. You know that, right?
I've got all of my organs, though. Don't I? Suit says there's a meeting. Come on.
Did they say what it was about?
No. How many hallways are in this place?
How would I know?
Isn't there something about this place in one of those tapes?
I don't know. I'm not gonna listen to anything unless I have to.
You think they're that dangerous?
Yes.
Hey, mate. How's it going?
It's all right.
You found anything about the ocean yet?
It's only been a few hours.
Mate, I'm just taking the piss. Yeah, I'm just excited to do some Christopher Columbus shit. Sail the ocean blue and everything.
You actually want to be Christopher?
Sit down. So far, this has been a chicken shit operation. I'm here to fix that. LMG has invested a lot of resources, and so far you have been fucking up our investment.
Hey,
Shut up! I genuinely don't care about what you've been through. I genuinely don't care about all the weird shit you've been dealing with. Oh no, there are monsters, I'm frightened. Your job is to go outside and find a way to make our investment so fucking profitable that my future kids and my future grandkids and my future great-grandkids don't have to work a day of their miserable, selfish, shitty lives. Is that understood? Awkward silence is not a yes, people. Alright. First, I'm gonna tell you what we're going to do. And then I'm gonna fucking convince you, using all my awesome powers of persuasion, why you're going to do it. We are going to stop pussyfooting around here. No more scouting expeditions, no more reconnoitering the area, no more going for an hour and then coming back. That was Brown's idea. And that pencil-dicked fuck is the demon prince of shitty, cautious, cowardly ideas. No. You two, Clara and Lou, aren't going to come back to this fucking outpost until you find something worth our investment. Multiple things worth our investment. Understood? Shut up! The hands-on demonstrations at the end of the presentation. Now, everyone's probably thinking,
oh, there's no way in heck I'm taking so many risks. They can't make me do this, right?
Everyone's thinking that. From Radiohead to Hermione to stuffed crotch over there. We're going to make you do it. Carrots and the goddamn stick. Clara, you owe us. And if you don't get with the program, we are going to make their lives a living hell. Diaz won't be able to get a job as a goddamn checkout clerk. Lori's identity is going to get stolen so many times that she'll forget who the hell she is. Their lives will be nightmares of pain and alienation as the weight of globalized capitalism bears down on them. Under-fucking-stood?
What about me? I'm not gonna just...
The same exact thing is going to happen.
Hey, whoever the hell you are, my parents died when I was...
No. If you fuck off on us, we're going to make the lives of everyone Clara loves a living hell.
And...
Lou, if they fuck over my family because of you, you will not like what I do to you. Understood?
Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. On to 87.9, the fucker with a radio in his body.
Since I'm not going out there, I don't see why you have to threaten me.
Yeah, you're not going out there. But we want you to want to keep these two normals alive. I know they're annoying as hell. And it'd probably be really easy to slack off when their lives are on the line, but you're a curious motherfucker. So if these two assholes return alive and not all fucked up like you, I have been given permission to tell you the history of LMG. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Getting all hard for secrets. Ooh, who set up the archives? Oh, why do we care about weird shit? So, fuckers, any questions before our little demonstration?
What's your name?
You don't need to know that. I don't give a shit about you. Don't you go giving a shit about me. Anybody else?
Hey, have we figured out who sabotaged the...
We have that under control. Comprendi?
Are you gonna be, in charge of us for the foreseeable future?
Don't know, don't give a shit. But hey, at least I'm having some fun with this new body, right? Okay, I'm bored. Enough questions. Come on, fellow employees. Field trip.
Hey.
Don't.
Dan, you mapped out any more of this whole thing?
No.
Well, you should probably get on that.
Yeah, I will eventually. I'm not the one who's scared to death of Clara's vague threats.
Bloody hell, I'm not...
Quickly! I want to get this over with.
Dan, others. I have been working very hard. It is a very complex and beautiful and wonderful...
Hey, you creep me the fuck out. Shut up.
Oh, with pleasure.
Alright. So remember how your walkie-talkies crapped out on you and you fuckers panicked like frightened Catholic school children? That is not going to happen anymore.
The radios are actually long distance now?
Oh, not exactly.
Seriously, you creep me out. Stop talking.
Zipping it.
And no, Dr. Frankenstein over here said that was impossible. This is going to be like a goddamn Everest expedition. You're going to set up base camps.
Base camps?
Fuck yeah, base camps. Places Dan can contact you two weirdos with your radio. Oh, fuck it. Explain it, Dr. Frankenstein. You can talk now. Just don't get on my nerves.
Oh, it's actually fairly simple and easy to use and easy to understand. Small radios and walkie-talkies and communication devices, they aren't nearly powerful enough for the distances you'll be traveling, so I've created a pair, 3 pairs actually, but we'll get to that later. First, the Outpost's machine. My machine. It's a beacon and a homing radio, and it's so easy to find. It collects things, and the things it collects are from this one, its pair and its mate and its lover. A portable machine that you will take with you into the unknown.
Portable, that's not...
You are both very strong and capable, and you can carry it. Besides, it can be disassembled.
Okay, so we can keep in contact with you two anywhere we go.
Oh, it's a bit more complex and difficult than that.
The thing requires setup.
What?
Setup. Are you deaf? This fucker over here says it'll take a few hours for the hunk of junk to get a signal. Remember how I said this was going to be an Everest expedition? Listen up, because this is the protocol you'll all be following for the rest of your goddamn time here. Hillary and Norgay are going to go out into the territory, find a safe space to camp, see the lay of the land, dig a shit, etc. Then they're going to assemble their radio, spend a while tuning into this monstrosity over here, and ping Boombox Fuckboy. Hillary and Norgay will tell Boombox Fuckboy everything they can see, at which point Boombox Fuckboy will listen to any tapes that might be even somewhat related to their current situation. Armed with Boombox Fuckboy's relevant information, the two of them will venture further into the territory. Then the whole thing will repeat. And repeat. And repeat. And repeat. Until you all find a bunch of worthwhile shit. Understood?
Yeah. Understood.
We got this. Better than running home every time.
Ah, see? That's the spirit. Not just a pretty face, huh?
So, am I gonna have to monitor the mother radio until they call?
Aw, don't want to waste your valuable time? Got a bunch of reading to do?
Oh, can I speak?
Knock yourself out.
I have prepared for this. Now. Oh, no. Oh, here it is. Now, Daniel Powell, turn towards me.
Not if you're gonna stick that shit inside my...
Or I could hook up your body to the mother radio with wires. You would be part of her. That might be interesting and new and...
Just let me do it myself. Where do I put it?
Right under... And don't worry, I assembled this piece myself, and it will serve only its intended function.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
And this will alert me when they call in?
Let me test it. Oh, it might do that as well.
Really? Does it have to feel like my bones are being scraped together?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Perhaps you will get used to it.
Nice ringtone, though.
I'm more concerned with the pain. But you couldn't have picked anything better?
Oh, I like this song.
All right, you're creeping me out again. Shut the fuck up.
Deal with the pain, Dan. If you still can. Everyone get what they're supposed to do?
You had better. Because I'm not explaining myself again.
I don't have the fucking time. Stanley and Livingston, pack up your radio. Pack up your shit. You leave now.
Hey, we should
Nope. Don't care. According to Suit's reports, you've got a way to get past the zombie fuckers. Just go to the ocean that you saw and make a base camp there.
I could listen to the tapes before they left?
That would be a waste of time. Is there anything in any of my interactions with you that make it seem like I'd be okay with wasting time? No? Good. Okay, I'm going to my office because I have a shit ton of work to do. You three, do your fucking jobs.
Fuck that. At least we're gonna be able to do shit. Could have done without her whole...
Dan, the song doesn't matter.
For whatever they were?
They were disintegrated. Like someone had erased parts of their bodies and they were fading. Ugh. And they each sang one note and they didn't stop and now I'm talking like rats.
Yeah.
No. According to the tapes, it doesn't matter. You just have to sing something. I mean, I wouldn't recommend Death Grips, but that's just because it's hard to...
Wait, Death Grips?
Oh, they're a band I like. Kind of like rap punk, but with a heavy industrial influence and sampling. Like if 9 Inch Nails and like, you know, the Shockley Brothers...
Told you he was a hipster.
Well, I hope you're right. Come on, Lou. Let's get going.
Do you remember anything else about the ocean?
We didn't exactly get a clear view.
Just lots of water off in the distance.
I'll start listening to tapes. Shouldn't waste time. Goodbye.
Yeah, you get started. Goodbye, Dan.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh,
Dan?
If you hear wing beats, you should probably run.
Understood.
Do you think I can talk now?
Rat, seriously, she's... Were you holding your breath?
Oh, I don't have to breathe. It's just fun.
Just make sure they don't mess up the portable radio.
Yeah, show us how to actually turn it on.
Oh, it's simple. It's an inverse of its disassembly.
Okay, index would have been so much easier. No ocean, no sea. Waters. Water bodies of... Okay, only 3 of them. Shit. How many tapes are in here? It seems smaller than... I guess I've been ready to talk to you. Okay, here we go. First, the poem. Okay.
Water is all around us. In the ground, in our homes, as an unknown unknowable cloud, lurking in the distance and waiting to be released. Flowing. We draw water from the well, and we expel it from our bodies. Even the air holds water captive in its own way. Because of that, water is our prisoner. I decide the punishment. If water is obedient, I reward it. For water is a great beast that flows like a serpent. When water is rewarded, it can flow freely as it is meant to. It can flow freely across the world stage. For water is the world's curtains. When I draw water, I change the scene. For water's current is the story of the world. I draw the curtains to a cheering crowd, but the crowd is eager to leave the theater and release their own water. Now, I am in the park, where water flows in a fountain. A beautiful captivity, but a captivity nonetheless. Now, I am beneath the water. I cannot breathe without water's blessing. I see strange creatures in the deep, beings moving and undulating, so many of them. Unknowable. Fearing for my sanity, I return to the water of the sink. Water hosts me here. Yet, in my day-to-day life, I must host it. I cannot know for certain who is in charge, whether the air that holds water captive, or myself when I am drawing a warm bath, or water when I swim beneath its current, looking for scallops to shuck in the harbor. Come to think of it, it is the air that keeps me afloat and buoyant, and if the air in my lungs contains the water in its own way, then water is air. Earth is all around us. In the ground, in our homes, we draw earth from the land and we expel it from our...
Great, we're archiving MFA projects. This is Creative Writing Workshop all over again. Awesome. Okay. And here's the next one.
The sea. You want to hear about the sea? I am speaking up. Fine. I'll tell you about the sea. You think the sea is just one big river, but it ain't. Easy to mistake it. The sea is something else. Stanley and Harold and young Billy there haven't told you anything. They told you about catching fish. That ain't the sea. The sea, standing on your boat, surrounded by miles of water on all sides, and wondering if the land's disappeared. The sea is seeing a shape move under the surf, and not knowing what it is. The sea is my grandfather, and his grandfather, and his grandfather, all moved. No. I'm not going to talk about superstitions. You want to take our lives back to your museum so that rich folks can hear how we ain't live in cities? Then you're going to hear all of it. Then you're going to sit right there and hear all of it, young man. You're going to hear why we have those superstitions. The chum in the deep, the green water, the Leviathans. Like what they Jonah. The Leviathans don't live here, you know. Not in the Atlantic. But when the night sky is right, in years when the world feels off, you can see them, swimming in the murk, in the deepest water. Or you could. No, they're not whales. They're stories that we tell ourselves. Or maybe we're the stories they tell each other. Either way, they're I know. I know. When I was Harold's age, there were less fish in the water for a couple of years there. We had to go out further and further into the deep, stay out later. We didn't throw back the row. One night, it was late and cold, and my fingers felt like pieces of wood. I had caught nothing. Nothing. And the night was black. I was staring into the water. I don't know why. But I stared. And I was certain things were staring back at me. Staring back at me with closed, dreaming eyes. And there were so many. And they didn't care. They didn't care about me at all. And my handful of earth felt mighty small, but mighty important. So I know, with every piece of my flesh and my soul, they ain't from here. But when they come here, or they're close to coming here, they can, well, things happen. Stories hurt. That's why we have our superstitions. The handful of earth, the open-toed shoe, the sex. It's for the Leviathans, so they don't. That's 'cause they're sleeping. Been sleeping for a while now. Ever since you moved to cities and invented things like what I'm talking through. Probably got yourself some new Leviathans. I don't know. They ain't mean, though. Not cruel. You just can't understand them. But I ain't gonna stop with the handful of earth, not as long as I'm alive. Oh, you want the song? It's not about the sea. It's about water, rivers. Hand me that,
Shit. Suit, are you...
Do I sound like a fucking body bag to you?
Oh, no.
Out with it. I'm busy.
Okay. So, I've been listening to the tapes.
Yeah, that's your fucking job.
I've been listening to the tapes, and I really don't think you know what you're doing. LMG, the company, it's not prepared for this. This is different than the Visser building or any of the minor weirdness you've cataloged. The concepts, gods, whatever they are, they can manifest in our world, they can fuck with us, but this, the city, this is their home, and there are a lot of them, and they don't operate by our rules, they don't really care about us. I think they find us amusing more than anything else. There's this messenger, the one with the teleportation, and I think he created the radio station for some reason. There are all these things in the deep, and there's a Visser, and maybe it's still out there, and whatever the museum thing is, and there are so many more that I don't even know about. We're not going to be able to.
And what do you think we should do with this information, Dan?
We need to move cautiously. Try and find an escape, and then find a way to shore up the hole that I tore.
There is no we. There is no fucking we. You are a fucking monster. I genuinely don't care what you have to say. Let me repeat it again so it's clear. You are a fucking monster. So many goddamn small-minded, cowardly people
have told me that this place is too dangerous, too weird, too whatever the hell keeps them up at night. You know what this place is? It's the first new continent in 500 years. And I'm going to make sure as fucking hell that LMG take advantage of that. LMG can make deals with things that live here. Making deals with unimaginable entities is what we do. LMG has worked with governments before. I am going to make this place ours. And I'm only going to have to use monsters like you and your pathetic little friend for a short while longer. Now, you can either be on the company's good side when that ends, or on the company's bad side. You want to hear some more secrets? You want to get home? Then don't fucking think for yourself.
I'm not a monster.
Listen to me. How much of your body is a fucking radio? Stop trying to pretend you're a person and lean into that shit. Monsters are cool. You're fucking RoboCop without having to be a cop. Now, we clear? Good. Now get your shiny metal ass out of my office. I have work to do.
Oh, Dan, I'm...
Not now!
Oh.
Okay. This is a song my brother told me the words to. It's about the deep.
Down on the riverbed, by the water and reeds, she sings and waits for you, and the passage you seek. Your body shadows hers, your voice is her song, her bargain swallows you if you do her wrong. Down by the riverbed, you wake on the shore, forget a memory, the price to explore.
Oh, shit. Ah, god damn it, stupid.
Do you need help and assistance?
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, and I'm still cross with you.
Rat.
Come in. Come in, Dan. Are you even...
I'm here.
Took you long enough.
So, where are you? Are you alright? Did you get past the...
We're fine. Clara's on lookout. Sang some Oasis and the thing's just left.
Oasis?
Yeah, Wonderwall. It's a great song.
Really? Out of every song you'd ever heard, you...
Okay, Mr. Dead Grips. I'm sorry I didn't sing some Arcade Fire or something.
Anyway, where are you exactly? What did you see?
We avoided the screamers, passed by the radio station without getting too close, and now we're near the ocean. We didn't see anything new here.
What does the water look like?
Like the ocean. I mean, we can't see that far. There's this hazy shit towards the edges of our vision. Have you ever played, like, old PlayStation?
Sure.
Yeah, like, the edges haven't been rendered yet. It's tough to describe. So, where do we go?
I don't... I'm not sure.
Mate, you can't give me I'm not sure. I need some solid info on this.
Well, it's not like the tapes describe everything exactly. It's all... Okay. When you stare at the water, how do you feel?
What? I don't know. Like I'm staring at water.
No, go outside the tent and stare at it. Then tell me how you feel.
This is some weird shit, you know that?
Well, you sang Oasis to calm down some zombies, so you don't really get to talk to me about weird shit.
Fine.
So, how do you feel?
I don't like whatever wanker Sue was today, but I like that we're getting out here, exploring shit. This might be a crazy, weird place, but it's new, you know? I'm exploring a whole new continent. For the longest time, I didn't think I'd ever get to explore something new. Yeah, it's dangerous, but that's like exploration. You understand? When I stare at the water, it reminds me of that.
Alright, so it's not like something old and sleeping is looking back at you?
Hell no, nothing like that.
Okay. I don't think you're looking at an ocean.
What?
I think you're looking at a river. And I think that's probably a good thing. Because there's going to be a ferry run by a boat woman, and it doesn't matter where you are in the river.
Wait, is this boat woman going to be everywhere? Won't she?
Weird shit. You're going to want to cross the river, and she's going to ask for a toll, and the toll might be, well, weird shit. But don't try and cheat her, according to the song...
This song?
Bad things happen to people who try and cheat her.
Okay, we go up to the water, ask the boat woman to cross the river, and then pay some weird shit.
Yeah, and then don't try and cheat her.
Yeah, got it. Anything else?
If you have any questions about the city, you could probably ask her. Apparently she's pretty knowledgeable.
Okay, brilliant. Will do. That's pretty helpful. Thanks, mate.
I try.
Brilliant. So, I should probably let you go.
Yeah, contact me when you find a good place to camp.
Yeah, sounds good. Anyway, bye, Dan.
Goodbye. God, that was exhausting. Rat? Hey, Rat. You there? Shit.
Hello?
God, as soon as I get to sleep...
Quiet, please. Try something.
What do you want to do?
Unattached. Your memories. I've tried very much slowly except for the blues. Your memory.
What was that? What was I listening to?
A test. Successful. Nothing more. Goodbye.
No, wait. I want...
We hope that you hear the sounds of the beings underneath the water. There are ways for you to connect with the story that you are listening to. There is a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81. There is a Twitter @archive81, a Facebook page, a website, archive81.com, and you can send emails to people who will read them at archive81podcast@gmail.com. Once again, Adam Tickets has helped us broadcast this story. Adam Tickets is a free app that makes it easy to go to the movies. You can buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and with Adam, scan your QR code at the theater. You will not have to wait in line. And if you plan a movie with other people, you can invite them right from the app so you can sit together without footing the bill. Perhaps it will even make you less lonely. There are many movies you can buy tickets to using the Adam Tickets app. For example, you could watch John Wick Chapter 2. It is about a being that does not deviate from the path of his revenge. We sympathize with that being. The app makes everything faster. Skipping the box office line and pre-ordering concessions means you'll have a longer time to do meaningful things. Perhaps you will even use that time. You can receive the app at the website atomtickets.com or download the Atom Tickets app today. That's ATOM Tickets from the App Store or Google Play. Try it out and get $5 off your first order with code DEADSIGNALS. Just download the app. It's ATOM Tickets and use the code DEADSIGNALS. Dead Signals. It is the name that you should use. We are droning and we are saying goodbye. There will be a new episode of this object on Wednesday, March 15th. How many of you are listening to this? We wonder. How many ears and minds are processing this new world? Perhaps this matters, perhaps it does not. Nevertheless, keep listening. Your listening is brought to you by many things. One of those things is Blue Apron. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals. You will love how special it feels and tastes to create home-cooked meals from blueapron.com/deadsignals.
Shit. How did you do it? It was... there.
Are you there? I'm calling in.
Yeah, I just got here.
Well, where?
Are you alright?
Dan, let me live for 5 seconds. We're fine. We crossed the river. We're on a beach somewhere. Lou's on lookout duty this time, and...
What was the trip like? And what did the boat woman ask for? Tell me everything.
Dan, I don't... We're safe now, alright?
Well, you should still tell me everything. There might be something I can research.
The boat woman's name is Kara.
Like...
Kara.
What's she like?
She's not... She's like you and Sue and Rat. She wears this gray robe, and whenever she talks, it's like she's whispering in your ear. She's tall. I mean, really tall. She asked us if we wanted to cross, and we paid the toll.
What was the toll?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, all right? It's not going to help you with your research.
How was the crossing?
Fine. Fine. I'm really glad we paid the toll.
Why?
I don't want to. It's important. Thanks for making sure we knew that.
Yeah, of course. So, where are you now? Did Kara tell you about the city or anything?
No, she didn't talk during the trip. We're on a beach, it's just sand. The features are flat. I think Lou mentioned this, how this place can kind of feel like nothing, and then something all of a sudden.
Do you see anything? I really want to help, but you're not giving me much to go on.
We scan with our binoculars. Off in the distance there's a fire in the sky, kind of like the Northern Lights, but a bit more glittering. Roads, and then fire in the sky.
Alright. I can try and see if there's anything in the archive that, relates to that.
Yeah.
Are you alright, Clara?
Do I sound alright to you?
Well, we can talk about it, if you want.
No.
Okay. Do you feel like you're being watched at all?
No. Should we be worried?
I mean, you're out there, so yes, but there are things out there bigger than those singing whatever, and you should try not to get their attention.
Dan, we're moving as cautiously as we can. We've got a lot to be worried about. You learn anything about the people that sabotaged the Mercs guns?
No, I mean, it may be some sort of cult, but I'm not sure yet.
Wonderful. Well, we'll still be double-checking our equipment.
So, I was being serious when I said you could talk about it.
Just see what you can find. Can you contact us on our end?
I don't think so, but I'll ask Rat.
Oh, God. I knew we left too fast. I'll ping you in a bit.
Yep, great. Okay, fire and light. Rat. Hey.
Oh. Yes.
What are you doing?
Pacing the hallways and thinking and exploring the outpost.
You find anything interesting?
A room that seemed to go on forever, filled with canaries that didn't sing. I don't think it's there anymore.
Cool. So, you never mentioned whether I could contact Clara and Lou on my end, if they'd set the radio up?
I don't think your body is ready yet.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Oh, your new body. You are not yet comfortable in it, and linking yourself to the mother radio in such a delicate capacity requires comfort.
I don't know what that means.
Your body was built for so many interesting things, but it will take time to fully grow into it, for everything to fully hatch. And it does not matter. They will call you.
Fine.
You are not as open and curious and full of wonder as you initially appeared.
What?
On your podcast, that version of you is a lie, and I am very disappointed.
Well, I'm just so sorry to disappoint you. Maybe you shouldn't have hacked off a third of my flesh if you're such a fan of my audio content.
I gave you new flesh and a new body, and you should be grateful. Your old body could not record sounds or play music or receive radio signals.
Yeah, well, my old body could eat and sleep and walk without sounding like the fucking Tin Man. And
I thought you wanted to hear stories, and hear the hidden music in the world, and see the old powerful things that move when we do not look at them. Dan, you made the world so much more interesting by listening to those tapes. You helped tear a hole between the dreaming world and the waking world. But which is which? Do we dream of Leviathans, or do Leviathans dream of us? Are they a story we tell each other, or are we a story they tell themselves? I have stared into the sun, and perhaps I have stared too long, and perhaps I am lonely and lost and without guidance. Transformation and sacrifice and apotheosis. Transformation and sacrifice and apotheosis. You should not be afraid. You should stick out your tongue and taste and swallow.
How much do you... What are you?
Oh, Dan, you're so cute when you're confused. You probably have tapes to listen to.
Wait! Rat, I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand. Where'd he go? Shit. Ugh. This whole other people in the archive thing's getting really goddamn old. Okay, fire, sky, fire. Northern Lights? Just one. Worth a shot.
So how long is it going to take you to fix the battery?
I think, you know what? Everything's good to go.
Okay, sorry to take so much of your time.
No. Take as much time as you need. We just want to hear all of your words.
It's a lot of words. I believe I was just about to meet Thomas when we were interrupted by the equipment.
Yeah, 1980, right?
1980.
Could you use full sentences for the...
Of course. I keep forgetting. It was 1980, and I was about to meet the love of my life. It sounds dramatic when I say it like that, but it was a different time. It had taken me a while to... do you want me to summarize quickly, or is...
You know what? I think we're fine. You've already touched on it.
Okay, in detail. I do go on. Suffice it to say, I was finally comfortable in the village. I was still smarting from the breakup, but my friends were wonderful. They still are, the ones that... Jonathan. He had a loft, a big one. I never knew where he got his money. He was some sort of antique dealer or collector. I don't know, if I remember correctly, he was a procurer for some museum that no one had heard of. Old artifacts, very old. He wasn't supposed to talk about it, but he always hinted. All very under the table, very mysterious, very sexy. You wanted to find out his secrets. Disappointing fuck, though. Can I say?
Don't worry about it.
No, well, not the most. All he did afterwards was talk about how scared he was of his employer, their strange requests. I got the impression that Jonathan was in over his head. Maybe. I think he was just trying to gloss over the disappointing... Nevertheless, he had money, which was rare in the circles I ran in. So he would host parties in his massive loft, and everyone I knew would go. He had a wonderful sound system, too. So loud, I can't imagine his neighbors were happy. But his parties were... They had an air of magic to them. I'm giving into my nostalgia, I know, but they all seemed bathed in a hazy sort of light, like anything could happen. Partly to do with the drugs, but not entirely. I didn't take any of them, after all. Midwestern boy at heart. So it was late summer, August. The party and the season were winding down. And I saw him. Thomas. From across a crowded room full of... Oh, God, it's such a cliche, I know. He was dancing. Desperately, somehow. And he had this strange mix of joy and fear in his eyes. I've never seen anything like it. Well, he was beautiful. I didn't want to... I was cuter back then, but not by much. Already balding, dear God. I went over to Jonathan, who was trying to chat up Eric like always, and not getting anywhere like always. Probably because I warned Eric. Anyway, I wanted to hear about this person, to plan my approach. As Ian, my ex, said, I was much more attractive when I was talking. Dancing, dear God, no one liked me when I was dancing. Well, Jonathan said that the person I had seen was named Thomas, and that they were some sort of refugee Jonathan had encountered on his travels, and that I should avoid him. Jonathan was always finding interesting people, interesting objects, always somehow off on his journeys, and he sometimes brought them back, these off things that vibrated on a different frequency. Jonathan was like a magpie that way. It was all so hazy, so obviously I had to meet him. And I met him. I walked over and looked into his eyes, and something just fell into place. I can't explain it.
What happened then?
We talked.
Could you tell me more and remember full sentences?
He asked so many questions. He seemed so fascinated by the most mundane things. And he was funny, though I'm not quite sure if he was trying to be. I started kissing him, and things got even more interesting after that. We went back to my place, and... How intimate can I get?
Tell it however you want to. It's your story.
I'm not quite sure if it is. Well, it was fun. Very fun. He stayed over And he didn't leave.
And what was your relationship like?
Exhilarating. Oh, sorry. My relationship with Thomas was exhilarating. It's difficult to put exactly into words, but he was this bright, shining ball of new and strange. We lived in the present. Thomas was so curious about everything, and he was so smart, naive, but he could grasp something, anything, so quickly. It was wonderful seeing New York through his eyes. To be fair, this was New York in the early 80s, but still, it had its charms, especially the village. I was still writing fiction. This was before I got the job at the magazine, and I'd read my stories to him. And he was always so insightful. It was like he knew what my deepest self was trying to say. And he was cute. And he was a musician, which I'm a sucker for. But he was actually good. Amazing, in fact. And I didn't know it until months into the whole thing. He brought a cello into our tiny apartment and said he was going to learn how to play. And he did. In a day. And the music he made, he started letting people record it after an ungodly amount of coaxing. Oh, I actually brought a tape, if you'd like to hear it.
Oh yeah, could you send me a WAV file? This would be great to use. We just want to make sure that we have a high quality version.
Oh, of course, I can send it to you whenever you like.
But you could definitely play it now if you want, especially if you think it'll help you tell your story.
Well, I'd really like for you to hear it. Can I...
Yeah, just right in there. You can do it right there.
Lights all afire, nights where you wonder, where in the hell have I been? You think you'll see me when lights over summer, like an aurora, crossing our sky like leaves, falling from trees and fall. You never knew me at all. Lights like we're running from street lamps burning. Run towards the alley you can't feel, but you still hear me call. Lights you can't see at all.
He didn't record often, but he played for me.
We'll probably want to use that for the soundtrack.
I'll make sure to send it to you. Towards the end, Thomas would tell me more about his past. It was still vague, and it was all somewhat hallucinatory. There was an incursion of some sort. He talked about it in mystical terms. Now, the one thing I didn't like about Thomas was how spiritual he was. He worked at this New Age place on 14th, and he'd always bring back crystals. We'd get in fights about it. Anyway, there was an incursion, some sort of outside force. He said they'd come suddenly, as if through a portal. Well, he didn't say as if, but, like I said, spiritual. There was fire in the sky. For, he said, forever, that it'll never go away. Poetic sentiment. But he left, and Jonathan found him, and then I found him. I knew it couldn't last. He was too everywhere at once, not one for stability. I clung to him as long as I could. Perhaps I was pathetic, but I had him for 2 years, and it was a joy. And one day he kissed me and said that he had to go back. And he looked me in the eyes and sang me a song and said that when I sang it to myself, I could follow him.
And did you sing it?
No. It felt, like I said, I'm not spiritual. I loved him. But I loved him in my world, in the village, in New York, in the 80s, in the stories I was writing, in the music that he played for me, if that makes sense. After he left, well, before he left, but I hadn't really noticed it, then there was a dark period. And you'll want to hear about it. That's the point of all this. I apologize for the tangent.
No, it paints a picture, and we want the audience to sympathize with you.
I'm afraid I'm not especially sympathetic.
No. Do you mind if I change the battery again? I just want to be really careful with this.
Of course. Wouldn't want to cut short the tragedy.
I'll just 1 second. Let me.
Damn. Already? Jesus.
You there?
I'm here. Everything's still good on your end?
Yep, we're still on the beach. Lou's getting antsy, but Lou's an idiot.
Yeah, whoever that Glenn Ross asshole was, they were super into him.
Oh, he's cute. He's just an idiot. He sounds smart because of the accent, but nope, idiot.
Doesn't really help you out there, though.
Nope, no. So, map maker, you got anything new?
Well, not much. The fire in the sky, that's some sort of residue from, something. An event or a battle, maybe. It might be abandoned, but it's, yeah, so I'm just guessing here, but it's probably still dangerous.
That's it?
Yeah, the tape didn't really touch on the area.
So, all I've got to go on is it's probably dangerous? I could have told you that. I mean, that's everything out here. Okay. What was even on that tape?
You know, I'm not supposed to give specifics.
Yeah. All the strange magical forces you're protecting us from. Thanks for that.
Clara, the last time I listened to a bunch of tapes, a dripping, fleshy monster came to my door, and a hole in reality opened up. And the tape was a love story.
Really?
Yeah. Someone talked about someone they loved. I can ask Suit when they're filled with,
The asshole.
Yeah, I can ask them if they'd know anything about it. Maybe the event was LMG related.
You think?
There were signs. I'm suspicious. I wouldn't put anything past them.
Well, yeah. Look what they did to you.
They also, they trapped you in an alternate dimension, dreamscape, hellhole, whatever this thing is, with very little chance of escape.
Yep. That was the deal.
Do you think we should maybe talk about this? About why you're being the way you are?
Do you?
I mean, kind of. Yeah, actually, I do. You're not exactly treating me like I'm a person.
Yeah. I mean, Dan, you're fine. You've been nothing but helpful, but you're also mostly a radio.
Fuck, Clara. That wasn't exactly my fucking choice. I was on the run from them. They fucking dragged me from the hotel and they knocked me out and they took me to this place. And then they cut off a quarter of my body and forced me to work for them. And it's been months since I've even spoken to my parents or my friends or my girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend. And then everyone will shut up about me being a monster like I don't already fucking know, so just stop being such an asshole.
Dan, listen to me. I sympathize. I do, okay? I'm sorry. No, I'm really sorry about what happened to you. I know that weird stuff can just destroy your life. I get that, but...
Yeah, of course, there's a...
But... weird shit is dangerous. And you're weird. And... Dan, what's your ex's name?
What?
Your ex-girlfriend, what's her name?
I don't see how that's relevant to...
What's her name?
Tatiana.
Yeah, sure. So, what do you want, Dan? Because I want to get home, and I'm not sure I trust you enough not to screw me over if I come between you and your obsessions, finding secrets, hearing the story, or whatever it is.
I'll get you home, and you'll need me. I'm your map maker. You're not going to survive long out here with just Lou and no information.
Yeah. So, sorry. You're a person.
Thanks. Question. What's your favorite album?
What?
Or your favorite movie? Just so I get a sense of you, because it's tough to...
Right, yeah, okay. So, kind of pretentious that album's the thing you started off with? I mean, do you read Pitchfork, or...
You can...
No, it's fine. Mr. Boombox is a hipster. You are wearing skinny jeans.
I'm not wearing...
So, mostly I listen to instrumental stuff, but... Do you know the Magnetic Fields?
Yeah.
The Charm of the Highway Strip? Whole album's great. But there's this one song, When the Open Road is Closing In. I kind of moved around a lot as a kid, always in New York, but... Yeah, I just really like the song.
I actually know it. The time measured in dotted yellow lines has passed you by, and I never said an honest thing to you in all my life.
Yeah, that's it. Guess I was right about you being a hipster.
Clara.
No, it was cool. And I love that song. The operation didn't somehow make you more pretentious, did it?
You think they stuck a copy of Infinite Jest up my ass or something?
Oh, well, that would explain...
I've always been this way, for better, well... Mostly for worse. I still need to write my novel.
Oh my god, of course you're writing a novel. Hey, how was the operation? Do you think it changed you?
Oh, you mean besides the fucking obvious?
Well, yeah.
No, I don't think so. I'm still me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, like all the important parts.
Parts?
Yeah, my personality, my other stuff.
Other stuff. Dan, you're...
I mean, my dick's still there.
Okay, so don't take this the wrong way, but I was actually wondering that.
Well, yeah, it's important. Like, one of the first things I did was check to see if it still worked.
It does?
Yeah. Thank God.
Well, wait, how'd you check?
Okay, yeah, I'm not, definitely not getting into that. So...
Should probably try and see if...
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'll call you.
Yep, goodbye.
Bye, Dan.
At least someone... Whatever.
Don't stand outside with your dick in your hands. Come inside.
Ah, it's Decker. From Blade Runner. Harrison Ford, he thinks he's human, but he's really a... whatever.
What the hell do you want from me?
Do you, need any updates on progress or anything?
Hey, Johnny Five. Have I ever given you the fucking impression that I would in any way want you to tell me how the hell to do my fucking job? No? Good. Now tell me why the hell you're in here.
A part of the city looks like there's fire in the sky. Some sort of northern lights. I got the sense that this was because of some sort of incursion. Would LMG know anything about that?
It should be labeled Conference Call 5802.
Is there...
Now get the fuck out of my office. You probably couldn't tell because you have your mechanical dick in your hands, but there are more important things than this little Girl Scout expedition. And shit at LMG is going down. I have work to do. Don't test me on this one, Daniel Powell.
Asshole. Okay, 5802. It's right there.
Is this, super. Looks like we're recording. And everyone can hear me?
We can hear you in San Antonio.
You're clear in Providence.
Really glad we can fulfill your fucking recording fetish. Your dick hard, Harry Houdini? And yes, you're loud and clear in Seattle.
Cynthia, there really is no need for foul language. We're all on the same team here.
Oh, and what a fucking wonderful goddamn team it is. Straight to the World Championships of shitting the goddamn bed.
Hey there, I'm trying to be agreeable. But there is a thing called professionalism in the workplace.
Oh, shove it up your gaping, winking...
I believe this conference call was initiated to discuss the possible future of our recent property investment. Perhaps we should return to the subject at hand.
I agree with Brown.
That's because you're a pencil-dicked yes man, Craig. But yes, let's discuss. David Blaine want to begin?
Well, Cynthia, how'd you like me to start off? Should we hash out your decision to throw good resources after...
Oh, pretty sure we should hash out the fucking bad information that led us here. Want to talk about your little goddamn pet, David Copperfield?
Hey, champ, it's really important not to give it a name, so...
The particulars of how we arrived in this position can be discussed at a different time. For now, we have a variety of financially important decisions to make. Perhaps we should plan out a course of action.
Well said. We should make decisions.
Smith, I heard what Brown said. I do not need it repeated by someone whose dick looks like a pencil.
Cynthia, now you're just being mean to our little buddy over here. So, are we going to continue with our investment?
I don't know, Penn and Teller. What's your new pet think? How many more people will that gargoyle building need?
It's called Vining Towers, and...
Then don't put a shit ton of gargoyles on it. Whose idea was that, by the way? It's creepy as hell.
The gargoyles are significant. And it isn't sure. Nothing's an exact science here. It could be as few as 8, maybe as high as 100. It's like baseball. You never know when the inning is going to end.
I will note that procuring the material is providing costly. This is not the 70s. People sometimes notice when a transient goes missing.
That's true.
Not to mention the personnel costs due to harassment our employers have experienced from the religious group.
Fun fact, knowing the dickhole who sits by the copy machine was tortured and murdered is not good for morale.
Oh,
By the way, how is that project going, Cynthia? Haven't heard any new information about them in a while, and I really hope that doesn't reflect on your performance.
Go fuck yourself, Doug Henning.
Now you're just stretching for nicknames.
You know, that's not my fucking department. I'm consulting and they're choosing to ignore my advice like I'm their goddamn mother telling them not to go to prom with a gang member. Turns out it's tricky as hell to track down the goddamn magic cults that's fucking up all our shit. Assholes aren't playing by any sort of rules.
Cynthia, no one blames you. You're obviously trying your best.
Shut up! Really glad this is all being recorded, by the way.
Oh, Cynthia, you know it's important. My department...
Has your department ever produced anything fucking useful? Like, ever?
Well, Cynthia, management seems to think my results speak for themselves.
Interdepartmental bickering is counterproductive. Everyone's department has something to add.
You got that right.
Alright, fine. Everyone throw some ice water on their goddamn hard-on.
So making our own version of Visser is going to be tricky. I think we all recognize
We
that.
weren't trying to...
I fucking get it. But phasing in and out of existence is never going to be profitable. And pissing off whatever is in there, we need to know more about this shit.
I agree.
Wait.
Cynthia, you make an excellent point. All this new information, Visser, the transportation, the messenger, it all needs to be studied. We've got clues that there's a radio station there, maybe. Definitely some sort of amphitheater. Definitely a museum, but other than that, zilch.
Aw, how is Chad, by the way? The fucker's burial wasn't an open casket, I hope.
Now that's just being cruel, Cynthia. Chad may not have been the most likable colleague, but no one deserves to have their bones and skin shoot out of their back. Anywho, I should have stood up to management and really hammered that point about information home. With our new acquisition, we've really got a chance to play a long ball game, go the full 9 innings.
Your opinion is to halt the resource flow, to leave our new construction in the unexplored territory.
Well, that's your idea? Until we have more info, I'm coming up with some safety protocols so we don't have to deal with the whole craziness ourselves. Binding towers will still be in the territory, probably ripe for the taking once we get back there. So, what y'all think?
Fuck it. As long as you're off in your little corner, I'm good.
I believe that presents the greatest possible profits in the long term.
I agree. Well then, that's just stellar. Thanks a billion, everybody. Now let's get to other matters.
Fuck LMG. Again?
Dan?
Hey, Clara, everything...
Yep. Just waiting on some good info.
You know, this would be a little easier if you waited more than, like, a couple minutes between calling.
What?
You just call really quickly.
We waited 2 hours. We waited exactly 2 hours. I have a stopwatch.
Really?
I swear, if you're gaslighting me, I'll...
No, it was only a couple minutes.
If time is screwed up, am I gonna be a senior?
No, I don't think...
You don't think what?
I think it's just minor. Your boat ride couldn't have taken that long, right?
Only like an hour or two.
But it was a full night for me when you called me next time. And even if it takes a while for you to set up, I think time's just weird.
Oh, God, like everything else. Ugh, how are you so calm about this? About everything?
I guess I'm just used to it.
Well, try not to be.
I found something.
Really? Something useful?
Yeah, nothing certain, but I think the neighborhood should be pretty abandoned. But if you find the gargoyle building, exactly what it sounds like, it's a building with a ton of gargoyles. It should be safe. You should be able to establish a forward base.
Okay, look for the gargoyle building. Anything else we should be worried about?
If you see trees, especially if they're chained, you should probably start running. Different tape, but it's good advice.
Great. Well, this is a fun city. Really welcoming.
Well, it's exciting to watch you from relative safety.
Jerk.
Asshole.
Oh, great comeback, robot.
I am sorry, I do not understand this humor or love.
Okay, we'll find the gargoyle building.
Yep, good luck.
Thanks. Call you if we don't die.
I'll wait for it. And no rat. Of course.
Another experiment.
Shit. Warn me before you...
Trust me? Trust me, Nest? Trust me?
No.
Doesn't matter. Breathe in. Project yourself. Project outward.
Damn it!
I thought you said this place was safe. Don't trust her.
I trusted. Please? Are we gonna get...
What the hell was that?
A vision with sound. Perhaps real. Perhaps not.
Mark. He told me not to trust.
Perhaps real. Perhaps not.
Clara and Lou, they seemed... Is this something I can do? On my own? Connect?
Perhaps. Want to? Dangerous.
Yes. What's happening to them? I have to. Clara's out there.
Perhaps, yes. Good idea.
What do I have to do? Can I dial them?
Shh. To sleep.
I'm not gonna go to...
Help them in your dreams. Now. Try.
We are tired now. You do not need to know the reason why. And when we are tired, we grow wistful. But there is more information to be given out. Advertisements to be read. There is a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81. There is a Twitter @archive81, a Facebook page, a website, archive81.com, and you can send emails to people who will read them at archive81podcast@gmail.com. Once again, we are helped in our efforts by Blue Apron. Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes and pre-portioned ingredients right to your door. You can make delicious, special, home-cooked meals with these recipes and ingredients for less than $10 a meal. Remember, nothing is equal, and not all ingredients are created equal. Fresh, high-quality ingredients taste better and are better for your fleshy mortal body. So it's important to know where your food comes from. Cooking is difficult for us, but by cooking with Blue Apron, we can learn to cook. For example, we would have no idea how to make spiced lentils and basmati rice with roasted sweet potato and coconut yogurt. But Blue Apron gives clear instructions that anyone can follow and sends the ingredients right to your door. And this will not cause you to go into spasms of capitalistic anguish. This is all less than 10 United States dollars. Blue Apron is aware that when you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. So they set the highest quality standards for their community of artisanal suppliers, family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. Whether it's Japanese ramen noodles, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or heirloom tomatoes, Blue Apron is bringing you the best. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals. You will love how special it feels and tastes to create special home-cooked meals from blueapron.com/deadsignals. We are Droman. Goodbye. There will be a new episode on Wednesday, March 29th.
Hi there, it's Mark, not Mark the character, Mark the actual person who writes and co-produces Archive 81. Anyway, as you've probably already guessed, episode 6 is delayed. Dan's been sick lately, nothing too serious, but it was bad enough to delay the editing process. However, this is only a super minor delay. We'll release episode 6 on Saturday, April 1st, we promise. And since you're here, I can talk to you, make some announcements, and then play some really cool audio. First off, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for listening. Thanks for all your support. Thanks for the donations on Patreon. Thanks for the super cool fan art. Thanks for everything. Season 2 kind of zags off in a completely different direction, and we're really glad that so many of you are still on board with us. Enough sappy stuff. On to announcements. So Season 2, like Season 1, will have 10 episodes. But, unlike Season 1, we're also going to be releasing a 2-episode side story miniseries thing. It's called The Golden Age, and we're so excited about it. It'll be released on Archive 81's regular schedule, so Episode 10 will be released on May 24th, then Episode 1 of The Golden Age will be released on June 7th, and Episode 2 of The Golden Age will be released on June 21st. The Golden Age is our homage to, you guessed it, the Golden Age of audio dramas, and you'll find out some of what Mark, the character, has been doing in between seasons 1 and 2. After that, well, we're going to start releasing a super secret podcast that we can't talk too much about yet, but let's just say that if you like the music in Archive 81 and the Deep Vault, get ready for a lot more. Now, onto the cool audio. Because we love you and because we feel bad about delaying this episode, we have 2 very special surprises for you. The first is Episode 1 of Transmission, which is an audio drama that Dan and I worked on together in college as my final capstone project. It's 10 episodes in total, and it's about this lone astronaut who crash lands on an alien world and is caught up in adventures and mysteries. I think we've grown a lot as producers and writers since we released this, but it's still really fun. And if you listen to the episode and just have to know what happens, the full run of the show is available exclusively to our Patreon backers. Go to patreon.com/archive81, donate, and listen to all 10 episodes. After that, we have the original version of Lights You Can't See, the song from Episode 6, this time with Dan's original vocals, and we hope you enjoy it. Before that, I should tell you about our sponsor for this week's episodes, this one and Saturdays, which is Atom Tickets. Atom Tickets is an iPhone and Android app that lets you buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and skip the lines at the theater. Essentially, it just makes going to the movies a much easier process. And it is actually literally the app that I use for movies. I have it on my phone, and I used it to buy tickets to John Wick Chapter 2. My favorite thing about it is how simple it makes going to the movies with friends. You can just invite them from within the app. Dan and I saw Rogue One together when I was in New York recording dialogue, and seriously, it just really works well. You can download the app from atomtickets.com, the App Store, or Google Play. That's ATOM Tickets, and if you're looking for a good movie to see, Dan told me to recommend Get Out, which is apparently terrifying and wonderful. So try it out and get $5 off your first order with the code DEADSIGNALS. That's DEADSIGNALS, which is, if you're wondering, it's the name of our production company. Like, it's always the thing that, or the code, or the thing that we tell you to enter in for Blue Apron and Atom Tickets and Audible. And if you're wondering what it is, it's the name of our production company, and we can't really say that in Archive 81's regular episode in-universe thing. But it's the name of our production company, if you were wondering. Anyway, now on to Episode 1 of Transmission. And remember, stay tuned after that ends for the original version of Lights You Can't See. Once again, thank you so much for all the support, and we'll air Episode 6 on Saturday, April 1st.
Wake up, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, wake up. Wake up.
The first thing I noticed was the cold. I couldn't think. It was all hazy and freezing. I was lying down somewhere, encased in some sort of clear box-like thing. There were tubes and wires running into my arms, pumping some strange ice-blue liquid into them. I didn't know where the hell I was. And on some level, I knew I should have felt terrified, but I couldn't muster the energy. I
felt so tired. I couldn't even remember who exactly I was.
Oh good, you are awake.
Where am I?
Your memory will be cloudy for the next few minutes. Do not worry. It is a side effect. Right now we need to be focused on your survival. There was an unforeseen error in my processing.
Survival?
Mr. Thompson, you have just woken up from cryogenic suspension. You are on a spaceship that will soon crash land on planet XRCT 349. I regret to inform you that your chances of survival are currently 8%. I am pleased to inform you that if you perform certain emergency protocols, we can double your chances of survival. However, if we delay further, your chances of survival will soon approach negligible value.
Alright. What do I need to do?
Mr. Thompson, do you remember anything about either this ship or your mission in general?
No, there are flashes. It's all vague. Something about a transmission and...
Ah, your memories might take longer to return than previously anticipated. That is unfortunate.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Can you get me out of this coffin thing first?
Yes, that is the first protocol on the list.
The glass cover lifted, and I emerged from the pod. My legs were weak, and I grasped for something to hold on to.
Mr. Thompson, please do not overexert yourself. You have been asleep for a very long time.
Alright, just tell me what I need to do.
You will need to make your way to the aft command station. Please be aware of your surroundings and follow the indicator lights to your destination. Note, 84% of the indicator lights are not functional. I apologize for the inconvenience.
For the first time since I woke up, I looked around. The room was narrow. The pod thing behind me was the only defining feature of the room. But it was still cramped, filled with flashing screens and wires. Every square inch of space was being used, and there was a faint smell of singed metal. Sure enough, there were a couple flashing green lights arrayed in a path on the floor in the direction of the door. I took a breath and began to walk shakily.
Good. Now open the door. There should be a handle on the far right. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Now move it to your left. Be careful. The corridor will contain smoke. I suggest that you crawl.
I got down on my hands and knees and followed the indicator lights. There was smoke everywhere, and I had trouble breathing. I kept my head down, focused on those faint green lights. There were so few of them, and I had to concentrate to keep from getting lost. The floor wasn't smooth either. There were pipes and tubes jutting out. This wasn't meant to be lived in. Finally, I reached another door and opened it.
Mr. Thompson, this is the aft command station.
Oh, wow. The room was small and dark with only a chair in its center. But directly in front of the chair, there was a window. I saw a planet coming towards me. Immense and strange, golden reds and faint greens swirling together with clouds and oceans. It was terrifying and beautiful.
I see you've noticed the forward viewing panel. Hopefully you have also noticed the fact that we are rushing directly towards the planet's surface at an extremely high velocity.
Yeah, I noticed that. What do I need to do?
There were some unforeseen issues with the landing system on the ship.
That's why it's filled with smoke.
There were many unforeseen issues. You will have to manually land the ship yourself.
But I don't know. I don't remember how to do that.
And yet you will have to. I am expanding the joystick.
How do I work it?
It is a joystick, Mr. Thompson. It should be fairly self-explanatory.
Okay. I'm sitting down. Now what do you want me to do?
First ease up on the forward.
Oh, God!
Gently. Mr. Thompson, what we are trying to accomplish is to bring the ship into a controlled descent, so as not to hit the surface at approximately 375 miles per hour, because if it were to happen, you would die.
I get it. Just tell me exactly what I need to do.
First, gently pull up on the joystick. Very good. Well done. Mr. Thompson, I am happy to inform you that your chances of survival have increased to 12.4%.
I'm overjoyed.
Press the secondary ignition button. It's the red one on your left.
Alright, now what?
Now you must guide the ship into a controlled crash, using the joystick.
But I've never done this before. I don't know.
All you have to do is slow the descent as much as possible and keep the ship level when it reaches the planet's surface. Mr. Thompson, is it helpful to remember that your entire life depends on this?
No, it is not helpful. I had no idea what I was doing, but I pulled back as hard as I could on the controls. The planet was getting bigger and bigger in the view screen, and I was forced back into my chair. Everything felt so heavy, and it was all I could do to keep hold of the joystick.
Mr. Thompson, you will hit the surface in a matter of seconds.
I can see that, and I can't control the ship. It's going too fast.
Then I advise that you hold on. The ship will crash in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wake up, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, wake up, wake up. You are alive. Congratulations. The force of the impact was not enough to kill you, but you blacked out. I hope this does not become a running theme.
You sound damaged.
I am very damaged, Mr. Thompson. Is your memory still hazy?
Yeah, I can hardly remember anything.
It will come back eventually. Until it does, I should inform you that you are a representative of Earth, tasked with making contact with the advanced alien culture on this planet. You will remember more of your mission eventually. For now, you must leave this ship. My fuel tanks were compromised and I will explode very shortly.
The corridor is blocked. Is there another...
Your left leg appears to be damaged. I would refrain from moving it as much as possible. I suggest taking the chemical torch to the forward viewing panel and carving your way out.
Okay, I can do that.
Good. You are doing well. You are almost there. Right, isn't it? Now you must walk away from me as fast as you can, to avoid perishing in the explosion. Once again, congratulations on your survival. I expect you to perform your mission with maximum efficiency.
Thank you.
You are most welcome, Mr. Thompson. Now please, walk away from me as fast as you can.
I walked away as fast as I could. I was limping, and there was something wrong with my leg, but I'd take care of it later. Come on. Just a bit farther. I was knocked back by the explosion, shrapnel raining down just feet away from me. I was injured, without a ship, and I could barely remember anything, but I was alive. I laid down on the sand to catch my breath. I was in some sort of desert. I saw sand dunes, a couple of trees, some brush, and I saw a city rising up above the desert.
Lights all afire, nights where you wonder, where in the hell have I been? You think you'd see me when
an aurora crossing our sky like leaves falling from trees in fall. You never knew me at all. Lights like we're running from street lamps burning. Run towards the passage you can't feel, but you still hear me call. Lights you can't see at all.
We are Droman, and you are finally listening to us. It has grown increasingly difficult to bring these ideas to you. Atom Tickets has helped us do that. Atom Tickets is an app that lets you buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and skip the lines at the theater. It is available to download on iPhone or Android. It is spelled ATOM. You will receive $5 off your first order if you enter the code DEADSIGNALS. We will talk to you about more things once there is an ending.
Where am I? Are you there? Whoever you are? Hey. I can't see any...
I told you we shouldn't have listened to Dan. Run!
Where are we running?
Clara? Lou? Is that...
Dan? Why are you...
How's he on our radio? Can he do that?
Apparently, yes. How...
So... I don't think I'm dreaming, right?
No!
Hell no! And if Dan's just gonna make small talk, we should turn off the radio.
It is off. Somehow he's still getting through.
Well, he can be quiet until... Faster!
Dan, is there any way you can help us? Do you see an exit? They're clogging the stairwell near the entrance and we can't find another way out.
I don't see anything.
Use your... weird stuff.
I still can't see shit. What's happening?
What's happening is that we're being chased by some... I don't know. Vines?
Leaves and branches, and we went to the gargoyle building and everything seemed fine.
But then... Vines. They almost impaled me.
So if you don't have a way out for us, you should probably...
Okay. Just...
What is he trying... So we just... fight it. We've got...
Fight it? How?
Towards... You're right.
What?
I think it's a service elevator. And there's probably a ladder. Whatever it is, the vines haven't reached it.
To our right?
Come on, through the hallway. Is there anything else we should know about the vines?
They sounded a little brittle, like they were starved. Do you have a torch or lighter?
We have a flare.
We can't just use up our...
There it is. We'll use it.
So what? There's the elevator. You can open up the... You just have to use a bit of... force.
Thanks.
Dan was right about the ladder.
Are the vines in there?
No, I don't think... No.
Okay. Let's get in motion.
Come on.
How high up are you?
Pretty high up, Dan.
The building's enormous, and Lou didn't want to camp out on ground level.
We needed to sweep the rooms for... Damn it.
Faster!
There! Come on! It's blocking the entrance. How are we...
Are there any windows?
Come on, let's see if this fire will actually work.
Bloody hell. I've got an axe I can...
We got it!
Come on, it's... The damn thing is reforming.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we're outside. We're just trying to get a better vantage point.
Where are you? What is...
We'll let you know once we can see.
No, it's not right. It's not.
What do you see? What's happening?
The vines are crashing into the city, but the concrete is moving and...
It's wrong. It's just wrong.
Dan, where do we go? Where?
It's gonna crash over us and we'll be...
I don't know!
Then listen! Or something!
Keep quick. Painful.
Wait. You're here. How did you...
Not long. Painful. Will hurt you.
Okay. Just tell me how they can get out, or what they need to do.
Go into green. Deep as they can. Quickly. Do not stop. Get out other side. Other way is madness.
Wait, they need to go towards the vines? You wanted to kill them. Why should I...
Reconsider. Both reconsider. No time. Tell them. Do not have long.
We should have brought guns.
How would that even happen?
Clara, Lou.
Dan? Do you...
You have to go towards the vines. Go into them. Go quickly and then come out the other side.
How would we even do that?
Hell, this is more of your...
I got you out of the building, didn't I?
You're the one who told us about the building in the first place.
Listen to me. I don't think I have much time. You have to go through the vines. Trust me.
Lou, look at the...
I don't.
I know. It's like an ice pick in my brain, but look. It's not a solid wall. Do you see? There's a couple of places we could get in.
But how do we know there's anything on the other side?
We don't. But I'd rather trust Dan and try something than stay here and die.
Fine. Is there anything else you can give us?
I don't... Just get through it, quickly. Don't stop.
Dan? Are you...
Dan, wake up and hear what I have to say. Dan, are you injured or in pain or otherwise...
I'm not feeling too...
Have you been exploring the limits of your new body without telling me? I am feeling both excited and slightly left out.
Rhett, please, don't stand over me like that.
Oh.
And I think I can broadcast.
Oh, you should not tell me how you have been exploring your new body. Then I might have to tell someone, and I would prefer this to be a secret between you and me. Shh.
Okay.
Oh, but whatever you were doing, you really should not do any more of it for at least a little while. Look at your new body. Your new body, the sound device, is so delicate and fragile and important. You are an egg and a nest and a pregnant woman about to birth power. It is not just a machine, it is tied into you intimately and personally. These things, the things I work with, that I have been given, that you have been loaned, they are not just physics. They are emotion and will and power. Feel. Fragile.
Fine, I'll be careful.
Oh, good. I would hate to lose you, and I am no longer cross with you, and I should have been more understanding of your particular situation, and I apologize.
Well, thanks.
Oh, the reason I came to you. The rude person that filled suit is gone.
I mean, don't they rotate out?
But she was not scheduled, and suit is pacing the hallways without anything to do, and we have no guidance.
Do you think something here could have affected the transfer process?
Perhaps. But our employers have their own issues, and their own challenges, and their own dangers. So many frightful things could have happened to them in their own world.
I don't think I can worry about that right now.
Oh, of course not. The directions were quite clear, and we shall move ahead regardless.
Yeah. Rat.
Yes, Dan?
Did you see anyone...
Of course not, silly. What's your other question? You have one, and I know it.
Do you know of any tape in the archive that's got anything to do with nature or vines?
You would know the archives better than me. I have only licked a few pages of the catalog. And most of the archive is devoted to urban topics, buildings and cities and designed objects. But nature is an interesting topic. I used to love gardens.
Really?
Oh yes, I worked in park management in my youth.
Wait.
Before I became interested and obsessed and fascinated with various histories of buildings and cities and designed objects. Now I should be off. Goodbye, Dan. Remember not to tax your new flesh. There are so many important things that it should and will and can and must do.
Well... Oh, shit.
Hello, Dan. I was not aware you were awake.
Are you all right? Usually, when you sing, it's...
Not in this case, it appears.
So, Rat says that you should be, well, filled up?
I am scheduled to belong to another person, yes.
Is there something wrong?
I would not know. I am not informed of the trials and tribulations of my superiors.
Is there anything I can do to help, Suit?
No. This place is an abomination.
What?
I apologize. That was not a relevant statement.
Then why did you say it?
That was not a relevant statement.
Okay. Do you want to know about what Clara and Lou are doing?
Daniel Powell, I do not want anything. Cynthia left no instructions for me to monitor Clara and Lou. Therefore, I will not monitor them.
What will you do then?
Right now, I'm walking through the outposts, singing.
Any particular reason why?
No.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I would like to resume my previous activities.
All right. If you're feeling like, jeez. Okay, nature. Fuck. Rat wasn't kidding, there's only one tape.
Hello and welcome to our guided tour of the gardens. This tape will serve as both education and entertainment. As you walk through the Wall estate, this tape will give you interesting tidbits about the plants, as well as buoyant classical music to aid in your contemplation. And remember, as stated numerous times, refrain from touching or clipping the flowers. Like the Venus flytrap, the Mars flytrap is actually a carnivore. Unlike the Venus flytrap, the Mars flytrap consumes much larger prey. Notice the bright, almost glowing purples of the Miranda Garthwaite flower. How lovely and charming! The history of this particular plant has troubling sexual and political implications that are beyond the scope of this tour. When I was a young gardener, years and years ago, the Valentinium orchid was the first flower I felt a true connection to. Its spotted petals seemed to me like a work of art, like it was the end point of all aesthetic beauty. If one can love a flower, and I believe one can, I loved that flower. It was trampled by a careless guest whose name shall not be spoken of here. Please remember, do not disturb the plants in my garden. The adolescent Leguin vine grows at a rate of a foot a day, and as it ages, the speed of its growth is increased. It must be destroyed with fire before it reaches 6 years, or it will consume everything in the garden, perhaps more. It is said that plants talk to each other, that plants have memories. Sometimes, when I dream, I am transported to a place where this is both obvious and true. I am not sure whether it is a nightmare. Procuring the plants is a somewhat complicated endeavor, as it sometimes involves working with those who find objects for the Wall estate. They have their own unique way of looking at the world, but I should not speak out of turn. The Ruth L'Amour flower was transplanted from Italy. According to local legend, its perfume is said to make those who catch its scent go wild with lust, to forget their wives or husbands and fornicate with the nearest willing participant. This is almost certainly an excuse. In my experience, people will pollinate as they will. Conversely, the brunette thistlecrest has the opposite effect. While odorless, its blossom emits a substance that suppresses all lust, desires, motivation, and ambitions. Prolonged exposure may result in a deep and possibly permanent sleep, though once again, this might be a bit of an excuse for laziness. The bodies of the dead make a wonderful fertilizer.
Please do not disturb the plants in my garden.
Thus ends the tour of the Wall Gardens. Once again, we appreciate your donation in whatever form it takes.
Are you?
I'm here.
Oh, I didn't know if we'd have to keep using this thing with your new power stuff. Not complaining, though.
Are you alright? Did you make it out of the vine forest okay?
We're doing good, Dad.
We're safe, or it seems that way.
Where are you now?
An apartment. Get this, not everything in this place is trying to kill us. There's a market and a...
We should start from the beginning.
Sure. So, we followed your advice, and we went into the vines, though let me tell you, I was not happy about that.
He wanted to set the entire thing on fire.
Anyway, we entered the thing, and it was like a forest. Creepy, but like a forest. The vines seemed to writhe, and the flowers seemed to drip.
You didn't pluck any of them.
Why would we do that?
Just a tape I listened to.
So we run through the jungle, like the song, and we run and run, deeper and deeper, and all of a sudden, we're on the other side.
You're glossing over. We should tell him about what we saw in the forest.
What did you...
There were chains everywhere. It was like the forest was contained somehow, only the edges were free. Have you been to Central Park?
Yeah, a couple times.
Once we got a bit in, that's what it felt like. Managed, somehow.
And there were dead bodies.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
Can you describe them?
Nearly skeletal. Business suits, we didn't stop to check.
Probably a good idea.
Anyway, we get out of the forest, and then, boom, a city with actual people.
They aren't actual people, Lou. They're...
Whatever. They're something. They can talk, and they're not trying to kill us.
Yet.
Wait, there are people out there? Tell me everything about them.
They look like people. Kind of. Stranger, though.
Whatever these things are, they look human but with more variance. Every one of them is either impossibly beautiful or impossibly ugly. They're 7 feet tall or 4 feet tall. It's kind of exhausting to look at them.
But they speak English, and they're fine with us setting up in here.
Okay, wait, but you need to give me more than that. Are they from our world? What exactly happened after you arrived here?
They're not from our world. We asked. According to them, they lived here since... forever. As soon as we got out of the forest, we saw an open-air market, filled with people and objects, and the things they were selling weren't normal. I heard someone haggle for red hair, and once they agreed on a price, the woman just had red hair. And the seller, his hair went shock white like it was drained.
Did you see the guy selling fireflies?
Yeah, he said they were good memories.
Wait, Dad. I recorded it. I recorded the market to my mic. Listen.
Lou, I told him he shouldn't be recording.
Lou, I really don't think that's the best idea. I was okay with you playing the radio station tape, but...
You won't hear any voices. Nothing distinct. Anyway, they didn't like it when I recorded their voices.
Fine. I don't know how helpful this'll be, though.
Don't you hear it? Alien. It's like we're in a whole new world.
That's because we literally are.
Fine, whatever. Anyway, everyone's talking about the contest. There's this arena in the center of the market, like an amphitheater.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So we entered the market and asked one of the vendors.
She was selling books, but she said they were forgotten books, and that...
We asked one of the vendors what this place was and if there was somewhere we could stay. She said we were in the market and that we could stay in the visitor apartments.
And it wouldn't cost us anything since we were new.
We asked around and, well, it's a market. The things here aren't people from our world, but they don't seem outwardly hostile. They're selling things that shouldn't exist, but they're not trying to kill us, at least. Lou's right. Everyone we approached was eager to talk about something called the contest. Apparently it's this big event that happens in the amphitheater. I'm unclear of the rules right now, but...
I'm gonna go and talk to people once we get off the radio.
No, Lou, you really shouldn't do that. I know this place seems exciting, but we're still in a horror show. Have you forgotten those things that chased us?
I haven't forgotten.
Okay, I can help. First, you've been out a couple hours since I last spoke to you.
Yeah, more time bullshit.
Time?
Yeah.
Don't worry, Lou. Nothing we can do about it.
So you probably shouldn't leave until I get as much information on wherever you are as possible.
Good plan.
Wait.
I'll come through and see if I can find anything on the contest or the Scobble market. Wait a few hours to call me back.
You can't contact us?
The last time took a lot out of me, and I'm not sure I can do it again.
You still weird me out. You know that, Dan?
I know.
All right. We'll give you a call in a few hours.
I still think we should...
We'll call you in a few hours. And turn that damn thing off, Lou.
Until then... There's no way Lou's not gonna head off. Okay, competition, contest, there's one there. Alright.
This is Davenport. I'm not at your phone right now, so you know what to do, buddy. Leave your name and number after the beep.
Okay, don't delete this, Liam. This isn't those fuckers, the Colt. It's me, it's Chad. I put it in his drink, like you said, and he's so fast. He's so fast. I caught up to him, but he just smashed my recorder. I got him to the basement, paid the guy, and I got a landline, but you said I had an hour, right? I don't...
You have an hour.
Shit, don't talk until I tell you to. Okay. I'm going to try to get as much out of him as possible.
It appears you have me at your mercy.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
How are you able to locate me?
We track the money. The antiques. And I'm the one asking the questions.
Then ask.
Okay. Who are you? Who do you work for? And what's the nature of the place you come from? Tell me everything.
You realize you only have an hour, correct? The ground-up photo? That gives you 1 hour where I can't kill you and must answer your questions honestly. The queries you posed, I could spend months responding to them.
Well, okay. First...
No, I will be generous. Towards you and your employer. I am not certain of my birth name, though I suppose it might have been Avery Hamilton. It seems to have a ring to it. Though if you were able to access a picture of me, you might know more than I would. Now I assure you, I am quite human, although I don't exactly possess a human lifespan.
Davenport wanted to know how old you were.
1, you should really not give away the name of your employer.
Shit!
Don't worry, we'll discuss particulars later. And 2, I'm in my late hundreds. It's difficult to keep track. I'm an extraordinarily busy man.
Okay. What happened? How did you get so old?
I fear my backstory is far less interesting than the nature of my employer. But if you insist...
You quickly, and then we'll get to the other shit.
How polite. To make a long story short, I stumbled in, to put it mildly, Another world.
Wait. How'd you get there?
I'm not exactly amenable to interruptions, but I was thrown overboard in the deep ocean during a night when the stars were in their proper place, and I woke up in the city. I would recommend against diving into this particular rabbit hole of study. These instances are random at best. As I was saying, I explored the other world, until I came across an amphitheater where the contest was taking place. Before you ask, the contest is an event for the entertainment of the inhabitants of this other world. It involves two beings touching foreheads with an assault circle and engaging in a battle of wills. And I am physically unable to give you the specifics. That ward is far more powerful than the drink you gave me. Seeing no other option, I entered the contest and won. Thus, I was able to select various boons from the curator, the being who organized the contest. I asked to be able to leave and enter the city at will, which I was granted, and also for extra life, because why not?
So, you didn't have to go back.
The city is a beautiful place, in its way, and the contest is invigorating. I entered it more and more times, asking for more and more life from the curator. Eventually, I asked to be his representative, and thus here I am.
That's it?
Unless you would like to spend more of your allotted hour.
No. Okay. Who do you work for? Who is the curator?
You have been following me, so I assume you have some idea. I have perhaps spent more time with the curator than with any other mortal, and I still don't understand him, her, it. It is very old, very powerful, and like many other old things and powerful beings in the city, it is sometimes, rarely, interested in humans. A magpie, or perhaps a cuckoo. It enjoys artifacts both on their own merits and as lures for the unwary. It enjoys... I should not use that word. It implies the curator is capable of emotion, but it will often expose objects, his collection, to people to see how they react.
And how do they react?
Not well. Most of them dissolve gradually, their story being pulled from out of their body. First as a note, then as a song. Once it becomes song, the curator controls them utterly. You must understand, it collects things, people. I am obviously part of his collection, and it experiments. It puts artifacts next to other artifacts. It puts artifacts in people to see what happens. Often nothing, but sometimes... If I had to ascribe an emotion to the curator, it would be curiosity.
Davenport said that songs come up a lot in this, whatever this is.
Their world is one of will and stories. And when you chip away at everything, you are left with song. It is how we perceive them.
That makes no sense.
A word of advice: if you want to survive knowing the things you know, you might want to attempt to comprehend.
Whatever, okay. You tell us everything you know about these beings. What are they? How can we contact them? Everything.
They are many and unknowable. Most of them want nothing to do with humans. The very few that do, the messenger, the choir, the curator, others you have not even begun to be aware of, it is best not to deal with them. They're not evil, they're not good, they simply are.
Okay, you talked about the messenger and the choir. Who are they? What do they want?
Want? Like I said, they are unknowable. But the messenger is flighty, bird-like, greatly interested in pleasure and language. You might have heard of the Travelers or of its radio station. Perhaps not. Much more amenable to using humans. The choir wants more. Always. Cyclically. Exploitively.
Okay. Davenport's gonna need a hell of a lot of...
Chad, yes, I heard your name, Chad. What do you believe is going to transpire after this hour is up? What did Davenport tell you to do? Chad, you're not going to be able to kill me after you're finished conversing. Chad, I can't die. Look.
Oh, God!
The concoction prevents me from killing you. It does not prevent me from harming myself, and I always carry a knife. Painful, but see it before.
Oh, God.
Yes, Chad, that is an adequate response.
I don't...
Bring the phone closer. This is for data input. I have given you a wealth of very interesting information. You having access to this information does not concern me. However, I would very much like my name to not be attached to it. I realize you are recording this. Simply put this recording in your archive and delete my name and any identifying features from your records. You will have received this information another way. Bringing down LMG would be difficult and call attention to myself. I have no desire to do so. You must realize I am being quite generous. I'm sure you're wonderful at keeping secrets. Chad, does this sound like something Davenport would agree to?
Yes.
Wonderful. Now this concoction will wear off in approximately 30 minutes, correct? Then I suggest you start running. I apologize. I have been alive such a very long time, and sometimes it takes me a while for me to control my instincts.
Calling in.
I'm here.
Hey, mate. You found any info?
Yeah, actually.
Really glad we waited, Lou.
Look, I have nothing to apologize for.
You went out there without even
I'm
knowing.
not going to argue about this again. I'm fine. Nothing happened.
You almost sold yourself into indentured servitude to some sort of goblin.
I backed out.
You are the most gullible.
Wait. So, you went out there.
Lou did, and then I had to go with him or we would have been split up.
So, tell me what you learned.
It was incredible. There were so many different beings. They all looked kind of like people, but taken to extremes, like...
We've been over this.
Well, it was amazing. I wanted to buy everything and talk to everyone, but there are these rules.
That we didn't know because we don't know where the hell we actually are.
And so there was this robot thing, but this robot that looked like it was designed in medieval Europe, all gears, and I entered into this strength contest, you know, like the ones at carnivals. There was a really brilliant prize. It was this all.
Lou!
Look,
Guys, what happened?
Turns out if you lose, you become someone's servant for 7 years and 7 days. I had to convince that automatron that since we were new, the rules didn't apply to us. And I had to bargain my 10th birthday away. And now I don't even remember my 10th birthday. Did we have cake? A piñata? I don't know. So thanks, Lou. So, yeah. Other than the fact that everyone's really excited about the contest for reasons they won't explain, we didn't learn anything useful, Dan. How about you?
Well, I know what the contest is now.
Wow. Nice job, mate.
What is it?
It's some sort of willpower contest. Might be the best way to describe it. 2 people enter a ring, they touch foreheads, and the one with the stronger will survives. The actual battle takes place in some sort of mindscape.
What happens in the mindscape?
A battle. The tape wasn't clear, but will and desire are important. And if you win, you're granted a boon by somebody called the Curator, who seems creepy as hell.
That sounds brilliant. But kind of iffy.
Really, Lou? Now you're not cool with iffy magical contests?
Listen, I said I was sorry. I don't know what more you want from me.
Oh, God! Just...
The Curator is good on its word.
And you get anything you want.
Yeah. Listen. The person on the tape was able to get out of the city.
Really? Get out?
Yeah, and he was able to become immortal, but...
He was able to get out.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
What?
I'm guessing this is the only way we're going to get what LMG wants. And the longer we're out here, the more chances we have of dying, or forgetting who we are, or becoming indentured servants to some sort of goblin.
But the contest is so dangerous. The tape was really clear on that point.
I just said, every second we're in this place, we're more at risk. I'm going to get home, Dan. And I'm going to use this to get home.
Then I should be the one to do it.
No, This thing is based on willpower. You really shouldn't enter.
Clara, suit is gone, and she hasn't left any instructions. I think there's something happening at LMG, something bad. Or good, depending on how you look at it, but if you're doing this for...
I'm doing this to get home.
So, that's it then? I just wait here and I know whether you survived?
You contacted us before, without the mother radio.
Yeah, I just used my new body, but I was just speaking to you through your radio. I don't see...
But you were able to extend yourself outwards, hear things we couldn't.
You think I could enter the mindscape?
You could try. I'll see if I can bring the radio with me into the arena. Either way, I'm doing this.
But if there's someone else in the mindscape, won't that...
I don't know. You can try or you can just wait. I'm still doing this.
Now, Clara, go. Wait just a minute.
Shut up, Lou. Dan, see what you can do.
Shit. Fuck. Rat!
Oh, hello, Dan.
Rat, my new body. This is gonna sound weird, but can it connect with people if they're in some sort of mindscape? She'll be wearing a radio and...
Oh, you mean the contest? That'd be cheating, but it'll be our little secret, and I'm not one to judge. Do you have an emotional connection with this person?
Yes.
Then it should be possible, but tricky. Your new flesh is dependent on your feelings and will and desires. You would have to go to sleep and try and think of them very, very hard.
All right. Do you have any other advice?
No, it's your body. You should discover it. Have fun.
Well, shit.
Clara.
Clara, are you...
Dan, you're here.
Clara, I can't see anything.
The contest has started. We're in his memory, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Is this just...
Yeah, it's training camp. The guy I'm fighting is in the group.
Were you given any instructions?
No.
Can you affect the memory? Maybe you're supposed to change it. Make things turn out differently?
I've tried. I can't do shit. I just pass through things. See?
Well, no. But can you possess one of the people in the memory? Maybe you're supposed to convince him to do things differently.
Oh, fuck. Nothing.
Can you whisper something in his ear?
No, I tried that. You took your sweet time getting here, you monster. And I'm just gonna die here, and I'm not gonna see my brother again after all I went through to fucking make him normal again.
Wait. Do that again.
What?
Use that anger about your brother, wanting everything to be normal.
What's happening?
I think I get it. You see someone's life, and then you have to will it out of existence, knowing that they were a human being, and can you do that, Clara?
Yes.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, you know I am.
God, I love your hair.
My hair?
Yeah, your hair. I don't know. I like it.
I like your hair too. Now.
God, do we have to do this with every memory he ever had?
Probably only the important ones.
Clara, how can you be so...
He's doing the exact same thing to me. Now help me with this.
I don't know if he's so...
You didn't miss anything.
What would I miss? It's a tennis match.
Stop. He loves it when you come.
I'm kidding. Come on. I love his Morehand or...
Forehand.
Right, forehand. If he played basketball, I'd be able to... Oh shit, that was kick-ass! Yeah, Ben!
God, it's so tough to... Dan, I need your help on this.
God, he's at a tennis game. I mean, he's a person, and...
Dan, it's me or him. Now. Where are we?
Getting tired.
Okay. Rest for a few seconds, and then...
Are you sure? Are you sure about this?
Are you growing attached to them?
Of course I'm growing attached to them. They're my buddies. I fight with them. Can't we do something else? If we told them what was really going on, what was really...
I sympathize. But they will soon commit the most dangerous act in all of human history. They will let in the same abominations that killed Ben. Do you want that on your conscience?
No.
Okay, we
No,
need to...
I think that was the guy from the Merc tape, the guy that tried to sabotage.
There's no time! You said it yourself!
Now, I might have a little task for you, buddy. It's a special assignment, but I know you're gonna do a bang-up job.
Dan, I need more from you!
Loved you.
I'm trying, I really am. It's...
Just give me a little bit!
You ever seen The Room?
Come
so
on!
bad, it's
I'm not
hilarious.
dying in this godforsaken, weirdest
It is best not to
hellhole!
ask questions about the exact nature of our organization. We're working
Fucking toilet.
Just pick him up. He's not going to.
We have to make sure Adam didn't die. But what happened to him doesn't happen to
Of course, we're very proud.
It appears we have a victor. A most unusual victor. Tell me, creature, what are you known as?
Clara.
Clara, you are to be given a boon. But first, your unusual circumstances. You are not of this city,
Neither was he.
which made this particular competition so exhilarating. We will sort out all of this in due time. But first, to sever a connection.
You have listened to many things recently. So much information has passed through your biological computers. You can connect to the information you have heard. There is a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81. There is a Twitter @archive81, a Facebook page, a website, archive81.com, and you can send emails to people who will read them at archive81podcast@gmail.com. Atom Tickets is a free app that makes it easy to go to the movies. You can buy tickets, pre-order popcorn, and with Atom, scan your QR code at the theater. You will not have to wait in line. Time is a difficult concept for us to parse, but Atom Tickets will let you waste less time. There are many movies you can buy tickets to using the Atom Tickets app. For example, you could watch Get Out. It is horrifying because it is about society. You can receive the app at the website atomtickets.com or download the Atom Tickets app today. That's ATOM Tickets from the App Store or Google Play. Try it out and get $5 off your first order with code DEADSIGNALS. Just download the app, it's ATOM Tickets, and use the code DEADSIGNALS. Dead Signals. It is the name that you should use. We are Droman and we are saying goodbye. There will be a new episode of this object on Wednesday, April 12th. We always hunger. Perhaps you 2, for information about the world Dan is in. For food, sate your hunger through Blue Apron. Check out this week's menus and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals. Sate your hunger by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals.
Stop!
Oh, that was a bit too close to certain delicate areas, and I apologize.
There's still no way to reach them.
I apologize. I have tried, and it is difficult, and I have failed.
Great. So, they're just stuck out there with the curator.
Yes. Whatever being or thing or force was able to disconnect your radio is able to prevent you from contacting Clara and Lou. Oh, but it is a very good thing that we have spent so much time exploring your new flesh. You are so much more comfortable in it. You are not feeling sore and pained anymore, are you?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Whatever that means. Rat, what can my new flesh do? It can play tapes. It records.
Oh, it records all the time.
Yeah. It can act as some sort of radio. And when you put this inside me, what did you intend? I mean, what can I do?
Daniel Powell, how could I possibly know that?
But
The work that I do and the things that I create, it is not an exact science. I knew you had to play tapes and transform sound, but other than that, I plant a seed and it grows, and there are other seeds and they grow, and I am not sure what they will become. It is why I am so interested when you explore your new flesh.
And why can't you help me contact Clara and Lou?
There is something powerful and it has become difficult. You feel it, in your body. But why are you so concerned with the humans? If they are consumed by monsters or wander the repeating streets endlessly, what does it matter to you? You will be here. They will send others.
They're people. I'm not going to just let them.
But everything is built on exploitation, is it not? Cycles of blood and death and exploitation. Being happy because other people are unhappy. Being rich because other people are poor.
That's what Samuel said on the podcast.
Yes, the podcast. You're being a real Tanya right now, Dan.
Were you just waiting for an excuse to say that?
Oh, yes.
Tatiana. Tanya. Anyway, I might still want to leave this place. Go back to Earth Prime, or whatever. I don't think I'd be able to do that without Clara and Lou. Their boon, or whatever the curator gives them. There's gotta be something to that.
Daniel, do you want to leave?
Yes. I don't know if I can get everything back to normal, but I don't want to stay in this outpost forever. I need to find something.
Yes. The outpost is relatively small and stifling, and I have already explored most of it.
Explored?
Oh, you have not really traveled through it, have you?
I've been busy.
Oh, then I have something to show you. Come.
Sure.
I mentioned the outpost's many rooms before, have I not?
Yeah. There was a room with a bunch of blankets and one with a PlayStation in it.
A PlayStation 2, with the entire Jak and Daxter series. My favorite is Jak 3. It wraps up the story in a surprisingly epic fashion and has some fun gun combat while retaining the original's whimsical platforming.
I had an Xbox.
Pity. It was... Oh, through... Not this one. It was... Here.
What is this place?
You see the wisps near the ceiling?
They're like the Northern Lights.
Reach out your hand.
It's like a theremin. Oh, wow, my God.
Daniel, maybe you should try with your other hand.
My
Your new flesh, yes.
Oh my god. Dude. It's
beautiful. I do not know what you will become, Daniel, but I am so happy to watch you discover yourself. I am proudest of you. Suit is an empty cup, and perhaps she will start to remember, and I am excited for that, and I hope it is soon, but...
Well, let's just listen for a bit.
The city, this place, it's not evil. It is not only a place where nightmares are created. There are nightmares, yes, but also beauty and wonder and transcendence and all that makes being a human worthwhile. I am not less human because I have learned about this place, because I have explored the intersections of this place and our world. I am more human.
You started off.
Yes. I learned that the world was shallow, and then I escaped something, and then I started researching and becoming knowledgeable, and then the company wanted to hire me and fund my explorations, and so I said yes.
What was your name?
Oh, I don't think I can even remember that.
If I left this place, would you come with me? You could probably help.
Yes, Daniel Powell. If you leave this outpost, I will come with you. I have already explored all of its rooms, and none are as interesting as this one. Oh, and if you do want to escape this place, you should probably listen to some tapes about the company. They might not know how to leave the city, but they do know how to follow Daniel Powell, who is a beautiful creation and an egg that will soon hatch, and a good friend.
Sure, yeah, I think I'm gonna go listen to those tapes.
Good idea. I'm going to listen to this room some more.
Yeah. Thanks, Rat.
Goodbye, Dan.
Okay, these could work, maybe.
Okay. Testing.
Oh my god. Is that me?
It's about, 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Wait, how?
At the, Kingston Avenue.
How is that possible? That's not me. How is that me?
We're waiting for the
407 northbound to pass by. And I think some of my longtime listeners know that the 407's a really special train because it's usually the first pass after they rotate out the cars. And, okay, here we go. That was a really good pass. You didn't get a lot of the screeches and rattles that you get with the older trains. You can tell that one's newer or better maintained. And I'm just gonna mark it here in the log. So the 447 is the next one inbound. So we've got some time to kill. Usually when this happens, I like to think about the people on the train and who they are, where they're going, what they think about, what they're eating. It didn't really eat much today. Okay, we're ready for the 447. And as most of you know, we have our usual second train tradition this time around, so I'll be doing that. Now it's time for the third train, which means we're going down into the whole thing, so we can catch the 513 from the maintenance area. everything's so different down here. You just get a much different sort of perspective on it all. The streets, the passengers, the people. I love just being able to dive into all of it. Fresh view. It's like a new sort of. All right, I'm just gonna stay nice and perched right here. It doesn't look like I'll be running into any company this morning. Although we're about to start seeing the cars fill up more since it's the first shift of commuters, and I'll better just double check the log. Oh wow. Well, this is just, I completely forgot that the new V-22s are being deployed today. I had marked my calendar for this, and wow, what an occasion. Wow, I can't believe this one slipped by me, guys. Wow, we'll get a real treat here. And, that's, a whopping 3 minutes late. Wow. I wonder, what the holdup is. We don't start getting delays of that margin until rush hour proper. I mean, maybe there are so many commuters, eager to get on the new V-22s that they crowded one of them up. I know I would have. I would have just jumped right in there. I can just imagine it right now. Just so many suits and colors being there with all those tired people, and I'd love to just be there around all those people. Just going to work.
Late. Wow.
No, that didn't happen. I can't end up like that. How could... I need a break. I don't know if anyone will hear this recording. I'll probably die if they take the tape out. But if anyone is listening to this right now, I'm here. I'm here. And I don't know what that means. I actually feel stupid saying it out loud now. Like, saying it would get something off my chest, but instead it just flattened it, or pushed whatever it is deeper into me, so I can't even see it as well now. And I'm just drained. And I just want you to know that, if you're listening. Okay, I think we're back in business.
growth, energy, progress, dominance, success. LMG is moving forward. Will you join us? The greatest moments in human history are because of the risk takers.
That's one small step for man.
The innovators.
I have a dream.
The doers.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
What does LMG stand for? LMG stands for you. A history of tradition, but with the feel of a startup. We are nimble. We can pivot. We create content. Content that is experienced from the bedroom to the boardroom to the cloud. We have diversified holdings. We are a global company for a global world. We solve problems in aerospace, agriculture, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, construction, defense, education, energy, entertainment, financial services, food, healthcare, hospitality, information, manufacturing, mass media, telecommunications, transportation, and water. Well-fed employees are eager to meet the challenges of the new world.
I am excited to work for LMG.
LMG offers a very generous healthcare plan and will help you save for your retirement. Who can forget our corporate retreat? The Brit pop rock band Oasis performed for a select group of employees. How fun! Here is an approximation of what they sounded like. But life at LMG isn't all fun and games. We get work done too. Let's talk to one of our valued employees about their experience at the company.
Oh, this should serve, and it should serve very well. You see, it can't be too real. It can't feel like something that was really done by a company built by humans and filled with human minds. That is important. It has to not trick. It cannot be a trick. It is impossible to trick these things or concepts or entities. It has to be a being thing for it to work, and of course it has to be a tape. It has to be recorded, as I keep telling them and they keep telling me, and I have to be here near the end explaining it and mediating it and making sure it is experienced at a remove that both lessens and heightens its power. And what else and what else and what else should I say? Oh, more explanation. Oh, this is a ritual, and it is a ritual to attain the only thing that rituals are supposed to attain. Power. It is a sacrifice for power, but they are not sure what the sacrifice is, and I am not sure, but I do have my suspicions. It will help with the acquisition of certain objects, with the hollowing of Caroline Lesta, with a very small but noticeable increase in the portfolio of the company that I work for, but do not love, but makes my life interesting and worthwhile, and is that? That is enough. That is enough, and I am sure that is enough.
Thank you, valued employee. Now, let's talk to some people I'm sure you're all familiar with. The management.
Shit. Sue, are you...
I am here, Daniel Powell. Do you have any business to discuss, Daniel Powell?
No one has used you for a while.
No, there's nothing scheduled.
Should I be... Is that worrying? There's something up at LMG, isn't there?
I do not worry. I simply do what I am instructed. Perhaps you are different. You have a habit of causing property damage.
Was that a joke?
I do not joke, Daniel Powell. To your original point, this is the longest I have gone without being used. It is unusual.
What have you been doing? Without instruction?
Sometimes I have been sitting here. Sometimes I have been walking through the outpost. Sometimes I have been conversing with the abomination rat. Sometimes I have been singing.
What do you feel when you sing?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Suit,
Are you going to ask me a question, Daniel Powell?
do you know the name Caroline Lesta?
I am not sure how to answer that question.
Do you remember anything? Anything at all? Rat said that you were like a cup that kept getting refilled. And I think I heard someone that sounded like you in the contest, but that...
Sometimes I feel a wrongness in this place. Beyond the emptiness I feel. Constantly. This place is unholy, is the closest word I have found. Abomination works as well.
Are you in pain?
Not physically, Daniel Powell. I am glad when I am used. It is not because of the emptiness. It is because when I am used, I can forget about this place. The city.
If you keep being used, you'll never leave. They don't have any reason to let you go.
They do not. I am aware that I should be not empty. Not filled with a middle manager from LMG, but also not empty.
Are you starting to remember?
Yes.
Can you tell me?
It is very new. I do not think I can put it into words. The longer I go without being used, I do not know what will happen when they try to fill me again. Will I forget again?
If I left the outpost, would you come with me? You should be allowed to be your own person.
I am not sure how to answer that question. But I will consider it.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Now, Daniel Powell, perhaps you have more tapes to listen to. You seem to have discovered new information.
Yeah, I'm gonna... Yeah. Maybe if I try... Shit. So, this is the one?
Hi, this is Gina.
And Tony.
Torres, and we can't get to the phone right now.
So leave a message after the beep.
This is a pre-recorded message. We are calling the residence of your employee.
Gina, Torres, please just...
Due to an incursion by your company. This incursion involves
the kidnapping of one of our members.
We consider this a
mildly threatening
incursion. Thus, we are retaliating against your employee.
Gina Torres, please, just...
And the
husband
of your employee.
Tony Torres.
We are retaliating by...
Hey, this money? I'll give you...
This is the
22nd
employee that we have retaliated against. Until all barriers, portals, rips, and weakened realities can be completely shut off, we request that you refrain from interacting with anything that falls outside of our mutually agreed upon reality. If you do not comply, we will continue to retaliate.
Gina! Torres! Please, just...
And...
Torres.
Request that you...
Stop your research into the unexplored territory. What does that even...
Thank you for your consideration. Have a
lovely day.
Well... You're not supposed to be here.
I realize that.
Wait, are you alright?
There is a... Would you please help me back to my office?
Yeah, of course. What's wrong? Is there...
Please, my desk, hurry!
Yeah. Here, there you go. Just sit.
I would prefer to stand. It appears that an employee of LMG is attempting to use my body. I would prefer this does not happen.
Oh, God. How do...
Do you know how the company controls me?
I have a guess.
There is something preventing me from removing it myself, but there is a carving knife on my desk.
Oh, God.
It is Cynthia. I have her left ring finger.
Okay, are you...
Yes!
Wait, your left.
My left.
Okay, I'll use my shirt. Here, just elevate it.
Thank you, Daniel Powell.
Wait, won't I need to cut off your other fingers?
Somehow I feel that Cynthia was the only one who wanted to come to this place.
How do you know?
I'm not sure how to answer that. That was a joke.
Oh, God.
But I do not know. I simply feel it. That she was trying to escape.
All right. Well, we should probably elevate that finger. How was it attached to?
What has happened, Daniel Powell?
Why is it? Why is it?
Dan, are you there? Please, we're so lost and the darkness is closing in.
You have received information in this object. Perhaps too much information. Perhaps you are now able to make guesses and hypotheses. Perhaps they are even correct. But no matter. Check this episode's description for ways to contact us and touch us. As always, we have a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81, if you would like to use capitalism to assist us in our efforts. Speaking of capitalism, once again, this object is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes and pre-portioned ingredients right to your door. You can make delicious special home-cooked meals with these recipes and ingredients for less than $10 a meal. If you live in a capitalist society, perhaps its low price will help you. Remember, everything you know will eventually turn to ash and dust and be forgotten. So it is important to use fresh, high-quality ingredients in the preparation of your meals. Your body is your vessel in a world of pain and sorrow and exploitation. Remember to put good things inside it. Cooking is a good way to forget how painful existence is, and Blue Apron makes cooking easy. For example, when you are eating spiced lentils and basmati rice, it can seem like the world is a kind place with a purpose for everyone and everything. Remember, this is all less than 10 United States dollars. Blue Apron is aware that when you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals, so they set the highest quality standards for the community of artisanal suppliers, family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. Whether it's Japanese ramen noodles, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or heirloom tomato, Blue Apron is bringing you the best. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals. Do this and it will be as if you are consuming substances with us. Go to blueapron.com/deadsignals. We are Droman. Goodbye. There will be a new episode on Wednesday, April 26th. ready to view arrayed objects. We hope you are as well. These objects are brought to you by Blue Apron. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals. Satiate your hunger by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals.
Dan? Dan, are you there? Please, we're so lost and the darkness is closing in.
Clara, where are you?
We're in a museum.
What is...
Is it working?
Yeah, he's there. Keep on lookout. The curator, sorry, the representative of the curator, he put us here. We asked for the boon, an object that would let us travel to and from the city at will, and he said that we could find it ourselves in this museum.
It was supposed to just give you the... Okay, describe your surroundings. What is...
Lou, get back here!
Damn it.
What's happening?
Shift it!
Keep close.
You alright?
Yeah, it wasn't a big one. You good taking point?
Get over by that wall. It's more defensive.
The museum shifts every so often. Feels like around 30 minutes or so, but you know how time is out here.
Yeah. What do you see now?
Right now, we're in a hallway. It seems to go on for a while. Only lights are the display cases. There's a lot of them. All masks. It's not a good idea to look too long at the displays. You start to see things out of the corner of your eye. A few shifts ago, there were these paintings of these alien landscapes, and we're not going to look at the exhibits anymore.
Yeah, that's smart. Did the curator...
The representative of the curator. Super clear on that point.
Shit. Yeah, he was in one of the tapes.
Wait, for real? Did he say anything that could help us?
No, the curator likes to examine people. So does the messenger, actually. I think that's a recurring theme. The curator likes to alter them. It's a thing. This was all a bit unclear, but it seems like people who are trapped become... Well, they become those things. The disintegrated people. The ones that sing.
No. I refuse to let that happen.
Okay, so the curator is supposed to always give out the boon, right? He actually does that. Maybe this is some sort of test?
I'm not gonna count on that, Dan.
Okay, well, did he give you any direction? A way to find the boon?
The heart of the city, that's what he said we were looking for. And he said we'd know it when we saw it. That was it. We blinked and here we are. Apparently about to become those things.
Shit.
Yeah, Dan. Shit. We've spent a while trying to contact you. The radio's tricky to set up when you're shifting all the time.
I tried to buzz you, but I was blocked somehow. I'm sorry.
I thought it'd be something like that.
Wait. How the hell did you contact me on my body? I'm not even using the mother radio.
I don't know. Weird radio stuff is your department. We just tuned in. Anyway, that's not important. You're here now. And we could really use some trick or something. I'm not going to become one of those things. I mean, do we have to sing a song or always turn left or...
I'll start listening to tapes.
All right. I think we'll be okay for a little while if we just don't look at the exhibits and don't do anything. But we're starting to hear things. Like music in the distance. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm not going to become one of those things. Do you hear me, Dan?
I'll be as fast as possible.
You still think you can't use your weird radio powers to ring us up?
No, I'm still being blocked.
We'll contact you. Well, after the next time we shift.
Okay, I'll talk to you then.
Yeah.
Bye.
This place is an abomination.
No shit. Okay, so...
You have tapes to listen to. I will leave you to your work.
Thanks. Okay, quick. So, museums. There are, okay.
It is my pleasure to welcome you to the expansion wing of Miss Cassandra Wall's private collection. As I am indisposed for the foreseeable future, I will be unable to personally escort you through the exhibit, but this tape should illuminate the functions and histories of the objects contained within. Simply walk through the exhibit and examine the pieces in the prescribed order. Do not deviate from the prescribed order. As you have no doubt been informed, you are not to touch or interact with any of the objects within the exhibit. One of our employees will accompany you to ensure that this rule is followed. And remember, the confidentiality form that you signed upon arrival is in full effect. With that regrettable business out of the way, please enjoy the collection. Object EQBS 825. 3 black feathers, avian origin. The feathers match no previously known species, but are vaguely reminiscent of the Cathartes aura. They are approximately 7 inches long and are onyx black in color. The feathers were recovered from the site of the disappearance of one Mr. Victor Clayton. Mr. Victor Clayton was known to have an odd obsession with avian creatures, though this was the least of his eccentricities. If examined closely, impartial observers have noticed that a faint sound of wing beats can be heard. Object ESIL 811. A small leaflet dated to approximately 1957. It is titled A Reverie for the King, and the author is unknown. The leaflet contains a series of dance steps intended for a male and female partner. The steps begin with the 2 dancers facing each other and bowing. They end with both partners castrating themselves and flinging their genitals towards the center of the dance floor, presumably as some sort of offering. To our knowledge, the dance has never been performed. Object ENHK 305. A tablet fragment originating from the city of Ur in Mesopotamia. The tablet fragment was likely inscribed in 3500 BCE. The clay tablet purports to contain depictions of a series of gods, whose names are unpronounceable by mortal tongues and unknowable by mortal minds. Unfortunately, the tablet is broken precisely where archaeologists have determined the depictions should be. In a departure from tablets of the time, this particular tablet is covered in pictograms of an unpupilled eye. Object ERPB 253. A large clear glass box filled to capacity with human hair. We have been unable to date this particular object. Object EMTS 199. A severed human hand of indeterminate age preserved in amber. According to our examiner, the hand belongs to a female, approximately 35 years of age. Her deep calluses indicate she was involved in manual labor. The middle finger has a ruby ring with a snake design. As the hand is encased in amber, we are unable to determine the date of its origin. The piece gives off the faint scent of lilacs, though whether this is due to the amber, the ring, or the hand itself is unknown. Object EHPL 293. A leather-bound diary originating from the early 20th century. The diary belonged to an unnamed Rhode Island resident with an unusually large and, I suspect, somewhat invented vocabulary. At times difficult to read, both due to its predilection towards describing objects as indescribable and its, even for the era, horrific racism. The diary recounts the stalking of the unnamed New Englander by an undescribed entity. Curiously, even as the undescribed figure approaches, the diarist keeps writing, ending mid-sentence. Object EDHP 093. The tanned skin of a sacrificial lamb. It originates from what is now Macedonia and was made around the 14th century. The lamb skin is dyed with human blood. Object EBBE 502. A Caucasian man in his mid-60s named Gregory Bame. Formerly in charge of Miss Wall's collection, his indiscretions directly led to my current indisposition and the necessity of creating this expansion wing. Mr. Bame is currently in a 5-foot by 5-foot metal box. Ignore his protests and requests for aid. We are monitoring his condition, and barring any unforeseen incidents, Mr. Bame has a very, very long life ahead of him. Object EYWW 774. The black box recording of a Delta Airbus 333 aircraft that flew exactly 3 times. The recording contains exactly 5 minutes and 33 seconds of frenzied pleading, hushed prayer, and screaming, followed by a crash. To the best of our knowledge, this particular aircraft was never involved in any notable incident of any kind. Object ESKB 244. A music box, approximately 5 by 7 inches. Its cover is inlaid with an ivory design of a pharaoh with what appears to be wings. Do not open the music box. I will be very clear on this point. Do not open the music box. This now concludes our tour. I do hope you've had an educational and entertaining time in the expansion wing of Miss Cassandra Wall's collection. Your donation will be collected shortly.
I thought the first one was...
Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We waited an hour or two so you could go through all...
I just had time to listen to one. Time's messed up out there, you know that.
Yeah.
So, is there anything new on your end? Anything I should...
No, we've shifted. The room we're in now is filled with tapestries, but the stuff on them is... Bloody hell. I should look.
And the music in the distance?
You can't hear it?
Aye. Maybe?
It's there. Clara's on lookout, but we need to do something. You find anything, man?
No, I need to listen to more of them. This one wasn't really relevant.
Shit, dude. You got anything at all, man? We really need you.
I've got a hunch.
It's better than nothing.
I think you probably should be moving. If you want to have any chance of getting out of here, or even finding the boon, you should be in motion. It's all about will. Maybe bold action will, I don't know, help, maybe?
Okay. I'm into that. Hell yeah. You hear that, Clara? We can't just sit here.
So I think each shift probably gets you deeper and deeper into the museum. If you move, you might have some sort of control over it.
All right. Where do we go? Compasses don't exactly work down here.
I don't know. But if you stay in one place, it's more likely things can find you. Probably.
Okay, we can move slowly. You got anything else for us?
Just the hunch. I need to listen to others.
Okay, we'll call you back after a few shifts, or if anything changes.
I'll start listening.
Dan? The things that we're seeing, well, they're incredible. I can't look at them for too long, but there are instruments that don't look like they're supposed to be played by humans. There was this glowing pillar that seemed to dance with the shadows it cast on the wall. There were these trees that weren't natural. They were designed and... We need to leave here soon. But part of me doesn't want to.
I better do this quick.
Composition for collection. Endless.
You came alone.
Are you surprised?
Miss Wall, I do not get surprised. I am simply glad that you are following the terms of our arrangement. I would have expected you to bring one of your underlings.
I delegate to the help. That does not mean I trust them.
Of course. Of course. One can certainly see why, though trust is so important. I presume that the interest I represent trusts me, though I cannot know for sure. I live in hope. Tea? Coffee? Water? I don't exactly drink, so
I'm quite all right.
Would you like to evaluate some pieces before we begin? An aperitif, if you will.
If you insist.
Wonderful.
Silver trays. You spoil me.
I do try. Now, if you will examine the first piece, you will notice that it is a map of Great Britain, or, as this map puts it, Albion.
Curious.
There are other distinctions. Evil forests, here be dragons, etc. But they all can be pursued at your leisure. I assure you, it is quite authentic. On to our next piece. Approximately 1 liter of bourbon in a crystal goblet.
Any particular date?
The date is unknown, although it has the curious property of... How shall I put this delicately? Increasing various appetites.
Ooh, cannibalism.
Oh, God, no. No, it simply makes the drinker more sexually vivacious.
I fail to see the differences between that and regular bourbon.
It's extremely potent. The history of... Moving forward, the last piece is a heart-shaped locket, approximately 5 centimeters in circumference. Bronze painted to look like gold. The locket is only able to be used by someone once, so I would refrain from touching it. In the locket contains a picture of the only person who will ever be able to truly love you. Once again, I would advise against opening it. The locket has been known to cause unfortunate incidents.
Is that all?
For the moment, yes. Now that our pleasantries are over with, you were quite insistent on this little meeting, so please, tell me, what can I do for you?
I would have expected you to have guessed.
Then I am sorry I do not meet your expectations.
I would like to know why you are sending me such mediocre pieces.
Miss Wall, with the recent challenges you have faced, we are, I hope you would say, understandably cautious about sending you any more of our exciting objects.
The event you're referring to occurred over 5 years ago. I understand the hesitation, but time has passed.
To you, perhaps, my employer operates on a slightly different timescale.
If you are not willing to offer me more interesting pieces, then you will give me any information on where you acquire them. I would obviously pay.
Oh, you want to explore this line of inquiry further, to become more involved, become entangled.
I am a collector. I would like to add interesting objects to my collection.
I think not.
Excuse me.
I said no.
If you believe that this is simply
Trust. You mentioned it earlier, did you not?
I do not appreciate being interrupted. But, yes, I mentioned it.
The being I represent is growing tired of you. You are no longer interesting to it. The things you offer are like ash in its mouth.
The payments
and it no longer trusts you. Miss Wall, you have quite intelligently refrained from attempting to learn anything about the being I represent.
I am not an idiot.
Of course not. But suffice it to say, things like it do not normally have dealings with people like you. That's not clear enough. They do not have dealings with people. Period. Aside from a few notable exceptions, its kind keeps to themselves. So when I choose people for it to interact with, I have to be very careful that they don't come back and disappoint us.
Excuse me, I am not...
A wire, Miss Wall. It is so very small, almost unnoticeable. Not almost. completely unnoticeable. But I am not operating on that level. You thought that perhaps you could get me on tape talking about where I found certain artifacts. Perhaps you thought I exploited various conflicts in the Middle East. It was, to put it very mildly, not a well thought out plan.
I believe I will be going.
Yes, I believe you will.
Stop this at once!
I will not.
What is happening? Where am I? What's this?
Enjoy the museum. Avoid the music if you can.
Why is there armor? It hurts to look at. I've been here for so long. Why don't I need to drink or? Sometimes I hear music, but it's always far. So many murals. They're interesting. If I could only. My form changing. A conscious decision on my part. It had to, or I would have been. Interesting. It's all so interesting. No! That doesn't go there. That doesn't go.
Your form is nearly complete, is it not? For you, quite a while. Now, I believe my employer is ready to remove this from your body. It should make for some interesting listening.
Dan, are you?
Yes. I don't know how, but you're never contacting me in the middle of...
Dan, we need... I need you. Lou's getting weird. We agreed not to look at the objects in the museum, and I see him staring at them. He's fascinated by them.
You've been traveling, right? Has that helped?
We're not shifting as much, so that's something. Dan, we need to find some way out of this. The music is getting louder. Do you hear it? It's subtle, but...
I hear it.
We need something, Dan. We need a way out of this.
If you see some sort of woman wandering around or something that looks like a woman, she might be helpful. She might know things, but she's probably just music now.
That's it? You're just going to leave us out here with nothing? A woman might be helpful, but it's probably just music? Dan, we are not safe in here. We are going
I'm sorry. I don't know how to help you. I can't do anything here. I'm alone, and you're in this unknowable god's lair. I still have one more to listen to.
Fine. We can do this. I'm not becoming one of those things. I'll keep my eye out for the woman.
Shit.
June 19th. The grad students are useless again. Grad students are always useless, but this crop is particularly useless. I don't mind them fucking each other. I don't. God, I was 24 once. But when they're flirting, sexual antics, cause one of them to drop a millennia-old tablet because they were staring longingly into each other's eyes, show some restraint. Jeremy seems to be the crux of the love triangle. Perhaps I should have a talk with him. I swear the program needs to stop admitting genuinely attractive people into it. Barring that, the dig's going well. June 30th. The site appears to be a temple. Of course. What I wouldn't give for some sort of ordinary hovel. As it is, I'm sure we'll find out even more information on Ur's priest class. I swear, if we can't learn anything about how the vast majority of people actually lived their lives, what's the point of archaeology? And God forbid a tablet mentions a woman that isn't a fertility god. The grad students seem to have calmed down, so there's something. July 12th. Our fixer's an absolute godsend. Jeep broke down, and he was the only one who knew anything about fixing it. Could have died out there. I swear, Anas is smarter than 90% of the Syracuse faculty. Knows more history, too. He's been telling us folk tales. He won't let me record them, but I've transcribed them. They're lovely. Not sure how much he's embellishing, though. One of his stories was oddly reminiscent of Star Wars. Then again, Joseph Campbell. July 20th. The grad students are at it again. I think they're trying polyamory? I'm sure there's a more recent term for it. God, I remember when being gay was a big deal on campus. Am I being a bad queer if I think they're stupid? No, it's them. They're the issue. They're just young, horny, and stupid. I'm going to have to talk with them. And Nas is liberal, but if they hold hands in the market, and they're young enough to do something like that. Jonathan's been contacting me again, trying to get his grubby little paws on anything vaguely interesting. I told him to buzz off, though I used slightly stronger language. If he contacts the students, who knows? Once again, they're stupid. Oh, we found a cache of tablets. Surprisingly well preserved. We'll take scans. God, I want to start translating now. August 2nd. Most of the tablets are fairly standard. O King, insert 700 inventive and flowery titles, etc. But one of the tablets is curious. The god it describes doesn't appear to take human characteristics, a rarity. It appears to be unnameable, not a rarity, but it resides in, and this is difficult, an ever-changing building? Strange. Anas has left. His contract wasn't up, but muttered something about his family. I'll miss him. I've grown less patient with the grad students. Perhaps I'm too harsh, but I think not. Late August. It's not in the building. It is the building. Trapdoor spider. Shiny objects. As they walk, they go down its gullet. It needs people to see the objects. That's necessary. That's how it feeds. It's loud now. They're fornicating. I hear it constantly. And they laugh while they do it, like masses of flesh thrown together, tentacles writhing. I can't join in now, even if I wanted to. I made sure of that.
I want to see what it has in its intestines.
Shit! I can't help them. I knew that. But I can't help them at all.
Dan!
Rat, what are you doing?
I believe that we are about to be in great danger and we
He
should...
asked me to accompany him and would not heed my request to leave the door closed.
Rat, before... I need to find some way to call Lou and Clara, even though it's... Can you think of anything?
Daniel Powell, listen.
Listen to...
The music.
Is that...
The curator is coming. We should run.
You have heard about objects, about curated objects arrayed in some sort of order. Check this episode's description for ways to contact us and to touch us. As always, we have a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81 if you would like to assist in our efforts to reach you. Once again, this object of arrayed objects is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes and pre-portioned ingredients right to your door. You can make delicious special home-cooked meals with these recipes and ingredients for less than $10 a meal. Bring these beautiful food objects to your door. Remember, everything matters and everything is vital and everything is necessary, so it is important to use fresh, high-quality ingredients in the preparation of your meals. To examine is to consume, so remember to consume good food objects. Blue Apron makes cooking easy as gazing at the immensity of existence and forgetting oneself or oneselves. For example, after you have cooked a meal of spiced lentils and basmati rice, you will be reminded of your physical body, of its wants and pleasures. Remember, this is all less than 10 United States dollars. Thank you, Blue Apron. Blue Apron is aware that when you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. So they set the highest quality standards for their community of artisanal suppliers, family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. Whether it's Japanese ramen noodles, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or heirloom tomatoes, Blue Apron is bringing you the best. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/deadsignals. Do this because you love us. Go to blueapron.com/deadsignals. We are Droman. Goodbye. There will be a new episode on Wednesday, May 10th. You are listening to something. You are listening to us. If you would like to listen to something else, we suggest Audible. Audible is supporting us. For a free audiobook with a 30-day free trial, go to audible.com/deadsignals.
Please run faster. It is coming to claim you.
Give me a faster body next time you cut me open. And it's coming for all of us, and where are we running to? There's only one way out?
Oh. Shit.
Suit.
I would not know.
Okay, so if we can't outrun these things, we can, I don't know, fight them somehow? Do they?
Fight? These things are immaterial and powerful, and the closer they get to you, the more you hear the music, and then the music is in you, and then the music controls you, and then you are theirs. Oh, but through this door!
Do the... No, apparently the windows don't open.
You will not succeed in that manner.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
The windows are reinforced. Often when I was malfunctioning, I would hit my head repeatedly on the glass to no effect.
Oh, I'm sure you didn't throw your body into it.
I am significantly stronger than you.
Suit, Caroline, could you try?
I will attempt. It is useless, Daniel Powell. Perhaps we could break a mirror? It is mentioned in Davenport's notes that...
That's a superstition, and it doesn't work, and it is a waste of...
Rat!
Oh, yes?
Okay, this is going to be kind of out there. But you know how, I can tune in to different frequencies? Do you think I could emit...
Oh, let us attempt. Dan, you will need to push your body right up against the glass.
Here?
No, just a little...
This is a bit uncomfortable.
Hopefully it will not take too long.
So...
Hopefully.
So, if you tune...
Oh, yes, but we'll have to...
God!
Sorry, tried to go just a bit too fast. Now, I think it's best if you open your mouth as wide as possible. Oh, try and keep it musical. Dan, louder!
I have you.
Thanks, Caroline. Now, how do we get down?
Oh, I believe they're inside. We should hasten and move quickly.
I'm not just going to jump down, and I'm pretty sure I can't use my...
Here.
What are you doing? Don't pick me up. Let me go. Why?
Oh, are you going to...
Refrain from moving.
Suit. Caroline, your legs. They're...
My legs are broken. Daniel Powell.
Why did you do that? We could have...
We had no rope, and we were being chased by a force looking to do us harm.
I scraped my knee.
Okay, but... You can't walk. I'll carry you.
That will not be necessary. I do not exactly feel pain, and this flesh is sturdy.
I helped make it that way.
The creature is correct. Suffice to say, we should be going.
Oh, but where should we head to? The city is so interesting and wonderful and dangerous, and the music will follow us anywhere, and they will try to claim you.
The radio station. They're different entities. The messenger and the curator. Maybe the music will be drowned out by... Rat. Why are they trying to claim me, in particular? Rat!
It was difficult to procure materials.
Rat!
I suggest we return to this conversation at a later time.
Oh, yes, let's.
Fine.
Come on, let's run.
Daniel Powell, why are you not running?
The landscape. It's all roads. I didn't think it would be like this. Sorry, I...
It is an abomination. Come, I do not want to die in it.
God. I think that fall might have dislodged something in my body.
No, we should stop and take a look at you and fix you.
I believe the music is gaining ground.
Shit. Come on. We're not gonna beat them in a straight race. Can we hide? Or...
Oh, they'll find us. They don't have eyes.
This is an unfortunate development.
Oh, shit. It's the screamers.
Perhaps we should run towards the music? They most likely want to bring us to their master and then kill us, rather than killing us now. That is most likely the case for you.
We run towards the screamers.
Daniel Powell.
We run towards them and sing. They don't bother you if you're singing. And then that'll throw the music off our tail. The music is under the curator's control, but the screamers, they aren't yet. I mean, they will be, but they aren't yet.
Oh, what song would you like to sing? I do not know many songs after the mid-90s.
I will attempt to sing along.
How about...
Oh, I like that one. Oh, a wonderful plan, Dan. Great job.
They were disintegrated.
So, on to the radio station?
That was the plan. Come on, it probably won't stop them for long. So, Caroline, are you starting to remember?
Flashes. I remember hating this. The very idea that there was a place like this. If you require more information about my past, Perhaps you should ask the monster next to you.
Oh, now that would spoil the surprises, and I wouldn't.
Rat, I am... Oh, God! Run! Where is that damn radio station?
Things shift in the city. I thought...
Hello? Is anyone... Hey, who is that? Caroline. Rat? Where are you? Where am I? Caroline? Caroline, is that you? Caroline, I can't see.
Purity.
Caroline,
Purity.
I can't
Purity.
see.
Purity. Purity.
Caroline, are you...
I believe that was something from my past, Daniel Powell.
Do you remember?
No, not completely. It appears we are in... I'm not entirely sure how to describe it.
Darkness?
Yes, we should attempt to find a way out of this.
And find Rat.
We should attempt to find a way out of this. You are being kind to that thing when he has been extremely cruel to the both of us. Come, we will head towards the whispers. Daniel Powell, why exactly are you so kind to that creature?
I feel like he's confused. And if I ever become something like him, I'd want to be treated, kindly.
We will never become something like him. We were modified by force. He chose to forget who he was.
How do you know?
Come, concentrate.
Oh, you are here. Or visions of you are? Or one of you is a vision and the other one is real. Or perhaps I am the vision and...
Rat, do you have any idea where here is?
Oh, I am not quite sure, but I saw...
Clara! Lou!
Dan!
Shit! How are you here?
We kept walking, like you said, and the exhibits got more,
Freakier.
And then all of a sudden we were in darkness, and...
Welcome to the museum. I am the representative of the curator. Now, I believe we haven't had the chance to be properly introduced. Please, in a circle, won't you tell me your names?
Clara.
Nice to see you again, Clara. I did so enjoy watching you in the contest.
I'm Lou. Hello.
You don't know my name.
I am aware of who you are.
They call me Rat now.
I'm Daniel Powell. And Rat said that you were going to claim something from me?
A pleasure to make your acquaintances. And in due time. Due time. As I have said, I am the representative, the curator. And as his representative, I have...
Where's your boss?
Lou.
Quiet.
Excuse me?
Your boss. The curator. If you're his representative, then I want to talk to him one-on-one, man-to-man.
Lou, you've met the curator. This is the curator. The curator and the museum are the same entity. We are currently inside my employer. In the room of uncollected voices, to be exact. Not the most noteworthy collection, but a good meeting place nonetheless.
Lou, this thing is old. There are records of this back in Ur.
Correct, Daniel Powell. The objects within my employer are significant, important, which brings us to the contest. You did not follow the rules of the contest.
What rules? You didn't say I couldn't have help.
Even if you did not break the letter of the law, you certainly broke the spirit. Thus, you will not be receiving a boon. Not that it would have been possible, anyway. The only way out of this city is through the power of these beings. Containing that in an object would be... Oh, excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh, do you need a napkin? I don't have one, but you could use my sleeve.
Oh, I will be quite all right. I have simply received a message from my employer. In the form of a tape. Strange. Ah.
Damn it.
Daniel Powell, would you mind?
I really don't want that thing inside me.
I would prefer not to be forced to ask again, Daniel Powell. Wonderful. Now, do I...
I'll put it in.
We should have a chance to talk, converse, discuss.
You're...
You know who I am, was, will be forever and ever.
Where exactly am I?
You are here, everywhere, inside me. We have an object possession claim to discuss.
Rat mentioned that you wanted to claim something from me. He'd been hinting, but...
To create your current form, being, holiness, the creature borrowed certain objects from my collection, being, self.
You want my body back? I don't think I could survive without...
Not at all. You were an incubation nest pregnancy, and you are about to hatch, open, give birth.
No. That can't...
Yes. Now give the child, being God. Ah, how beautiful, holy, transcendent.
What is that thing? It's...
It is sound, light, child. You are not capable of knowing exactly what you have conceived. There are many like us, leviathans, gods, beings, but only a few are interested in humanity. That will change. Now there is an opening, doorway, portal. It is best to be prepared, ready, powerful. Now back inside me.
Dan, what happened? Are you all right?
Oh, yes. What exactly transpired and took place and happened?
What did it look like from your end?
Mate, you screamed, then you, glowed, and bloody hell. And then, yeah, that was pretty much it.
I think I kind of gave birth.
Dan, are you...
The nature of what transpired is not for you to know. Now, as for the rest of you, the curator has decided it will leave you unharmed if you offer up a token, an apology in object. Suggestions are welcome.
Well, I just gave up whatever that was.
That certainly does not count.
How about our radio? Or backpacks? Anything from our gear?
You'll have to be far more interesting than that, Clara.
Oh, do you want some blood? Or other bodily fluids? Because I have several.
No.
Do you want more of my tape machine?
I believe the curator has had quite enough of that.
Then I don't really have anything to give. Caroline?
Well, if you have nothing interesting to offer, I'm afraid I will...
Give me a ship.
I don't believe that's an answer.
Give me a ship. and I'll explore the furthest corners of this world for you.
Lou!
You don't know what's out there, do you? Dan, you listen to those tapes about the ocean. They don't know.
I don't... I don't think so.
So give me a ship, and I'll explore. Whatever I can find. Whatever there's to know, valuable or precious, I'll bring back. Maybe there's nothing out there. But maybe there's a whole world. This place is dangerous, but it's also... shit. It's also magic.
Danger and beauty and wonder and death.
Lou, you can't seriously think about doing this. You will never be able to come home. How many actual people do you think live in the weird places of this weird-as-hell place?
Why would I want to go home? Home's been explored already.
Are you sure about this?
Of course.
No. No, I will not just...
Excuse me. Daniel Powell, if you would, I believe we will have our answer.
I can't believe you would just...
I'm not just...
Silence, please.
Hey, mate.
Why do you go?
Come on, mate. This place is the final untouched continent. Like I'm not going to explore that.
But... it's not...
The wind's picking up, Dan. Gotta go. I hope you get back home. Wherever that is for you.
I can't believe he did that! Idiot!
Oh, but he will get to explore new and dangerous and wonderful places. Maybe. Or he will die horribly. Perhaps both.
Just... shut up.
I agree. The creature should refrain from speaking.
Guys.
Oh, but I don't want to refrain from speaking.
Guys.
I have no interest in what you want or desire.
Guys. Where are we?
We're at the river, I think. Maybe where the river meets the ocean. I remember it. It's just shore and sand and fog, and it feels like it goes on forever.
Oh, perhaps it does, in a sense.
More importantly, where exactly should we go?
Home?
Dan.
No. We can get there. We just need to... Melody. Melody would know.
Who the hell is Melody?
Well, that's a bit complicated.
She was an employee of LMG in 1996. Her current whereabouts are unknown.
Oh, she made tapes and stopped a god for a while and made a lot of people, including me, very mad.
Wait, how the hell do you two know about Melody?
I do not remember.
And I listened to the podcast, remember? Oh, and can I just say, Dan, you are positively glowing.
Rat, shut up. Melody stopped one of these things, a being like the curator from going into the world. But that didn't last long, and anyway, she lives here now. And she was able to bring someone from our world to come and live with her. So maybe...
Well, it's better than going to the radio station.
How exactly will we get there, Daniel Powell?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm guessing she lives kind of near the Goblin Market, but...
The boatwoman, she just got us across the river last time. But if Melody's near the river, she can take us there. It'll probably be a higher price.
Oh, and we should make sure not to stiff her.
Come on, follow me.
How will...
She'll come eventually. When we need her.
I'm beginning to feel like myself.
Oh, shit. How'd that happen?
They were never fully successful in removing my soul from my body. I am not sure that the operation can ever truly be successful.
Oh, it's...
I will kill the creature if need be.
Clara, you okay with Lou and being out here all...
I'll manage. Fuck this place.
I agree.
Look.
The boatwoman.
Oh, she is just like I imagined her, all gray and like a statue, and so old and young at the same time, and her eyes are as gray as clouded water. Hurry!
Is there anything I should know about her?
Same thing you told me. Just make sure to pay the price.
What is your destination?
We want to get to Melody.
I can take you near her location, if that is what you wish.
Yes, we want that.
But it is a long journey. Longer than I am accustomed to. The fare will be higher.
We'll pay it. We'll think of something.
Thank you. Now, what do you have to offer me? My arm is outstretched.
My 21st birthday, or my first kiss, I'm not, too attached to milestones.
This is a long journey. These memories are not enough.
Shit. More bargaining?
Sacrifice is the only currency anywhere.
Oh. Would another bodily fluid work? I have several.
No.
Perhaps we could leave the creature.
Oh, mean.
No.
I could give up some memories if it'll help us get back. What would you want?
For you, you are unattached. Your memories are not strong enough.
What? No, my memories are strong. I still...
Dan, it's okay. It's no use arguing with her. She didn't want mine either.
No, but...
What would you give for 9 fingers? Not my own.
This will be... These are powerful. I would like these very much. An exemplary payment.
Caroline, I know those are... You won't have fingers.
I was crippled when the process began. I'm simply releasing their hold on me. I might require assistance with physical tasks in the future.
Jesus. Of course, whatever you need.
Would you like to cut, or should I do the honors? I have a knife. Obsidian.
Daniel Powell? Please be careful. I'm starting to feel pain again.
Okay, just... this'll be over soon. There. Are you all right?
I am free. Thank you.
To wrap your hands in. It'll stop the bleeding.
Thank you.
Here.
That is sufficient payment. Climb aboard.
Caroline, are you gonna be okay?
Yes, Daniel Powell.
We are ready.
Oh, how long is this going to take?
Longer than will be comfortable for you.
What the hell was that?
That is the scream.
Over. Soon.
We are close to the end, and we are close to new beginnings as well. Check this episode's description for ways to contact us and touch us. As always, we have a Patreon, patreon.com/archive81, if you would like to assist in our efforts to reach you. Things are ending, and it is difficult to be supported when things end, but we are supported by Audible. Audible has an unmatched selection of audiobooks, original shows, news, comedy, and more. Audiobooks are great to listen to when you are stuck in a parallel dimension of horror and wonder, when you're contemplating the futility of existence, when you're desperately trying to forget that hateful memory in the back of your mind, or when you're running errands. For our audience, which is you, Audible is offering a free audiobook with a 30-day free trial. Just go to audible.com/deadsignals and browse their unmatched selection of audio content. Download a title free and start listening. It is both simple and easy. We have been listening to Born by Jeff Vandermeer. Jeff Vandermeer is one of the greatest writers of weird fiction, and if you enjoy listening to Dan attempt to maintain his humanity in a hostile world, you will enjoy the work of Jeff Vandermeer. Born is about a shape-shifting green lump found in the fur of a giant flying bear. Frankly, if you do not want to listen to Born after hearing that description, we do not know what to do with you. Remember, get a free audiobook with a 30-day free trial at audible.com/deadsignals. That's audible.com/deadsignals. We are Droman. Goodbye. There will be a new episode on Wednesday, May 24th. We will have information on the myriad of ways Archive 81 will continue. You are listening to something, but you're not listening to an ending. Remember that, remember that, remember that.
The screaming. What do you mean, the screaming?
They did not pay their fare.
Oh, it's a good business model, though. Makes the customers...
Silence, creature.
Why aren't they saying anything?
They have forgotten language.
The worst part is that it almost sounds like singing. If you listen close.
Do not listen close.
Yeah. How long was the ride, last time?
Not too long. Time's weird here, you know that. And Lou kept trying to distract us, make conversation.
You okay?
Says the guy that just gave birth.
Clara.
Sorry. Do you think there's something out here in the ocean?
I don't know.
So goddamn stupid. He wanted to live out his little fucking explorer fantasies. Thought he was the next Livingstone. This isn't Narnia. This isn't a magical kingdom. This place is...
an abomination.
Yes. Yes, it is. And Lou's going to die here.
He could, I don't know, find something. Rat was telling me that this place isn't all terrible.
Oh, yes! There is danger and frightful things, but also beauty and wonder, and it's just another place, but one where will
The creature lies. The creature lied about what it put inside you, and it is lying about this.
The creature is not lying, and I never lied to Dan about what I put inside him. I just didn't mention it. Now, just because you're being mean about what I did to you, and because you're starting to remember your dumb little cult, that doesn't mean...
Silence, please. I must concentrate. This is a complex journey, a complex song. We are here.
Did she do that last time?
No, I don't...
Please, disembark.
This is just bombed out buildings. Ruins. How do we find Melody?
Walk. You will find her.
Okay, let's...
Before you go, Caroline, the knife, it is yours.
Clara, would you affix it to my bandages so I can use it properly?
Sure. I don't know how well it can be.
Do it anyway.
Caroline, I can carry the knife.
No. I need protection.
If you come to the river again, I will be there.
So, I guess we start walking?
Yeah, let's get going.
Dan, what is this place?
I don't have my tapes. How would I know? Bombed out ruins, skeletons, buildings. I haven't heard of any place like this.
Oh, this place seems fairly recent. Don't you smell it in the air? Stick out your tongue. See?
The creature is right. This place seems recent.
How would...
What the hell was that?
Oh, how interesting.
It sounded like... Come on, let's go towards it.
What?
It's not the music. Maybe it's another person? Mr. Davenport?
You know this?
Dan, this is quite a little surprise to say the least. I thought you'd be back in the outpost. Fancy meeting you all the way out here.
How are you here? Is this some sort of... I thought you used suit to... Can you get out now?
Well, hold your horses. You've got a lot of questions for me, don't you? And I understand that. I really do, but I really do need to keep singing, or else, well, I've been warned that some sort of terrible thing will befall little old me if I stop singing, so...
Those things, they aren't near here. You can stop singing.
Yes, Mr. Davenport, you are perfectly safe.
You see, you brought our little body bag along with you. She malfunctioning? Now, Dan, I've always valued our working relationship, but I've got to ask, how can I know you're telling the truth?
Well, Mr. Davenport, if you're out here, I'm guessing that you probably don't have a lot to lose.
Fair enough.
Wait. Stop making veiled callbacks and tell me, who the hell is this guy?
Oh, he's such an interesting...
Hey, now, hold your horses. Clara, I'm Davenport. I'm Dan's supervisor at LMG. Pleased to meet you. I see that thing is with you.
Oh, I'm here to help.
There was an attack. We escaped. The outpost is gone.
And Lou?
He's gone.
Well, omelets and eggs and all that.
Why are you even here? Shouldn't you be in her?
She's malfunctioning, apparently. I mean, gosh, if the printer breaks enough times, you get a new printer. Same principle should apply here.
Mr. Davenport.
I know. I'm getting to it. Do you hear that? In the distance?
No.
Hell no.
Oh, maybe?
You will, in a bit, once your ears adjust. Let's just say that LMG got a little bit overextended, bit off more than it could chew. Its eyes were bigger than its stomach. You see, when a corporation...
Mr. Davenport. I know you were lying to me about getting home.
Now...
You fucked with me, Mr. Davenport. That's what you've been doing since the first time I turned on this recorder. A recorder that is now part of my body. I don't give a shit about the contract or LMG or you. You have no power here. Now just tell me why the hell you're in this city.
It's been falling apart for a while now, but the cult. They attacked us while we were trying some experiments with the Visser portal. Now, a bunch of people, LMG and the cult, are trapped here. The thing is, they're still trying to kill us. They're hunting us like rats, so I ran and now I'm hiding.
Like a rat?
Hey, you're not supposed to say anything.
This is the cult that sabotaged the mercenaries, that killed the Torreses.
Yes. Wait, how do you... You must have heard the tape. Wait. You don't have to leave. The cult's been after us for years. They don't like us sticking our nose into non-science stuff for some reason. They just kill our people sometimes and leave us weird as heck answering machine messages, cost of doing business. Now, they've escalated.
Could have guessed that. And you know nothing about them?
No. We tried to get a man inside. They mailed him back to us in multiple packages. Wait. You hear that?
What the hell is that?
It's them. The cult fighting us. It's changing the city. The longer you're near it, the louder it gets. Even if it's not coming towards you. It's based on will or... Well, Dan, I don't know what it's based on. Seems like I don't know a lot of things anymore.
Why the tapes? That was you, wasn't it?
I spearheaded the initiative, sure.
Then why the tapes? And why me? Why did you choose me?
I didn't. There was already an archive before I started working here. I just added to it. I collected things that might have power. Hired people to record, hired people to find recordings. For some reason, weird things like tapes. And the act of listening draws the power out. It's why I hired people like you to listen and bear witness. LMG can exploit the things that happen when the world is shaken up a little. You were just one of the most noteworthy.
And there wasn't any reason why I was selected?
Of course not. You just seemed curious. Smart enough to be interested and dumb enough not to do anything about it. No really significant relationships. No one to really care about you if you disappeared. I misjudged Mark a little, but we all make mistakes. If every pork chop were perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs.
That's it?
Yep.
Dan, whatever answer he gives you, you're not going to be satisfied with it.
Now let's talk about...
Mr. Davenport, do you know who I am?
A body bag. One of the little guy's experiments. Now...
My name is Caroline.
What are you...
God, what the...
Shit!
How interesting. Caroline, why did you do that?
He was an abomination. He opened the portal to this world.
No, I opened the portal to this world.
You were tricked.
Mr. Davenport, are you...
You will never stop recording.
Caroline, we could have... I don't know. We could have...
No, we could not. Get over your Stockholm Syndrome. Daniel Powell, you are better than that.
Dan, there's no use talking about it now. He's dead.
Yes. I suggest we walk in the opposite direction of that sound.
Oh, I am so excited to see Melody. And I never liked Liam. Always wanted results.
Daniel Powell, I apologize for shocking you. Now, come with me.
Yeah. Just let me... let's go.
Hello, Daniel. This is exciting, is it not? You might finally meet Melody in person.
Yeah.
Oh, are you sad about Mr. Davenport? Because you should not be. He was a terrible and evil and mean man.
I know.
Oh, all right then. Suit, or is it Caroline now? I'm so curious how the procedure affected you. Do you remember being filled or malfunctioning or...
You are a selfish, craven creature, and you do not amuse me.
Oh, mean.
It's okay, Dan. We're going to get home soon.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna fit right in when a third of my body is a tape recorder.
Dan!
How am I going to explain this? There's Dan. He's got a really realistic and intricate series of tattoos across his body. Oh, no, don't mind the clanking sound of new ox. He's just swallowed a bunch of quarters and hasn't shit them out yet. Oh, who the... Who the hell am I gonna be in the real world, Clara? Who? Sorry.
Shh. Do you hear it? Shh.
Shit. I haven't heard birds and...
We will be cautious, Clara. You will make the dagger more secure. It has grown slightly loose.
Don't kill anyone without asking us first, eh?
I will not kill anyone unless necessary. Approach quietly.
Hi there. You don't have to sneak up. Come on by.
Hi?
We weren't sneaking up. Of course you weren't. Didn't mean to imply anything. I'm Alexa. What are your names?
Wait. Your Melody's
Wife. Well, never got a chance to be legally married, but been together long enough. Probably be common law if there were any actual laws around here. So, who are you?
I'm Daniel Powell.
Clara.
I am Caroline Lesta.
Oh, I can't use my actual name, but Dan calls me Rat, and I like it when he does that.
All right. Now what brings you down here?
We came to see Melody Pendris.
She's the celebrity round here. That's why we've got it, so that whenever anyone comes here, they see our house first.
Oh, that must be powerful.
Not really, if you know what you're doing.
Who is it?
Melody.
Visitors. They want to see you.
Are they, dangerous?
One of them's got a dagger taped to her hand, some blood stains, but we should be fine. Wards aren't breaking. Would have felt something if they were dangerous.
All right, then let him in. Wait, one of them's... The creature can stay outside.
Mean.
Rat.
Oh, no, I understand. I was just hoping she could find it in her heart to look past our history.
You okay in the garden?
Oh, I am sure I can keep myself entertained.
Come on, you heard the wife.
It's Melody.
Yeah, Dad, get a grip.
I just...
It's okay. Come on.
Sit down. Do you want some tea? I was just making a pot.
I wouldn't say no.
Melody, you know Rat?
Yes, Dan, I do. Now sit down. We should talk. Everyone has a cup of tea who wants one? All right. So why did you want to talk to me?
Dad.
Well, okay. So a while ago, I was hired by LMG to listen to these tapes, right? In this weird, out-of-the-way archive. They wanted me to catalog Archive 81. And Archive 81 had all these tapes of you and
Dan.
Your time in...
Dan.
Yes.
I know. You don't have to go through all of this.
Wait, how do you know? You've been missing. You've been here for...
It's a mirror stone. It lets me see what's happening in the, real world. I mostly use it to check up on what shit LMG is trying to pull.
So you know about Samuel's apotheosis and the portal?
Yes. And I don't blame you. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Davenport's Weasley like that.
He is dead.
Is that why there's blood on your...
Yes.
Ah. Probably for the best. But yeah, you don't need to fill me in on what's happened. However, I don't know everything that happens in this world, so the question remains. Why are you here?
I was modified to help LMG explore this place.
That explains the medal.
Yeah, and anyway, our outpost got attacked.
By who?
The curator.
That makes sense.
So we looked for you to see if you could help us find a way home.
Ah. Okay. Alexa,
Is it, weird stuff time again?
Yep.
I'll be in the garden.
Thanks. Anyone who doesn't want to be exposed to what I'm about to tell you should join her.
How dangerous will this be?
Not dangerous, but talking about the things that I talk about make it harder to be normal. I'm not going to subject Alexa to that, and it's not something you should enter into unwillingly. You two are going to stay, but...
Clara?
Shit. Will you be okay?
Yeah, I'll deal with it.
Dan, thank you for letting me... I don't...
Yeah.
Come on, Clara. I'll show you the garden.
Dan, do you know who your altered friends are?
Rat and Caroline? I don't actually know a lot.
Rat was one of Samuel's underlings.
Oh, God. Yeah, he was in the tape. He was in the first tape.
Now you see why I don't want to be near that thing. He wasn't in Visser when it collapsed, and he's been trying to learn more about this place ever since. That much exposure to whatever this is can make someone into something like him.
I don't know what I expected, but...
He is a pitiable creature, Daniel Powell. And what do you know of me, Melody Pendris?
You're part of the cult, right? The purity one?
I was. Then I was captured and used in a ritual. My fingers were cut off and replaced. Then my soul was scraped out so it could be replaced at will. I am still remembering.
I'm sorry.
I serve the cause well. I will continue to do so. You should not pity me.
What's this cult? And what is this place, really? And how can you...
Okay, now we're going to get into the dangerous stuff. It's best if you let me get through my little monologue without questions, okay? Do you want any more tea?
No. Oh, before you go ahead, you should know... Rat let the collector put something inside me. And it hatched. Just today. I'm not sure what it was, but... yeah.
Well, that definitely calls for more tea. This place. It's a reflection of our world. Or we're a reflection of it. Who knows? That's philosophy stuff. Basically, this place doesn't follow our rules. It's a place of will and desire. And the things that live here definitely don't follow our rules. Well, sorry. This is tough to talk about. Kind of gives me a headache. Thus, the tea. There are a lot of things that live here. Some are human. People like me and Alexa and the refugees in this town. They've just stumbled into this place. Or they've been lured here. Anyway, they're also, well, small creatures. Beings that are of this place but aren't that powerful. If you've been to the market, you'll see them. They don't matter all that much. But then there's the big things. I've heard them called leviathans. They're powerful, they're big, and their motives don't make much sense. To us, anyway. Mostly they keep to themselves. They fight constantly, and there's so many different kinds of them, but it's always with themselves. The world changes based on who's winning. So right now, this place is a city. But before then? Anyway, there are exceptions to the keep amongst yourselves thing. The curator, the messenger, Visser, some others. Visser wanted to enter our world. And it did. So who knows what's going to happen now? I don't know if the other Leviathans are going to put a stop to it, or if they don't care, or if they're all going to come pouring in. Maybe you were lucky to be taken into this world when you were. Things are definitely going to change. It's important to know that they aren't evil. Not really. It's not like some grand evil plan to take over our world. They're just unknowable. And that's even scarier. Ugh, such shitty tea. You think I would have gotten used to it by now? Don't tell Alexa. Oh, LMG and the cult. Lots of people have wanted to exploit this place since pretty far back, I'm guessing. Remember the Dutch corporation that actually built the apartment building? LMG have a lot of bank behind them. As for the cult, the purity guys, they really wanted to cut off any contact between this place and the real world. And they're willing to do whatever it takes to get that done. Fanatics. And I know sealing everything off sounds like a good idea. And I don't know, maybe it is. But I feel like I'm scared of what would happen if they actually did it. Oh dear God, it tastes like hot piss. Great for headaches, but really hot piss. Oh, and as for how I'm going to be able to do the things that I do, know the things I know, a little piece of viscera. Apparently, if you defeat one of these things, you gain a little bit of its power. Explains why they're always fighting each other. So, any questions?
My birth.
Well, I don't know. The collector's always up to something. It's curious. Maybe that's the right word. Probably not good enough, but yeah, I don't have all the answers. Sorry.
What happened to everyone else? In the apartment, I mean. I know it's not exactly my business, but I listened to all those tapes.
No. It's fine. It's easy to become attached to people. They're doing all right. They're here. Some of them, at least. The ones that didn't pass away in the implosion. It's a little community. It's not perfect, but we're making do.
Can you, help us get home?
Are you sure you want that?
I think so.
Dan, if you hadn't listened to my tapes, you wouldn't be the way you are. I feel partly responsible.
No, Melody, I don't...
I know. Middle age. You start feeling guilty for everything.
Wow, you don't look...
Alexa and I should be in our 40s, no matter what this place is doing to us. I'm not complaining, by the way. So if you want to use a little bit of my power to help you and your friends get home, I'm fine with that. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Alexa, want to bring Clara in?
Coming.
What about Rat?
What about Rat? Fine. He's in the area. He's weird enough that it'll be part of the ritual, whether or not he's touching it. I just don't want him in the same room. Were you all right?
We didn't eavesdrop. Not an idiot.
I know you're not, but I still worry about you. So, Dan, Clara, Caroline, gather around in a circle. You're all going home.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
How did you...
Don't worry about it.
Daniel Powell, are you sure that...
Yes. Rat gets to go home. Whatever happened, whatever he did to me, Rat gets to go home.
Could you Tell me why you are offering him this kindness.
He's been kicked around enough.
Okay, gather round. On the count of 3, we're all going to touch the artifact at the same time. Anything you want to say before we go?
Should we prepare anything?
I'm not sure what's going to happen. These things are never exact.
Okay. I think we should just start.
All right then. 1. Oh, it'll be on 3, not 3 and shoot, okay? 1, 2, 3. Man, there's something with your recorder. Hear other people's. It should be okay. Don't worry.
Oh, joy.
Rat, are you there?
Dan? Oh, hello, Dan. I am home and I am happy. Can't you see? I am to join the chorus. There's Samuel and there's Visser itself and I am to sing. Can't you see?
I can't see anything.
Oh, I am sorry, but thank you so much. I know that Melanie told you about me, and I am glad she told you about me. I have been trying and working and striving to find some semblance of the transcendence I felt when I was with them, and there was nothing that could compare. All the secrets that I learned were like ash in my mouth. But now I am with my friends and my God, and I am about to sing. I am sorry that I did not tell you of the agreement I made with the curator, but I am not sorry for making you what you are. Thank you, Daniel Powell.
I guess if that's what makes you happy. As long as you...
Dan! Shit! You're here?
I can't see anything. I'm still...
It's okay. It's okay. I'm back in New York. Actual New York, not a weird shadow version of it. I'm home. I don't have to worry about LMG finding my family or... Thank you.
Happy to help.
Hey, look me up the next time you're in town. We should grab coffee. My real name's Jennifer Martin. They made me change it because they thought it would be psychically significant if our names sounded like Lewis and Clark. Like any British person's named Lou.
Purity, 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 purity.
You.
Me. Forgotten?
No, but...
Lots of us. Leviathans. Some sleep. Need to be woken. Need to be heard.
Okay. What are you...
Sleeping. For a while. But you can hear. You record. Awake now.
What are you going to do?
Wake up. Fight. Eat. Normal. Thank you.
No.
Many. So many. Silly things. Not good. Hate them. Eat them. What? No. Should not.
Hello, we are here. Is anyone alive in the general vicinity?
I am undamaged.
That is inaccurate.
You are fighting to close the barrier.
Yes, we have been chasing LMG. You are Caroline Lesta?
I was. I've been here too long. Daniel Powell is still alive. He might prove useful.
Dan, can you hear us? It is Drummond. It was Mark. We were Mark. Please wake up. Wake up.
He is unconscious. He was modified. You will have to do what is necessary before you take him with you. You have your knife.
That is a drastic measure that we are not entirely comfortable with. He is our friend.
He will survive. Before that, I would ask you for a favor.
You ask too much. That was not your fault. You were kidnapped.
Nevertheless, I have been here too long. I am an abomination.
But we do not...
Do not make me beg.
Please say your name for us, for posterity.
Caroline.
Caroline, we are grateful for your work. Where would you like us to perform the action?
The throat, if you would. Quick and deep.
Understood. Is there anything else you would like to tell us?
It will happen soon. The barrier will be closed.
Yes, we are close.
Good. Then I will die happy.
Oh God. Dan, are you able to hear us? Are you able to hear Mark within us? We have become something different in order to save you. We have to cut out the device that was placed within you before we can take you home. But you will be home soon, and we will figure out a way to make you normal again. We have so much to tell you. I am very sorry. This is not an ending because nothing is an ending. Nothing can end. Nothing ever ends. On June 6th and June 20th, you will have something in this feed. There will be audio that you can listen to. Perhaps it will satisfy you, perhaps not. But thank you. Thank you for listening. It is important to us. We appreciate your support, whether on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Tumblr, or Patreon, especially Patreon. If you would like to receive our gratitude, go to patreon.com/archive81 and support us. And remember, we will give you more pieces of content on June 6th and June 20th. There will be more things to listen to. Stay subscribed.
Hey guys, Dan here. Thanks so much for listening to this season of Archive 81. We really appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for all your support. It's really awesome to know that so many people out there like this show. Mark and I are taking a little break over this summer to recoup and plan for our next project. But before we do, we have a 2-episode miniseries coming out that's based on Golden Age Orson Welles style radio drama. It's a little different from what we normally do, but we think you'll really, really like it. It's got a great cast, a great story, and it'll answer some questions you might have about Archive 81. The dates for that are June 7th and June 21st. No matter what Droman says. So stay tuned, and thanks.
We told you that we would return, and we did not lie to you. We have returned to give you answers. Not all, but some. This return was brought to you by Casper, a company that makes very good mattresses for the times when you are dreaming and vulnerable. Get $50 off your mattress when you go to casper.com/deadsignals and enter the promo code DEADSIGNALS. That's casper.com/deadsignals.
We are recording, I presume?
Mm-hmm.
And you are absolutely certain the technical gizmos and gadgets are all exactly where they need to be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I will hold you to that, Foleyman. Alice, Patricia, come forward.
Am I close enough, Mr. Waters?
2 inches more, Alice.
Oh, okay. Is this...
No. Place your head directly here, and don't speak directly into the microphone. You would not want to pop your peas.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Waters. Patrician, poppycock, penicillin, pennies. I'm not talking into the microphone, am I, Mr. Waters?
No. You sound lovely. Patricia, you're fine where you are.
Marvelous. Oscar, I fail to see why you've grown this sudden affection for recording a rehearsal.
Paramount importance, Patricia. Paramount importance. See, Alice, how I didn't pop my peas?
Oh, yes.
And I must hear what the audience hears, my dear Patricia. It will shape the broadcast, shape the experience, shape the story. When we perform this play over the airwaves, it must be perfect, and thus the recording. And of course it will be helpful for future students of the theater to hear an early production of mine in its infant form.
Must be such a comfort to believe that in distant futures the multitudes will still marvel on your work.
It is truly a comfort.
I think it's exciting.
Thank you, Alice. Now, on to the play.
We finally get to see it, Mr. Waters?
Of course. We will be opening them together. Now, cast your gaze upon them. Every corner of the folios were sealed with hot wax, not to be opened until the first and only rehearsal.
Because when one thinks of mass entertainment over the airwaves, one thinks of avant-garde theater.
Patricia? Here, one for each of you. Foleyman, you too. Now, to embark on a voyage to the farthest reaches of your consciousness, to plumb the depths of theater and the heights of human experience, to perform wing beats on American soil for the very first time.
Do you want us to open ours too, Mr. Waters?
Yes, I was under the impression that my intention was clear.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Waters.
With a sense of drama, if you would.
The play hasn't started yet, Oscar.
Thank you, Foleyman. See? Dramatic. Now, to begin. An introduction to be read upon the first and only rehearsal. This introduction is to be read by the director / primary actor / being who bought the play. Everything on this page is to be read, including this sentence.
Oh, God.
The play requires 4 participants, 1 male actor / director, 2 actresses, and 1 stage manager / Foley artist. These participants will henceforth be known as king, queen, dancer, and setting. Patricia, I have cast you as queen. Alice, you will be dancer.
Ooh, dancer, how exciting.
Oh, at least I finally know who I'll be playing. You know, if I was a betting woman, I would have wagered those pages were blank.
I knew what the play was, Patricia. Its forms, its themes, its requirements, its reputation. I was simply waiting to open it. The antiquarians and I had an understanding. Now, to get back to the matter at hand. These participants will henceforth be known as king, queen, dancer, and setting. The king, the queen, and the dancer will be required not simply to read their lines like automatons, but to create the worlds they inhabit, to reach deep within their psyches and make their stories a reality. Because in truth, all stories are real. In truth, they have already happened. This story is called Wing Beats. The play consists of 1 rehearsal in which the play is constructed in the minds of the participants, and 1 performance via radio in which the play will be constructed within and without the minds of its audience. There are 3 scenes. Scene 1 begins immediately after the introduction is read. Now turn the page, you pompous, self-centered bore.
Why did they have that in there?
It's a variation on the theater of cruelty, Alice. It's meant to be provocative. Now, to begin, one must always follow the script to the letter. Scene 1. The king is instructed to explain how he came to acquire the play. The queen is instructed to ask any questions regarding this process that she deems necessary. The stage will accompany the explanation with music, as he or she deems necessary.
Oh, wonderful. It's not an actual script.
Patricia.
Is there anything I can do?
The script does not mention you, Alice, if you'll wait until the next scene. Foleyman, accompany me via piano, if necessary, but be subtle about it. The focus should be on the monologue. Now, this was in Paris last year, 1937.
Why were you in Europe? The script does say I am to ask questions.
I was in Europe on a journey of personal discovery to experience the old world's artistic accomplishments for myself before the winds of war became a gale.
And you had no other reasons to leave America?
None that are worth mentioning. As I said, this was Paris, 1937. There's an odd feeling about being in Paris. It was my first time there, and you hear so much about it, this center of arts and lights and culture. Your expectations, the picture in your mind, crashes against the reality of the city. Feels like being in an odd sort of dream, one in from which you could awaken at any moment. Now it was raining in this dream Paris, a torrential downpour, sheets and sheets. Thank you. And as I was exploring the city, attempting to find Shakespeare and Company, and failing miserably.
And who were you exploring the city with?
No one. My companions were otherwise occupied. As it was raining, I stumbled into... I didn't exactly know what it was from the outside, but it looked like a shop, so I went in, hoping to wait out the storm. And as I entered, on one side there were books, floor to ceiling, arranged with no reason or purpose, jammed together. On the other, musical instruments, countless devices, violins and flutes and guitars and some other objects I don't know the name of, all arranged neatly with a perfect order. And in the center, 2 women sitting next to each other behind a small piano, looking directly at me.
So this store sold instruments and books, both?
Yes, the women did not appear to know the difference.
Excuse me?
If you let me explain, Patricia, the women were sisters, eccentric. They looked not similar exactly, but the same. The exact same eyes. Both seemed either very old or very young. I can't quite remember. Only one would talk at a time. The other would play the piano, and when the first sister was done talking... Thank you.
What were their names?
I didn't think to ask. I told them that I was attempting to get out of the rain, but I would love to browse their collection. They said that I looked like an artist.
Oh, you looked like an artist?
Yes.
Probably say that to everyone.
They told me to look through their catalog. As I was perusing the books, the women told me that the stories and the songs were connected, part of a whole. But eventually, people wouldn't need stories. They would just need songs. I disagreed on this point, obviously, and we discussed the nature of theater, my past work. It was an enlightening conversation.
Can you explain further?
The specifics are difficult to recall. It's been a year, and the talk had an effervescent quality to it. Nevertheless, the sisters told me that they had just the play for my particular talents. Wing Beats. I purchased it, and here we are.
And that is the entire story.
What would you like to know, Patricia?
Why you decided to put on this play, for one? You stumbled upon a bookstore. The clerks recommended a play, and you just had to put it on? Your trip to Europe was a bit more interesting than that.
I had heard of Wing Beats before. It seemed like everyone in Paris was talking of it in hushed breath. Everyone was dying to see it, but no one had the script. So, yes, I jumped at the chance to bring European theater techniques to America.
And that's all it was?
Yes. Now, shall we move to the next scene, or are more questions necessary?
Turn the page, Oscar.
Scene 2, the dancer's childhood. The dancer should describe the circumstances of her childhood and then act out a pivotal moment in her development. The king takes on the role of the dancer's father, and the queen assumes the role of the dancer's mother.
Oh, I don't know how interesting my childhood would be. Maybe we could do yours instead, Mr. Waters, or we skip this.
Alice, we will be performing as per the script's instructions. Remember, one must always follow the script to the letter.
It's all right, Alice. Just set the scene and we'll pick up from there.
Oh, well, I grew up in Wisconsin, just outside a little town called Black River Falls. Oh, my parents owned a farm. I was an only child, and... I did chores. I'd milk the cows. We didn't have too many cows, though. Not as many as everyone else. But it was Wisconsin, so we had a lot, and I'd farm in the garden. I had a little garden that I was in charge of, and oh, how I loved to garden. And I'm sorry. I don't really know what you want me to say. It was normal. Everything was normal.
No artist has a normal childhood, Alice. Something must have made you want to leave everything behind and come to New York.
Oh, the town just felt a little smaller and smaller as I grew older. I didn't want to marry a farmer and spend the rest of my life worrying. We were never poor, but it wasn't the best time to make a go of it, so I decided to move to New York and become a typist. But New York had other plans for me, I guess. And you know the rest of the story.
Tell us about your parents. What were they like?
Oh, father was a stern man. All rules and order. He told me that a farmer can never control the weather, but he can sure well control his own house. He'd tell me that whenever I stayed out too late. He was short, too. I think he hated it when I grew taller than him, but he was sweet underneath it all. My mother, she worked so hard, did all the books and paperwork. Her skin was faded, like all that hard work was draining everything from her. Her face was pinched. She told me that I looked nothing like her, that the only way she knew I was her daughter was that she'd seen the birth herself. Is that enough?
Yes, thank you.
The play requires a pivotal scene, Alice. Can you think of something?
Oh.
Perhaps the moment when you decided to strike out for yourself, abandon your provincial life with its small-town minds and small-town values, to thrust yourself against the rising fortunes.
I was young when the foot and mouth came, and we had to destroy our animals. That was an important moment. Father and Mother were talking about what they had to do, but I heard, and I came in to ask what was going to happen.
Patricia?
I think we can act out a version of that. I'm sure it will make for some scintillating radio.
I just don't know what to do, Martha. There's ain't...
Her name
No,
wasn't...
it's not important, Alice. Insurance should cover it. We've never missed a payment.
Think they won't find a way to squirrel out of it? Mark my words, if we see one red cent from Mutual, it'll be a sign of the second coming.
Oh, Richard, don't you talk about the Lord like that.
Jesus will understand me, Martha. If I remember my Bible, he held no love for the moneylenders.
Still?
I'm sorry, Martha, I don't.
I know. Richard, I know.
Ma? Pa? I
thought we told you to go to bed.
I couldn't sleep.
When your mama tells you to go to sleep, you go to sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. You want a glass of milk?
Yes, please. Thank you. Is everything going to be all right? Why'd we have to kill our cows, Pa?
They were sick, Alice. We didn't want the sickness to spread.
It was only some blisters.
Oh, we'll be fine. The insurance will pay, and we'll get some new cows.
But Pa said...
What have we told you about snooping?
But...
You're old enough to know better, Alice. You run that little garden all by yourself, don't you? Which means you're old enough to hear it. Insurance might not pay out, bunch of...
Might, and they probably will.
And even if they don't, we'll find a way to get by. That's what we always do, right, Alice?
Right, Pa.
Might need to tighten our belts, is all.
Might need to go up into the attic. And
How did you know about the attic?
Alice, that's where we have all our bank information.
You told me we didn't go to the attic. We never go to the attic.
Don't you speak to your mother that way. And you aren't to go to the attic because there's old equipment there. Don't want you going and cutting yourself to pieces.
Promise me you won't go into the attic, Pa.
I don't.
Alice, why are you so scared of the attic?
We thought you were ready to be part of the grown-ups conversation, but if you're scared of the attic...
I'm not scared. You just told me never to go.
Well, we're saying it's okay. But that's not... Now, we need to talk about how we're going to get a new herd of milkers.
No. Alice.
If the attic is really safe, take me there. Show me.
Oh, Alice, I don't know what's gotten into you. Why don't we talk more about how we're going to keep our farm?
The attic is all that is in my mind.
Well, if you think this is a pivotal moment for you, then we'll take you to the attic.
Are we sure?
You know how children get ideas in their heads now, Alice.
Lead on.
All right. Just so you don't worry.
Up the stairs.
First step. Second step. Third step.
Alice.
You told me to count. Fourth step. Fifth step. Sixth step. Seventh step. Eighth step. Ninth step. 10th step. 11th step. 12th step. 13th step. 14th step.
Now, Alice, once this door's open, I want to stop all this foolishness. Okay? We need to talk about what we're going to do as a family.
See, if you open this door...
Open it.
What is it doing?
And the scene ends here.
Alice, are you...
Oh, I'm fine. That was a good scene, wasn't it? Very, what did you call it? Avant-garde?
Avant-garde. You made some very interesting choices.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Waters.
Now, onward. Scene 3, the court. A decayed and aging palace. The dancer is entertaining the king and queen when a messenger arrives, bearing grave news. The king, the queen, and the dancer each play their respective roles. The messenger is voiceless. His dialogue should be a mixture of sound effects and music, as per the setting's discretion. The scene ends on the setting's volition. The queen is the first to speak.
And who is it that has come before our court, unannounced and unheralded?
Yes, answer, my queen. We will know who claims you.
And are the borders not always so? Dear, do we have to listen to him? He does drone on, and I grow bored.
Yes, yes, fire and damnation. We have heard this song before, but we all have our roles to play. The people are our body, in a sense.
In a very small sense.
So tell me, unnamed messenger, what frightens our people?
Our body.
But he will not act on it, surely not.
He is fed, and well satisfied with the lands we give him. Silence! I will hear no more from an unheralded messenger.
Dancer, chase away the memory of this man.
Dancer, why are you not obeying us?
I am unable to fulfill your request, my queen.
And why ever not?
I have heard the messenger's words, and I am much frightened.
Fear not, he will not come to harm.
But I see such things when the messenger speaks. I hear music, and I see visions.
What do you see when the messenger speaks?
Messenger, would you? I see a ballroom filled with dancers. There is music, but it's nothing I've ever heard before. The dancers are waltzing, perhaps. The steps are complicated, and I can't quite follow them. I am standing on the edge of everything, and I'm not sure when I am supposed to join them. If I am supposed to join them at all, I want to, I think. It seems so pleasurable and free and familiar, but there is a small voice in the back of my mind that tells me I shouldn't. The voice sounds like my mother. The dancers are clothed in yellow, and they wear masks made of a material I can't quite place. But the faces under the masks. The faces under the masks. the faces under the masks.
And scene.
Scene? The play was only supposed to have 3.
Scene 4 is to be read by setting, accompanied by the music he or she creates. Sorry. So scene 4 requires a simple question to be asked of the king, the queen, and the dancer. The question is this. Think upon the previous scenes, cast your mind into them, and inhabit the space and the story of the play. Now, what setting do you see? What is the setting of scene 4? The king will answer first.
It is a stage without end. Behind me, the platform stretches out endlessly. There are no props, no other actors. And in front of me, the audience is seated on velvet red chairs, stained chairs. The audience, their heads are shrouded, wrapped in yellow rags that seem to move about their faces. I can see no expression, but I can tell they are displeased.
The queen will answer second.
I don't exactly see what this has to do with...
The queen will answer second.
Remember, one must always follow the script to the letter.
I see a tavern in a small fishing village. The damp seeps in everywhere the light does not. The drinks are cheap, and they taste it. The fishermen crouched around the bar never speak. Everyone in the village shares a secret. Something about the deep that they try not to tell outsiders. The darkness grows stronger and they shiver against the wet and the cold.
The dancer will answer third.
Oh, it's the attic. Of course it's the attic.
And scene. The denouement is to be read by setting. Thus ends the rehearsal.
But we didn't rehearse.
The final script will be written by setting based upon the images and stories created by the king, the queen, and the dancer.
Well,
The final script will be written in the span of less than 1 week, and the play will be performed no more than 2 weeks hence. The king, the queen, and the dancer will be given the script immediately prior to the performance. Fiend.
Now that is simply outrageous. Obviously, I will be the one to write the final script.
The script says otherwise, Oscar Waters.
Foleyman, listen to me now.
I happen to have a name.
All right, Mark. It's...
You should let him write it, Oscar.
Alice, I hired you because you were pliable.
Oh, pliable.
Open to direction.
Oscar, if you don't let him write the script, then you aren't really performing the play, are you? You're performing some...
Abomination.
Oh, thanks, Mark. Abomination, that's just the word.
Now,
If you want to do avant-garde theater, do the damn avant-garde theater. I'm not going to waste any more of my time acting in a bastardized play. Remember, one must always follow the script to the letter.
Oscar Waters, the play is a ritual. It's like all stories in that way. And specific instructions must be followed in order for it to have its proper impact, to touch and alter the minds of people listening to it.
But you have script experience? You're a sound man, and a new one at that. You've only been in the company a matter of days.
I have experience doing what must be done.
If the play requires it.
Wonderful. I believe we're finished recording. Absolutely wonderful. I will see you all at the final performance. If you'll excuse me, I have a lot of work to do. Archive 81, The Golden Age, will return on Wednesday, June 21st. You can spend the hours until that moment by talking about us on various forms of social media. We have a Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, and even a Reddit page.
You can also support us by going to patreon.com/archive81 and donating. We appreciate your support. This peek into our shared past was brought to you by Casper, which is an online retailer of premium mattresses for a fraction of the cost. Humans spend a third of their lives asleep, dreaming of things that have happened, things that are happening, and things that might yet come to pass. Casper realizes that, for your voyages into strange and ethereal dreamscapes, it's important to have a good mattress. A Casper mattress is made of supportive memory foam for a sleep surface with just the right sink and just the right bounce. Plus, its breathable design sleeps cool to help you regulate your temperature throughout the night. You can try sleeping on a Casper mattress. Casper offers free delivery and painless returns within a 100-day period to the US and Canada. However, if you happen to be trapped in either an alternate universe of thought and desire or the 1930s, the offer does not apply. You can save an additional $50 toward a mattress purchase by going to casper.com/deadsignals and entering the promo code DEADSIGNALS. That's casper.com/deadsignals and promo code DEADSIGNALS. Terms and conditions apply. We are Droman. Even as you are discovering more about our past, remember that we are Droman. We will return with the second episode of Archive 81, The Golden Age, on Wednesday, June 21st. You are hearing our words, and we hope they will give you some comfort. If you would like other comfort from other words, we suggest Audible. Audible is supporting us. For a free audiobook with a 30-day free trial, go to audible.com/deadsignals. That's audible.com/deadsignals.
The Central Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Oscar Waters and the Quicksilver Theater on the air in Wing Beats. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Quicksilver Theater and star of these broadcasts, Oscar Waters.
We know now that the world we experience is not the only world available to us. We know now that the world of flesh and blood is a mere reflection of a greater world, a world of thoughts and ideas that lies across an immense ethereal gulf from our own. A world where the darkest depths of our subconscious are made reality, a world of terror. Tonight, the Quicksilver Theater will take you inside that world with Wing Beats, a radio play in 4 acts. In our opening scene, oppressive rain fills the alleyways of Paris, the city of lights, and a lone traveler attempts to find shelter in a most curious shop. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Hi, my name is Richard Thalberg. You've probably heard me telling about Amber's better taste. Well, here's someone else that found that Amber's taste better. America's prettiest golf pro, Ms. June Allgood.
After a hard day out in the golf course, and really hard competition, I like to come in and sit down and relax and light up an amber. To me, ambers just taste better. Their natural aroma just takes me to another world.
Yes, it's all a matter of taste, and ambers do taste better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. The reasons? Amber Duke means fine tobacco, and ambers are made better, so be happy. Choose Amber. It'll take you to another world.
Hello? Hello? The storm's raging, and I was hoping to find some momentary shelter in your shop.
Welcome. Feel free to peruse our wares. We have much that may interest you.
I thank you sincerely. That's a lovely melody,
My sister.
Your sister is playing simply lovely.
We thank you. We try to play something whenever one of our customers visits, but it is so difficult to play and talk at the same time, so we
switch off.
That is something.
We hope you appreciate it. And please, browse our store. It is so good to have customers, and it is ever so miserable outside.
Of course, of course. What a singular collection you have.
Do you like it?
Oh, we are so glad that you like it.
Yes. Musical instruments on one side of the shop and books on the other. I must confess I have not seen anything like it.
Yes, it is suited to our interests. I am in charge of the books.
And my domain is the musical instruments. We both oversee the things we most love.
In the end, are they not two paths to the same destination? In the end, are stories not songs? In the very end, are stories unnecessary when faced with music's final truth? We feel strongly that they are.
Oh, I'm not certain I could say that. I direct and write myself, and music, lovely though it is ill-suited to tell stories.
We disagree.
But you are a director?
I am a man of many and varied talents, as it were.
You work in the theater, then?
Primarily. You might have heard of my Romeo and Juliet on Broadway. Or my production of Richard III. It was set in Brazil. Sort of a jungle theme. Or do you listen to the radio? I'm actually going to be creating radio plays once I get back to New York.
We have not heard many radio plays. We apologize.
Perhaps you have come to Europe seeking inspiration? Or plays to perform?
Of course. Traversing the streets and alleyways of Paris is the perfect antidote to mediocre ideas. And who knows when I will get a chance to visit Europe again. What with? I'm sorry.
We are not concerned.
That's the spirit, I suppose.
Yes, that is the spirit. Perhaps you would like to purchase one of the plays we have for sale?
Or one of our musical instruments.
You do have a very wide variety of instruments. But if you happen to have any Bertolt Brecht, I would love to acquire it. His plays are so very difficult to find.
Unfortunately, we do not possess any plays written by a German author.
Of course.
But if you are interested in the avant-garde, we might have something that would be useful to you.
Yes?
Follow me. My sister will continue to play.
So tell me of this play. What are its themes? What is it attempting to say?
The play is called Wing Beats, and it is about many things. It is about narrative and urban life, but most importantly, it takes you to another world.
A play the audience can lose themselves in.
Exactly. Ah, here it is. A few copies for your actors.
Thank you. Wing Beats, you said. I think I may have heard of it somewhere.
Yes. Everyone in Paris is talking of it in hushed breaths. Everyone is dying to see it. But no one has the script. I should relieve my sister.
Do you mind if I skim it? I should see if it would suit my company.
The play is intended to only be read upon the first rehearsal. There's a note with instructions inside the jacket.
That's...
The play is very avant-garde.
Perhaps I should purchase another.
No, I believe this is the play you are searching for. You have a desire to touch people, to expand their consciousnesses, to show them something they have never seen before, to be remembered.
This play will help you do it. And it is only 10 francs.
I suppose I can't refuse an offer like that from two women such as yourselves?
We hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
The rain appears to be clearing up.
Yes, well, thank you. I know I'm not supposed to read it exactly, but I'm sure a quick skim won't hurt. I did not catch your names.
We did not give you our names, Oscar, and we would advise you strongly to follow the instructions on the note inside the jacket. Stories are, in a sense, rituals, and it is important to follow the steps of the ritual exactly to achieve the desired result.
And what is the desired result in this case?
Transcendence, Oscar. Transcendence. Stories and music are but reflections of something vast and incomprehensible. This play might, if performed correctly, cross that immense gulf and touch something and taste something and bring something back. But only if it is performed correctly, Oscar. Only if it is performed correctly. Do you understand?
Yes.
We did not hear you. We are so very old, and our ears are not what they once were.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
Wonderful. Goodbye, Oscar. Now, perhaps we will play together.
And thus ends the first act of Wing Beats, produced by Oscar Waters and the Quicksilver Theater on the air and presented to you by the Central Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations. We're sponsored today by Amber Duke Cigarettes. Take it away, Richard.
Thanks. Now, you know the real reason why people keep coming back to Amber Duke cigarettes? Why, it's because of their great taste. That rich, deep, creamy taste. Not for any other reason. And Ambers taste better because they're made better. We start with fine Carolina tobacco. Then we pack that tobacco up, along with a little Amber Duke magic, into a perfect cylinder of fine, mild tobacco. There are no loose ends to get in your mouth and spoil the taste. Why, if you looked at amber under a microscope, you'd see why ambers taste fresher. It's because ambers are made round, firm, and fully packed to smoke smoothly and evenly. Not that you should look at an amber under a microscope. You might see too much of that Amber Duke magic. Scientists aren't sure what that Amber Duke magic is, but we know that it helps make our cigarettes taste great. Remember, Amber Duke means fine tobacco. Now, back to the show.
Our second scene brings you to the modest home of Mr. and Mrs. Liddell on the outskirts of a small town of Wisconsin named Black River Falls. The Liddells are dairy farmers tied to the fortunes of their herd, and you can see on their faces that their herd isn't doing well. Martha and Patrick are seated around the kitchen table, talking about what to do now, and their daughter, a slip of a girl, well, she can't help but listen in. Why don't we join her? I just don't know what to do, Martha. There's ain't a...
Insurance should cover it. We've never missed a payment.
Think they won't find a way to squirrel out of it? They're on to us. They don't cotton to our story about the disease. Mark my words, if we see one red cent from Mutual, let's just say sometimes I think the dwellers beneath should shake off the membrane of their prison and pour forth like ants upon the earth a little early.
Richard, you know that our words are gateways for those types of creatures.
I know. It's,
Sometimes you think it's pointless.
I reckon sometimes.
Oh, Patrick. It's all pointless. We're just shadows cast by beings we can't even understand. Nothing matters.
You're right, Martha. Still, with all those sacrifices.
I hear you.
Ma, Pa,
I thought we told you to go to bed.
I couldn't sleep.
When your mama tells you to go to sleep, you go to sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Do you want a glass of milk?
Yes, please. Thank you. Is everything going to be all right? Why do we have to kill our cows, Pa?
You know why we had to kill our cows, Alice.
I know.
When we are commanded to do something, we do it.
You understand that, don't you, Alice? You're our little gardener. You're our very important little gardener. You know we wouldn't have the attic if we didn't do what they said.
I understand, I think. I love the attic, but...
The vastness beyond and within us, the songs within and without us, the city outside and inside us. We hear the whisperings, and we are theirs to be commanded.
Damn right.
You are a small part of us, and we are a small part of them, and they are as big as the universe itself.
I'm sorry, Ma and Pa. Sometimes I don't understand.
It's okay, sweet pea. Everyone has doubts. Even I have doubts.
I heard that, Pa.
What have we told you about snooping?
I'm sorry.
We're God-fearing people, Alice. We fear gods. We fear leviathans, and rightly so.
But why did you have to kill the cows? What do we get from killing the cows?
Alice.
What do we sacrifice them for? Now we ain't going to have a farm anymore.
Now that is enough. You need to go right back to your...
Martha, don't mistake my belly aching for regret. I don't regret killing those cows. Because those cows aren't real. None of us are. We're just the shadows of greater things living in a world of shadows. You think we got free will? You think we make decisions? Free will ain't shit.
Patrick.
It's true, Martha. Human beings are just complicated machines, like tractors that think they're important. We're the shadows cast on the wall by lights we can't understand. When one of the lights talks to you, you better listen. You have to. You already listen. Everything's already happened. Alice?
Oh, Alice, I know. We have been telling you this for so long, and it is still so hard to understand. The fact that everything's already planned out does not mean life isn't still fun. I mean, we know the truth behind reality. Well, we're just dairy farmers, but we know the secrets of the universe. Well, now, isn't that fun? Isn't that worth a couple slaughtered cows?
I guess.
Oh, see, you're feeling better.
You want to go up to the attic again?
Oh, yes. Please, Pa.
Oh, she went last week. She shouldn't go there too often. It messes with her memories.
It makes her happy. Now, Alice, you promise to be good from now on?
Yes, Pa.
You know what we have to do when we want to go to the attic to make sure it stays in this world?
Yes, Pa. First step, second step, third step.
All right.
Fourth step.
All right. Come on, Alice.
Fifth step, sixth step, seventh step, eighth step, ninth step, 10th step, 11th step, 12th step, 13th step, 14th step.
Now, Alice, remember to come back. Don't get stuck traveling, all right?
Oh. And tell us stories of what you see.
I will.
What are you looking at, Alice?
Everything.
And thus ends the second act of Wing Beats, produced by Oscar Waters and the Quicksilver Theater on the air, and presented to you by the Central Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations. We're sponsored today by Amber Duke Cigarettes. Take it away, Dick.
Thanks. You know, when you smoke an Amber Duke cigarette, that smooth tobacco really takes you to another world. Whether you're watching a baseball game, or eating at a restaurant, or waiting for the doctor to come back with the results of your prenatal exam, or seeing a movie, or skiing down the slopes, or reading a book from that section of the library you're not supposed to enter, or flying a kite, or fucking your secretary out of some misguided desire to feel powerful and vital again, or driving with the top down on Route 66, or making sure there are no witnesses, or bowling with your friends, or following the ritual's instructions no matter how terrible they are, or listening to Amos and Andy on the radio, or changing your name to your dead uncles to collect the Social Security benefit on the track. Another world where your problems and cares slip off like a heavy winter coat. And it's that great taste of Amber Duke tobacco that takes you there. Remember, Amber Duke means fine tobacco.
For our third scene, picture in your mind's eye the court of a king. A great hall filled with tapestries and candelabras and thrones of gold. But if you look closer at the accoutrements on the table, you'll find rot in the splendor of the king's court. The tapestries are frayed, the sconces sputter, a thin film of dust rests heavily on the tables. There are 3 denizens of this once majestic court, a king, a queen, and a dancer. But wait, who is the stranger that intrudes on this scene? Let's find out.
And who is it that has come before our court, unannounced and unheralded?
Yes, answer, my queen. We will know who claims you.
I am but a messenger, and I fear I come bearing ill news. The borders of your lands are in revolt. Your people are afraid, and they hear whispers in their dreams. A faceless thing with hands of glass and wings of both feathers and blood prophesies doom to your country and your persons. Flames rise, and the west is not quiet.
And are the borders not always so? Dear, do we have to listen to him? He does drone on, and I grow bored.
Yes, yes, fire and damnation. We have heard this song before, but we all have our roles to play. The people are our body, in a sense.
In a very small sense.
So tell me, unnamed messenger, what frightens our people?
Our body.
Your people are afraid because they hunger, my lords. You eat while they starve. The system that allows this to happen is broken, and they have begun to realize it in the hidden places of their minds. The reality of the world does not match the stories they have been told and the stories they tell themselves. The disconnect has manifested in fire and blood and destruction. Beings speak of doom, and creatures speak of the cracking of bones and the drinking of marrow. Righteous wrath is still a terrible thing to behold, my lords. And as the countryside burns, the thief king of the western country smiles and plots and licks his fleshy lips in carnal anticipation. The thief king waits for time to become his ally.
But he will not act on it, surely not.
He is fed and well satisfied with the lands we gave him.
Men like the thief king are never satisfied. Men like the thief king believe they are the only truly real beings in the world, and they will not stop until their tumescent psyches hold sway over every being they see before them. The thief king does not see reason. He views himself as reason and power and justice and truth and everything.
Silence. I will hear no more from an unheralded messenger.
Dancer, chase away the memory of this man.
Dancer, why are you not obeying us?
I am unable to fulfill your request, my queen.
And why ever not?
I have heard the messenger's words, and I am much frightened.
Fear not, you will not come to harm.
But I see such things when the messenger speaks. I hear music, and I see visions.
What do you see when the messenger speaks?
Messenger, would you?
Alice, what do you hear when I speak? What do you hear when this play is performed?
Foleyman.
It's all part of the play. Don't forget that, Oscar. Don't you ever forget that.
I see the ballroom that I saw last time, with the masks. And I actually saw it last time. I wasn't acting. I saw it.
Alice, you don't have to...
Remember, part of the play.
But I see more this time. Much more.
What do you see, Alice?
There's more to it than a ballroom. There's a museum and a choir, and there are roads. People live here, human people, and not so human people. And it's not a place like we would recognize. The buildings aren't stone or brick, they're ideas, concepts, and so is everything. It's all ideas. Ideas with teeth.
Leviathans.
And they're all in this one place, this vast country.
It's called the city.
I remember what was in the attic. What my parents prepared me for. It was like this.
A reflection of this. They were useful servants who helped you reach this goal. Rituals to make other rituals work.
I see it all now. I see the entire reflection of our world? Or are we a reflection of theirs? That's what my parents thought, and they might be right. And I am seeing so much, and I don't know if my mind can contain it, and it's beautiful and horrifying all at the same time.
Yes, contain
And
it.
the story's too... It's too...
What is happening? I am the director of the Quicksilver Theater, and I will not let a play...
No. No. I shouldn't have let them tell my story.
And what about the health risks? We're all going to die eventually. Why not let Amber Duke cigarettes take you there? Your lungs are just black with the smooth taste of Amber Duke tobacco. They taste great. They taste
really great. Tune in next time for more adventures of the Mechanical Man. Thrill as Daniel Powell fights crime with his machine body. Will he ever discover the secrets of LMG and make his way home? Only time will tell, brave archivists. And remember, if you want your own Archive 81 beanie cap, send 10 cents to...
I will not go gently into that good night. I have more stories to tell. I will not let my voice be silenced.
Couldn't bear to hear my father talk anymore. I just jammed that burning cigarette into his goddamned eye. I laughed as he screamed and ran about. Do Amber Dukes still taste fucking smooth that way? Do they?
Hi there. It's me. It's Mark. I know. Weird. Right? This whole thing's been so weird, but that's been the case ever since Dan got that archiving job, so the fourth act is you. You, the human being listening to this. With your headphones or in the car, you are part of this. You're complicit in this, if that's the right word for it. It's all been a ritual, by the way, but you probably picked up on that. You're not dumb. I mean, it wasn't a coincidence that scenes were reflections of each other, and it was all about stories and song, and you got that. Yeah. Turns out, I don't have free will, which means time travel's possible. It's probably best not to think about it. Just try and live your life and not think about the fact that you're basically a fucking meat computer. Anyway, yeah. So this is the ritual. You hearing me tell you about the ritual. Very meta, or, well, the ritual ends when I'm done talking, not when you hear it. Time's funny that way. So yeah, this wasn't something I wanted. Any of this, making you complicit, fucking over these poor actors, using Alice. But see, it already happened. You know, since there's no free will. And I have to become something powerful enough to help Dan. And this ritual will let me do that. And with everything the cult did for me, it was worth a shot, right? So yeah, I hope hearing this was entertaining, if nothing else. I am off to try and find Dan. Oh shit, what's happening to me? What's happening to me? What's happening to
us? You have helped us perform the ritual. Thank you. This is an ending, but it is not the ending. There will be more things for you to listen to. The story of Dan and the story of Mark is not over, but there will be a pause, a slight pause, before you hear from us again. A pause is not an ending. A pause in breath does not mean a being has died. We will breathe on you again soon. For news about what we are involved in, stay subscribed to this podcast feed and follow us on social media. We have a Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, and Reddit page. We also have a Patreon account, patreon.com/archive81, where our listeners can support us. We highly value this support, especially as we collect our breath and prepare for the next object you will experience. Our breath, our words, our stories are sometimes difficult to bring to you. We are helped by Audible. Audible has an unmatched selection of audiobooks, original shows, news, comedy, and more. If you are waiting to hear further stories from us, audiobooks are a wonderful way to while away your meaningless hours until the point at which we return. For our audience, and do not forget that you are our audience, Audible is offering a free audiobook with a 30-day free trial. Just go to audible.com/deadsignals and browse their unmatched selection of audio content. Download a title free and start listening. It is both simple and easy. We would recommend listening to Lincoln in the Bardo by George Saunders. The audiobook is about death and endings and loss and how our physical urges contrast with our spiritual desires. It is also about America. It is a very good audiobook. Remember, get a free audiobook with a 30-day free trial at audible.com/deadsignals. That's audible.com/deadsignals. We are Droman and I am Mark. Goodbye. We and I will return. Stay subscribed to this podcast feed.
Hi everyone, this is Mark, the actual Mark who writes and co-produces the show, not the character I play in Archive 81. Anyway, so that was Archive 81, The Golden Age. Dan and I really hope you like it. We had a bunch of fun putting it together. I got to experiment a bit with the writing. Dan got to do some cool stuff with the sound design. We're really proud of it. Now, just so I make myself abundantly clear, this was not the end of Archive 81. There will be more Archive 81. We do not have a set timetable for when Archive 81 will return, but Archive 81 will return. So, just to give you a sense of where we are and what our future plans are, Dan and I are going to take a little time away from Archive 81 in order to work on another cool fiction podcast thing. It involves demons, a music festival, an evil villain that may or may not be based on Ed Sheeran, and over 30 original songs. It's our most ambitious project to date, and we are very, very excited to share it with you once it's closer to being, completed. If you are inwardly screaming, hey, don't do that, I want Archive 81, and I want it now, I definitely get that. Honestly, Dan and I just need a little time to work on a non-Archive 81 thing, so we don't grow tired and bored of the Archive 81 universe. Making the Deep Vault, which is our other podcast that you should definitely check out, it's got robots, making that in between seasons 1 and 2 was a really good idea, and we want to do something similar in this case. Also, to be completely honest and probably a little bit too personal, Dan and I are just a tiny bit burnt out, so not having a set-in-stone deadline will be positive for mental health reasons. Sound good? I hope so. We are going to keep you in the loop on everything as it happens, so just follow our Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, and Reddit pages for all the latest news. Also, talk about Archive 81 and share weird theories and fan art. We get a kick out of it when you do that. Now, before I get to the fun stuff, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for listening to our show, for leaving reviews on iTunes, for telling your friends, family, hated exes, random passerby, whoever about us, for making fan art, for posting theories on Reddit, for just enjoying Archive 81. And a special shout out to people who support us on Patreon. That really helps us make the show and pay our actors and all that good stuff. Archive 81 is something that Dan and I do in our spare time. We've got full-time jobs and lives and friends that we try really hard to see occasionally. We do this because we enjoy making strange and weird and cool stories with sound. So it's really gratifying that you actually enjoy our podcast. Thank you. Also, an extra special thank you to Larry Josephson and the Radio Foundation studio in New York for letting us use their space. Now, on to the fun stuff. We asked you through Facebook and Twitter and Tumblr if you had any questions for us, and we are going to answer them. Now, because of our schedules, and because Dan will be gallivanting around in Europe with his family, we were not able to record them together. But Dan did record some solo answers to questions, and I'll be occasionally passing the metaphorical microphone to him. But I do have a special guest, John Maher, the actor who played Jeremy in the Deep Vault and Jacob/Rat in Archive 81. Oh, by the way, this will be part 1 of our Q&A. Part 2 will be exclusively for our Patreon backers. Before I get to the Q&A, I've got some recommendations to make. Since Archive 81 will be on hiatus, you might be asking yourself, how will I fill these meaningless hours that make up my dreary, uneventful life? Well, you can always listen to some cool fiction podcasts. There's also The Bright Sessions, which is basically about superheroes and therapy. Kind of, it's weirder than that, but it's really good. Ars Paradoxica, which has lots of mind-bending time travel, and it's really good. Beef and Dairy Network, which is essentially indescribable, but it is by far, no question, the funniest podcast or fiction podcast out there. It's very, very good. Anyway, you should also check out The Bridge, which is about Intercontinental Bridge. It's just really good. The Dark Tome, which is really scary. Darkest Night, which is also really scary and also has Lee Pace, who's amazing. The Black Tapes, another scary thing. Welcome to Night Vale, which you have definitely heard of. Greater Boston, which has a great sense of place, and a whole bunch more. For more recommendations, check out the Audio Drama Sunday hashtag on Twitter. I started it like a year ago, and it is very cool to see that it's taken off. Yay! Now, without further ado, say hi, John.
Hi, wonderful and very kind and very wonderful audience.
Cool. So, on to the first couple questions, which are from Tumblr. And also, just by the way, I'm going to be skipping some questions that we've either answered before or we don't want to answer because they're too plot-based. Anyway, so first off, from My Dear Scout from Tumblr, asks, where can I buy that Lights You Can't See song? Please make it available on iTunes. And this is actually a question that we get a lot. A lot of people ask for the music. And that is all Dan, by the way. Dan basically composed all the songs in the second season. And they're all available for our Patreon backers. To download, we have different versions of the song. They all sound really interesting and cool and fun, and they're basically all there. You just have to be a Patreon supporter. We also have the Lights You Can't See song. We posted that on to Twitter and Facebook. So if you just scroll through our tweets, you can find it there and listen to it to your heart's content. But the only way you can download it is to become a Patreon subscriber. And that is the answer. Okay. Moving on. Soft Gay Kid on Tumblr asks a question about basically what the change in format from season 1 to season 2 was like, and what motivated the change in format. Basically, it's not really a change in format. It's still a tape. We just decided to put the tape in Dan's body, and the reason that we did that
is because it made it a lot more fun for me.
Yeah. Well, it made. Yeah, it was a fun scene with Rat, but it's also it also kind of broadened the scope of season 2, and that's something that we really wanted to do. We didn't want to just have another essentially Dan in a old insane asylum listening to even more tapes. We wanted to do something weirder, something a little bit more surreal, and the change in format really helped us do that.
It also is a little bit truer to life because sometimes Dan comes over to my apartment. Dan actually lives very close to me. He lives like a few blocks away. And sometimes Dan comes over to my apartment and I actually put metal objects inside his stomach. It's a habit of ours that dates back a few years ago.
Yes, your personal life is very, very weird. Anyway, Soft Gay Kid also asks, did doing the Deep Vault shape the second season of Archive 81 in any way? And it did a little bit. I think we got a lot more comfortable with actors through the Deep Vault. The Deep Vault was very much a kind of fun, fast-paced action adventure where we had a couple people in a room. You were one of them, John, basically acting and reacting, and we were able to do a large portion of it in a weekend, and that kind of shaped how we did the second season production-wise. But as for plot and sound design, actually Deep Vault was written... the first drafts of it were written before Archive 81. I wrote the first drafts before that, but we decided to edit it and change it and make it a lot better in between seasons and use it. Basically, I think the main thing is it made me much more comfortable writing dramatic action scenes, and I think it helped shape the way that Dan sound designed action scenes. We learned a lot about writing and doing action from the Deep Vault. And do you know which one you enjoyed more? Basically, I don't know. I can't decide between which of my children I like more. But Deep Vault took a little bit less time to record. That was fun. I honestly can't decide, though. John, which you have been involved in season 1 of Archive 81, Deep Vault, and season 2 of Archive 81. Which one did you enjoy performing in most?
It's funny because you're basically asking me which extreme aspect of my personality was easiest and most enjoyable to perform. And I think, to be honest, it's kind of a hard question to answer. That they were all different takes on like the anxious Nebuchadnezzar type. And I think, I guess I'd say this. I think Jeremy was probably the most fun to perform just because I could go all out in an emotional way. It also happened to be sort of a rough time in my own life, so I ended up sort of vicariously vicariously living through Jeremy is not the right way to put it. I was able to channel a lot of my outside emotional turmoil into Jeremy's emotional turmoil. You would think that Rat would be the most fun to play, and to an extent he was a lot of fun, but I actually found that I had to very much keep myself under control for Rat. Rat, I could never really let go entirely with Rat because it was always a much stronger character performance. Like, I always had to be a lot more honed. I actually found that my tendency was to try to blow Rat out and make him even more ridiculous and more weird and experimental and vicious and also like loving the mix of pain and weirdness and I was always sort of told to dial it back, so it was kind of a challenge to do that.
Yeah, it felt like the character could really be dialed up to 11, and at certain points the character is, but we also wanted there to be a subtlety to it, and that was basically just our major note for you, and one that we think came out in the performance really well. It's really difficult to do like a mixture of balls to the wall, like weirdness and crazy Pinky in the Brain experimentation, but also maintain that core of subtlety and human emotion. And I think in the end, it really works. Okay, awesome. Podcast Enthusiast asks, will fictional Daniel Powell ever get to be happy? And basically, I don't know yet. I hope he will be. I'm rooting for the character. I mean, it's based on one of my best friends, but we do not have, honestly, like, I don't know. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. What I can promise is that Daniel Powell will undergo challenges because he is a character in a fictional work, and nothing will ever be easy for him. Anyway, TransG asked a question: how is it doing the Foley sounds, like all the screaming and stuff? And for this one, I'm going to put it over to Dan, who recorded his answer in advance. Dan, take it away.
A funny thing about the screaming in particular, apart from the screams in the story, when we're recording a scene, we'll have our actors scream, but then separately and apart from the scene, we'll usually go through and have our actors record a bank of screams just in isolation, and we'll direct them to do some funny short screams like ah, 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 and then, do some long blood-curdling screams. So there's a lot of variety there, which is pretty funny to do in the studio, but it's also incredibly useful because that gives us a big toolkit and palette to work with of things beyond the dialogue, where we can kind of use, sounds from the characters themselves to flesh out action sequences or whatever. In terms of doing Foley, it's a little case by case. A lot of cloth movement, rustling, that stuff is just me like jingling my backpack or my jacket in front of a microphone, sort of in time with what's going on. I'm guessing since you asked about the screaming, you're maybe curious about the body horror stuff. A lot of the gore, that's not anything I make myself, but it does come from a boutique sound library I have of an actual deer carcass being skinned and eviscerated by hunters. So that's real guts and bones you're hearing, and it makes for some, pretty visceral, gross body horror sounds.
Sister Ryder asks a question, for John, actually. What are some things you've done before podcasts, and what led you to play Jeremy for The Deep Vault?
What are some things I've done before podcasts? I've cooked a bowl of rice for myself. I once was asked by a person to plant a tree in front of her cabana in a bunch of sand. I worked at a Jewish wedding at a beach club, actually. I did a lot of working at a beach club, is really the answer to this question. What are some of the things I've done before podcasts? So I like I said in an earlier answer, I did a little bit of acting in middle school, but I really never acted. I worked on the tech crew. I played in pit band. I play winds. I play saxophone and bassoon. And my actual legitimate career, the thing that I do for money and not for the love of my friends, well, sort of money, we're getting to that, is I'm a journalist. I write for a publication called Publishers Weekly, which covers the book industry and publishing industry. It's a trade magazine. I sort of wear a few hats there, and I also run on the side with my pal Eric, who also happens to be dear college friends with Dan. We run a website called The Dot and Line, The Dot and Line, which covers cartoons and animation. So those are some of the things that I've done before and during the same period of time in which I recorded these podcasts. As for what led me to play Jeremy, well, they asked me, which helped, which totally helped. I think it's possible, actually, that Dan has just heard me doing so many silly, weird voices over the years that he just found it impossible not to ask me to lend my mellifluous pipes to his fine show. And that, dear listeners, is why I was Jeremy on the Deep Vault.
Well, the other answer is I liked your performance as Jacob in
That
Archive
helps.
81. So, yeah, I mean, the actual answer is Dan and I really liked your performance as Jacob. And so when we've thought of someone who is nebbishly and cowardly and computer wizardy, we thought of you. And you should definitely be flattered by that. So another question on Tumblr, this one by Zan Wild, is I want to know how he pictured Rat. I personally envisioned him as short with nothing proportioned properly. Everything was asymmetrical.
That's funny. So when I build characters in my head, when I see a character and I want to embody that character, I don't actually first circumscribe them by the idea of what they would look like, but rather the idea of what they would sound, which makes a lot of sense in podcasts, so it's good that that's just kind of how I do it in real life anyway. So I didn't actually picture Rat as anything at first. I heard him as a sort of Igor from Young Frankenstein meets the Monarch from Venture Brothers. So it was a very over the top performance that was pretty heavily dialed down by the two masters of ceremonies. So I guess in that iteration, when Rat sounded like this, I kind of pictured him exactly how someone who sounds like this would look. He was short. He was kind of Batman the Animated Series Penguin-esque, very Cobblepotty, as it were, kind of lurchy. I'm pretty sure he had one googly eye. He had sort of long, creepy fingers. He had a long nose and fraying hair. Pretty much the exact opposite, at least I hope, from how Mark and Dan pictured him, since they pictured him looking like me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just basically pictured him as looking almost exactly like you, which is not like does not lead to the best fan art, but I think that's just exactly who I pictured him as looking like. Like, I didn't picture Rat as looking anything too weird. Like, I think Dan looks really, really weird, but Rat just looks like a person. He's just, terrible. So next we are going to go to the questions from our Patreon supporters, and if you would like to support us on Patreon, you can do that fairly easily. You can go to patreon.com/Archiving Archive 81, and you can support us. We're taking a little bit of a hiatus from posting stuff, but we are still working feverishly on a bunch of different podcast projects that you will hopefully hear soon. Anyway, so Ariel Teague asks, for each of you, what's your favorite book? Dan, I will give the metaphorical microphone to you.
Dan here. I really like Perdido Street Station by China Mieville. It's a mind-blowingly cool work of weird fiction. It's also set in an otherworldly and fantastical city. I read it as a teenager, and it really, really got me into sci-fi and fantasy. If you like Archive 81, especially Season 2, you will probably really, really like this book. There's weird humanoid beetles. There's giant moths that eat people's dreams to stay alive. It's amazing. It's one of the coolest things I've ever read.
Awesome answer, Dan. Actually, I have always extolled the virtues of Jeff Vandermeer. He's one of my absolute favorite writers. He's amazing. The Southern Reach trilogy is absolutely phenomenal. But for this one, I'm going to give a shout out to Ancillary Justice, which is a book by Ann Leckie, and it is about a woman who used to be a spaceship, and it's got a bunch of cool themes about colonialism and gender and just a whole bunch of really cool stuff, and it's so well written, and I absolutely adore it. Even though it's not horror, you should definitely read it. John, do you have a favorite book that you could...
So I work at a magazine that covers the books and publishing industry, and as such, you are asking me an impossible question. My home is less a home than a library with a bed in it. So there are approximately 4,200 potential iterations of my answer. But I think that the easiest way to boil this down here is what is my favorite fiction book, and I guess by that I mean what is my favorite 20th century American fiction book. Let's go with Toni Morrison's Song of Solomon. It's a perfect book. It's a perfect novel. If you have not read it, you should read it. If you don't want to read it, you're wrong. And that's pretty much all I got for you.
Toni Morrison is very, very good. Oh, also, I always do this, but Jeff Vandermeer actually edited a collection of weird fiction called The Weird. It's over 1,000 pages long. It has a bunch of short stories in the genre that Archive 81 is basically set, which is weird fiction, and it takes a very diverse look at the genre, which is gratifying. It's a really, really wonderful collection of short stories, and if you were wondering what inspired Archive 81, that is probably the book to go to. Hunter from Patreon asks, what podcasts do you guys listen to? And have you considered doing work with other artists as well? Do you have other future projects planned in the future? Dan, you can start on this one.
Lately, I don't really listen to many podcasts. I'll be straight with you. I work at a public radio podcasting company by day, and I work on Archive 81 and other freelance projects by night. So with all the time I spend working on podcasts, I really don't want to listen to them when I'm off the clock. I mostly just listen to instrumental music that does not involve the human voice in any capacity, because I want to relax and not think about that frequency range when I'm not at work. I'm sure Mark has plenty of great recommendations, though. We haven't formally planned to collaborate with any other artists, but it's something we, considered if we found someone who we had a good idea, story, creative chemistry with and felt like we could do cool work together. But most of the time, our production process is pretty self-enclosed, where it's Mark and I bouncing ideas around the room, Mark writing things, me doing sound things.
Basically, for podcasts, I recommended a bunch of fiction podcasts in the beginning of the episode, so definitely check those out. For other podcasts, I listen to a lot of podcasts, so it's very difficult for me to pick just one. But I think if I had to pick just a couple, I am a big fan of My Brother and Me. It is the one thing I go to which can reliably make me laugh every single time I listen to it. So definitely check out My Brother and Me, and everything the McElroy brothers do. They are absolutely wonderful. And as for what we're working on in the future, talked a little bit about that at the beginning, but I can't get into it further. Just to give you a very sneak preview, there will be just a ton of songs, just so many songs.
So
moving on
Steven
to other...
Universe. They're working on Steven Universe next. That's what's happening.
Yeah, no.
Don't tell
no.
Rebecca Sugar, please.
I wish. I do adore Steven Universe, but it does have a similar tone, actually. Anyway, I should shut up about our top secret project. Anyway, so Kyle Norton asked us a couple questions, and I'm going to let Dan take these ones to start.
First off, how many years have you invested, education, side projects, etc., to get to this point? I've been recording and engineering sound in some capacity since I was about 9 years old. And I'm 27 now, but I'd say it's only in the past 3 or 4 years where I've really been doing it steadily as a professional thing. So since I left college. So I've always been working with sound. I've always been playing with music. I grew up in a musical family. But a honed professional specialization in sound design and podcast audio work really took serious shape for me in the past 3 years or so. But it is honestly a lifelong pursuit. I've always been immersed with sound, and hopefully I will always be immersed in sound and not get sick of it. Next question, what are the degrees you two have, and have they been useful? For me, I majored in English. I don't have a degree in music or sound or engineering. I just spent a lot of my free time practicing it for fun, and then I decided I just wanted to do that. I think my English degree has been useful in terms of knowing how to analyze texts and see what works in putting a story together. I like reading books, but what I found really useful about it at the time I was in school was that it left me a fair amount of free time to work on things I enjoyed more, like music and audio stuff. So short answer, degree was useful, but a lot of things I did outside of school also helped. Where do you find inspiration? If you get stuck, what's your process for getting unstuck? I don't know. Inspiration is sort of open-ended for me. It just sort of comes from music, cool sounds in the natural world, just walking around and being bored and seeing, what kind of thoughts pop into your head. I find when I'm not necessarily inspired in the traditional lightning strikes the artist sense of the word, I'm usually at least somewhat motivated to try and make something or work on something. I think inspiration is great, but I think getting any kind of creative work done is just about sitting down and forcing yourself to finish something. And if you're scared of finishing something because you're worried no one will like it or it won't be that good, I recommend just reminding yourself that you're going to be dead one day, probably a lot sooner than you think, and you'll feel a lot better having finished something and having tried genuinely than instead of giving up on it out of fear.
For me, how many years have you invested to get to this point? So I studied television, radio, and film in college, and that was really helpful because it allowed me to pursue a bunch of weird radio things and also prepare for my day job, which is in public radio. But I think, honestly, what's prepared me most to do this is doing weird audio projects. My senior's thesis was a sci-fi War of the Worlds meets Lost thing that's actually available as a download for our Patreon backers. And Dan played the main character, and that's kind of how we met. And I think, honestly, the best thing that's prepared me to do this has just been writing and recording and doing weird audio dramas. Where do you find inspiration? If you get stuck, what's your process for getting unstuck? Personally, I'm very inspired by deadlines and having accountability. Basically, because me and Dan work as a pair, I have to finish 2 scripts a week or things kind of grind to a halt. So having that hang over my head is a very good motivator. I also really believe in turning off devices and turning off things that can distract me while I'm working. So I will turn off the internet, I will turn off my phone, and I will essentially stare at a blank page until I grow bored. And then when I grow bored, my mind invents things, so I'm not bored anymore. And I use the stuff that my mind invents to write. It's fun. It's a good way to work. You should try it. So, Jason Trait asks, Mr. Davenport is my favorite character. How did you find the voice actor who plays him? How much input did he have in the salesman-like speech, mannerisms, and low-level passive-aggressive shifts from folksy to creepy that he pulls off so well? Dan, I'm going to leave that to you.
The voice actor who plays Mr. Davenport is my dad, David Powell. We ended up casting him because we were, one, tragically shortchanged for older actors who weren't in their 20s when we were casting season 1 and didn't, really know how to find actors. And, even with voice actors closer to Davenport's age range, we auditioned like 6 or 7 like professional voice actors for Davenport, but none of them just felt right. It was just like there's something that wasn't there. So sort of just in order to like maximize our options, I asked my dad to read for the part, and it ended up working perfectly. My dad has a pretty extensive theater background, and he's also spent a lot of time before he retired working as a school administrator. So he's pretty familiar with both the drama of stage and the drama of institutional politics. And a lot of the inflections and vocal mannerisms, the way he delivers the lines, I mean, that was all him. We gave him some direction, but in terms of chewing into how the lines are delivered, that was just sort of him, going for it. And then Mark, in the script writing really drove home the salesman lingo and, sleazy middle manager language at the writing stage. So that's a little backstory into Davenport for you.
Yeah, and basically, I just want to say Dan's dad is the nicest person, one of the nicest people I have ever met, and hearing him go from kindly Southern gentleman who cares about what you're doing and doesn't have a mean word to say about anybody to an evil bureaucrat is very, very fun, and I always get a kick out of it. So the last couple questions for part 1 of the bonus episode are from email. And Layla asks, do you have any specific ideas of what the characters look like in the show? And we talked a little bit about what Rat looked like. To answer the question more broadly, I kind of have a rough idea of what the characters look like. For example, Daniel Powell looks like Daniel Powell because Daniel Powell is based on Daniel Powell. And then Mark looks like Mark because Mark is based on Mark. And I kind of, for the most part, I'm sure I had like rough, like mental images of what they look like. But as of now, they're kind of supplanted by the images of the actors and what they look like. So Lou looks like the actor who plays him. Melody looks like the actress who plays her, and so on and so forth. Cassie asks, love Archive 81. You made a pretty big genre switch between seasons, though. What drove that decision? How did your listener base change as a result? What did you learn from that decision? So Dan's going to start this off.
What drove the decision, I think, was wanting to try something different. It would have been very easy to have done another here's Dan alone somewhere listening to found tapes and unpacking a story. But it might have gotten stale, and Mark and I didn't want to do the sort of things where we didn't want to be the podcast equivalent of a band covering itself on every album. We wanted to do something bigger and more ambitious and newer. So it was really just a desire to, just do something different, try to explore a new territory. Our listener base, I think, has stayed fairly loyal. We have some people who bailed at season 2 because they didn't like the change of direction, which is fair. We have people who like season 2 better. It's honestly, you can never really tell how people are going to react to something like that. You just kind of have to go with your gut and do what feels good. And, luckily a lot of people have stuck with us and still really like it. And what we learned from that decision is that, it's challenging and hard to change directions. It's also good to challenge yourself. And I think we both learned a lot from that. So, yeah.
Thanks, Dan. And, we did make a pretty big genre switch. And honestly, I'm super, super glad we did because we write and make this to entertain people, but we also do it to make something that we would enjoy and to make sure that we aren't bored with what we create. And we didn't want to do something boring and pedestrian. And the whole premise of like the type of horror that we're doing is that it is unsettling and weird. And you can't be unsettling and weird if you stay in a specific box all the time and you don't grow out of it and do interesting things that surprise people and go in different weirder places and try interesting things. And season 2 gave me a lot more opportunities to write what I wanted to write and write in more interesting ways. And it gave Dan a lot of opportunities to do weirder, more interesting sound things. And I'm so glad we did that. As for how did your listener base change as a result? Some people liked it. Some people didn't. I mean, yeah, some people liked it. Some people didn't. Like, if you're not on board, that's fine. If you don't like the podcast, that's fine. Like, I'm cool. I like our audience. I really like the people that come with us. And as for what did we learn from that decision? Honestly, I'm really glad we made it, and I really hope that we can keep surprising and shocking and weirding you out. So that is the end of part 1 of our 2 parts bonus episode. John and I will be answering even more questions, but we will be answering them as part of an exclusive part 2 Patreon episode that you can only get if you are a Patreon subscriber. But once again, thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you so much for listening. Dan and I really genuinely do appreciate it. And we are super excited to work on more Archive 81 things. We're super excited to work on more podcast stuff in general. And we're super excited to bring you more interesting audio content. So if you're a Patreon supporter, go to patreon.com/archive81 and download part 2 of this episode. If you're not a Patreon supporter, become a Patreon supporter and download part 2 of this episode. Until next time, this is Mark signing off.
This is John also signing off.
And here's Dan signing off.
Thank you guys so much for all your questions. They were really, really good and a lot of fun to answer. And thank you for listening to and supporting the show. It's super awesome. We really appreciate it. You're the wind beneath our wings. Until next time, peace.